King Bena's Roche stands with an air of authority. His voice echoes to the grand halls of the palace as he says, "I, King Bena's Roche of the Durand Kingdom, solemnly decree the dissolution of our marriage. Arnoa Salio occasion, you are hereby stripped of your title as Queen of Durand. As your presence is no longer welcome in this kingdom, you must now return to your home in the capital of the empire. As a last act of kindness, I intend to provide you with an old carriage for the journey. If you beg him in earnest, perhaps His Imperial Majesty will allow you to remain within his palace. Blood is thicker than water, after all. He may be willing to put past differences aside and take you back in." His decision to dissolve the marriage is fueled by a mix of frustration and newfound liberation. Arnoa Salard Cajun, the once queen, receives the news with a mix of shock and defiance. Her noble lineage and pride are wounded. Larissa Sti, a lady-in-waiting with a hidden agenda, revels in the unfolding drama, her loyalty shifting towards the ambitious pursuit of becoming the new queen. Larissa Estia is asking the king, "Oh my, does she really intend to travel all the way to the capital in a tiny little carriage? I'm nauseated just thinking about it." Larissa is the daughter of a wealthy Duranian noble and Queen Arnoa's lady-in-waiting. She is allowed the luxury of living in the royal palace as a lady-in-waiting and is widely known as King Benu's other woman. The king looks at Larissa with affection and calls her name. "Larissa." Larissa replies, "I understand this is no light-hearted occasion, but I wanted to offer you my support." Nevertheless, as a sign of his everlasting affection, King Benas presented Lady Larissa with a special gift, a finely wrought silver tiara. Its centerpiece of black diamond is more brilliant than starlight and of a hue deeper than the mysterious depths of the sea. This gem was part of a pair, and the other diamond was embedded into King Benaz's crown. Both diamonds had come into King Benaz's possession as part of Arnoa's dowry. Not a soul in the empire could have foreseen this divorce. It seemed unfathomable that Arnoa Salard Cajun, sole imperial princess and bearer of the empire's most illustrious lineage, would be subjected to such a humiliating divorce. Such a pity to think they'd end up divorced. "Larissa, does she not hail from far nobler ancestry compared to the king?" The king says in a grease of what that's that. "She wasn't even worth my time. I should have divorced her sooner." There were different voices chattering in the palace as people whispered in each other's ear, but with her head hanging in shame before His Majesty, she appears the same as any other divorcee. This divorce is an embarrassment to the imperial family. Even if she is allowed to return, I'm sure she'll spend the rest of her days locked away in a tower. It would be more fitting to call Lady Larissa our queen." Upon hearing these voices, the princess looks sad, whereas, on the other hand, Larissa is looking happy. It was no secret that King Benas did not love his queen, but the prevailing expectation was that divorce would be avoided for the benefit of his kingdom. This was a reasonable conclusion given that Queen Arnoa was Emperor Luciano's half-sister and niece of Duke Rickle, who had made a name for himself as a tyrant in the southern regions of the empire. Claiming a woman of such noble pedigree, as his queen gave King Benas a sense of superiority he had not been privileged to feel before as a ruler of a tiny sovereign state. That gave him reason to maintain this loveless marriage for 2 years, but eventually, his heart turned entirely in favor of his mistress Larissa. As Larissa was no longer satisfied playing the role of his mistress, King Benas decided to crown her as his new queen. Of course, it was not an easy decision. Several factors contributed to why their marriage of 2 years ended in divorce. The first was that he had reason to believe Larissa was pregnant. The second was the queen's sudden change in conduct, which proved to be quite wicked indeed. And the third and final reason which led King Benas to move forward with proceedings for the divorce was his certainty that the dissolution of their marriage would still leave him in good standing with the emperor. He was assured of this by the emperor's messenger who came to him in the middle of the night, a sorcerer who possessed the cold beauty of a statue. The emperor's messenger came to meet the king and gave him the message of emperor. The emperor will not oppose the divorce between the king and queen of Durand. The esteem in which this kingdom holds the empire has already been demonstrated by your behavior in the past. King thoughts that he's heard Tio discuss the terms of the divorce. Emperor's messenger reveals more information as the dowry offered by the imperial princess is but a trifle compared to the riches stored in the imperial treasury. It would be unwise to ruin diplomatic relations between our two kingdoms over such a trivial matter. The king is shocked, and he in a state of happiness. Does the messenger mean to say I can end it? The emperor will not demand back on Noah's dowry even after the divorce? I can part ways with that woman without suffering any consequences at all. King Binaz, cold and resolute, dismisses the value of his former queen with a mix of disdain and arrogance. His decision to divorce is not only a personal matter but a strategic move to secure favor with the powerful Emperor Luciano. King to princess, standing in the palace. It's time to say farewell. I didn't intend for us to end this way from the start. Perhaps this could have been avoided if you had behaved with a little more rest. If I had known, I might have been able to subdue that damn pride of hers. Just if she had clung to him, begging for his love the night of the wedding and desiring to snub the haughty Princess Bina sought Larissa's chambers. But if Arnoa had humbled herself and waited for him, playing the coquette like Larissa always did, the king continued his dialogue, then perhaps I might have given this marriage a chance. Night after night, Binaz abandoned his lawful wife for the embrace of his mistress, but Arnoa made no attempt to stop him, not even once. The king whispered in the ear of Larissa, who was standing beside him, about the princess, that I'm certain she thought I was beneath her, being a ruler of such a small and powerless kingdom. I see you remain insolent to the very end. I wish never to lay eyes on you again. Go back to where you belong and leave us in peace. Saying this, he throws the divorce on princess. The emotions intensify as the divorce document is thrown onto the princess. Arnoa, once proud and regal, now stands broken and betrayed. King Binaz, however, remains stoic, convinced of the righteousness of his actions. The twist in the tale comes as Princess Arnoa, instead of crumbling in despair, surprises everyone with a composed reaction. Her apparent joy and gratitude for the dissolution of the marriage leave the court in shock, questioning her sanity. Princess, addresses the king. So the deed is done. We are divorced. I suppose there is no need to keep up false pretenses any longer. King, Shocking said. Huh? What? Princess lifts her head and said, Since you are not my husband anymore. The king furiously said, What is the meaning of this? Princess calmly replied to the king, We are officially divorced, are we not, king? I see the news must have been quite a shock, for it seems you have lost both your mind and manners. I know not what you mean. I've suffered enough for the past 2 years, and I couldn't be more grateful to you for ending our marriage. People in the palace whispering. Does she fail to grasp what's happened to her? Princess, I've endured you in your court for as long as I could, and you've given me precisely what I wanted. Allow me to thank you for saving me. The king, how dare you speak to me in that manner? Princess, unfortunately it appears you are the one who fails to grasp what is happening. Binaz, king looks very angry as he says, I've never seen her smile like that during our entire marriage. It seems the shock of the divorce has gotten to your head. But may I remind you? Princess made an announcement which left everyone in shock. Belle, come out and deliver the emperor's message to the king of Duran. The palace whispers in confusion as I know its true intentions come to light. I ask, is she insane? There is just no other excuse for her behavior. What in the world is she talking about? The introduction of Belle, the enigmatic sorcerer, adds an extra layer of mystery to the unfolding drama. With skin as white as snow and hair as dark as night, with silver-gray eyes that seemed to penetrate the gaze of any onlooker and a face so beautiful it appeared to be chiseled by the gods. It was the very same sorcerer who Binaz spoke to the previous night. King Binaz was taken aback at the sight of the boy. Upon seeing him, he exclaimed, What is the emperor's messenger doing here? The young messenger, clad in white and black shoes, calmly responded, I came because I was called, swirling in his light brown royal dress. He continued, Although I feel more like an errand boy than a messenger, did you not hear the new Empress call for me? Larissa, visibly stunned, questioned the new Empress. Venus, growing irritated, added, I don't know what you mean. Meanwhile, Arnoa, holding a divorce letter, grinning continuously, standing beside him. He revealed, Luciano Occasion is dead. The Imperial Messenger, I am here to announce his passing. Venus, in utter shock, exclaimed, The Emperor is dead. In anger, he shouted, Nonsense! His Imperial Majesty is in fine health, the undisputed tyrant and ruler of the Empire. The young Emperor Luciano Cajun had no heirs. Venus inquired, If what you say is indeed true, then Prince Arian must now be seated on the imperial throne? The messenger replied, No, Prince Arian is also dead, adding, They were both assassinated. Servants were shocked, and whispers filled the air. Venus loudly exclaimed, What foolishness is this? How dare you spout such lies about His Imperial Majesty? I know, insisted, the news of his passing is no lie. The message comes from the Imperial Messenger himself, so it cannot be a falsehood. Venus, deep in thought, pondered, That's impossible, but what will happen if this news is really true? He added, No one could have foreseen such a sudden turn of events. Emperor Luciano was not involved in any known disputes, and he was in excellent health. Furthermore, only a few years had passed since his coronation. He recalled the moment when he, wearing his coat, addressed the servant, saying, I find there is an excessive amount of appointments as of late. The servant bowed and replied, I shall see if any items can be rearranged on the itinerary, Your Majesty. He ordered, We'll discuss this further upon my return. The servant replied, Yes, Your Majesty, I shall be waiting patiently. In his thoughts, he pondered, making the news of his assassination all the more unexpected. He inquired, Then who will inherit? The boy replied, As the emperor had no heirs, the crown will be passed down to whoever is next in line. He explained, According to your nuptial agreement, the husband would have been designated as the successor of any inheritance that was passed down to his wife, not just wealth. Meanwhile, Arnoa stood twisting her arms and smiling. He added, But any title as well. In other words, you would have been the successor of the imperial throne, Binus. Larissa and Binus were in extreme shock. He asked, But that's... and staggered, falling to the ground. Larissa came to hold him, saying, Your Majesty. The boy continued, If you had just waited one more day, the entire empire would have been yours to claim. However, since you have already acquired a divorce, the imperial throne now belongs to someone else. Binus kept his hand on his mouth and uttered no. While raising his hand, the boy said, Yes, it belongs to none other than Her Imperial Majesty, I know a Sailor Cajun. He turned towards Binus and asked, Do you refuse to bow down to your new empress? Binus was in utter shock, unable to figure out what was happening. He exclaimed, This can't be. Arnoa started laughing and said, Ha! You heard him, Binus. She added, As your new empress, I demand you show me the appropriate courtesy. Binus got up and said, I refuse to do so. He clenched his teeth and leaned towards Arnoa, screaming, You, the empress? That is absurd. Until a moment ago, you were the queen of Duran. Smiling, Arnoa replied, And according to the imperial messenger, I am now the ruler of this empire. Why do you pretend to be ignorant of it, Binus? Irritated and furious, seeing her smiling, Binus said, This is preposterous. Larissa held him, saying, Your Majesty, and flooded her hair and said, You. It matters not whether you bow down to me or not, she added. I expected as much from you, ha! I'm sure you recall that when I married you, I brought with me a carriage full of gold as my dowry. Have it prepared at once, Binus, she asked. He questioned her. What? She added, For I plan to start off on my journey before the day is done, just as you wanted. Seeing her so boldly, Binus started thinking, Have I ever seen such a cold expression on Arnoa's face before? Arnoa turned towards him and screamed out, "Binaz, are you deaf? Don't tell me you meant to divorce me and keep my dowry too." Binaz started trembling, clenched his wrist, and said, "No!" He staggered and fell down. Larissa held him, calling, "Your Majesty." Arnold ordered him, saying, "King Binaz, I shall give you 1 hour. Prepare a carriage filled with gold." She added, "If there is not enough gold in the treasury, scrape off the gilding on the soft walls and spires of the palace and pick off the jewels on the scabbards of the royal guards. Wait. If after confiscating the royal throne and crown, there is still room left in the carriage, I shall fill that space by cutting off the hair on your very heads." She leaned towards him and said, "And of course, the pair of my mother's black diamonds on your heads. I must not forget about those." After saying this, he called the Emperor's messenger, saying, "Bell." He replied, "Yes, Your Imperial Majesty, your wish is my command." The royal servants started whispering, "What's happening there? What will happen now? What on earth is happening here?" Larissa hugged him and said, "Your Majesty, Binaz, what do we do now?" He didn't reply. She again asked, "Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Belle snatched her crown from her head. Binaz screamed, "Larissa!" She's holding her head, screaming. "Act?" Binaz asked her. "Are you hurt?" Binaz screamed out loudly, "What is the meaning of this? I've had enough of this insolence. How dare you?" Belle held Binaz's collar and snatched his crown from his head. Larissa asked him, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" He said, "You may be a sorcerer, but you are nothing more than a lowly messenger." Binaz sat down, clenched his hand, and said, "King Binaz, you have gone too far." He screamed out, "This is an insult to the kingdom of Duran." Gazing at Binaz, he questioned, "And you have the audacity to talk of insults?" In a fit of anger, he flipped off the crowns, causing them to break and scatter crystals and diamonds. Larissa, witnessing the destruction, gasped, "My tiara!" Black diamonds from the crown fell to the ground swiftly. The messenger gathered the black diamonds in his hands and addressed Larissa. "Your Imperial Majesty." He smirked while swirling the diamonds in his hands. Arnoa, observing the scene, was astonished. The messenger approached Arnoa, took her hands, and politely stated, "I've retrieved them, just as you desired." Smiling, he handed her the black diamonds and asked, "Does that please you, Arnoa?" Filled with gratitude, she responded, "Yes, well done." She touched his face affectionately and declared, "Let us leave this place. I've had enough of their foolishness." Meanwhile, Binaz fell to his knees unconsciously. Larissa tried to support him, pleading, "Come to your senses, Your Majesty." A concerned servant rushed to Binaz and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Binaz, bewildered, uttered, "I don't understand what on earth is happening." I know, smiling, announced, "Today has quite possibly been the most wonderful day I have ever experienced." Arnoa was reminiscing about her past when her brother had trapped her in the tower. In the midnight, the castle was illuminating with lights. Her brother grabbed her hand and said while showing her the castle, "Look before you, Arnoa." I was in grief. He added, "Everything you see, this place, the empire belongs to me. And as your ruler, I hold your very life in my hands. Never forget this fear. You'd be wise to suppress any spark of rebellion or ambition within you." He added, "Always remember that your worthless life will be wiped out from existence the minute I let go of your arm." He was her brother Luciano, her half-brother who had locked her away in a tower as soon as the preceding emperor passed away. Then, as soon as she turned 18 years old, she was married off to the king of Duran. She added, looking back, "There was not even a valid reason for the marriage. Binaz, the king of Duran, was more interested in my dowry than in me. After marrying him, she started thinking, but I found comfort in the fact that marrying him at least allowed me to be freed from that tower. I convinced myself that a little infidelity would not shake me. I only had to suffer through his efforts to shame me a few times a week, which I found tolerable. Then Larissa came into her life. However, we were fated to be together. I've never loved another woman in my life. Venus was holding Larissa's hand and saying to her, "Promise me you'll always stay by my side." Larissa replied, "Your Majesty, I'm speechless with happiness." It was their wedding day. Larissa was dressed up in a pink royal dress. All the guests praised them. "They make such a handsome couple that I feel a bit envious. They truly are a winning pair." Meanwhile, Arnoa stepped in holding 2 glasses of wine. Everyone got shocked to see her. She said, "Your Majesty, may I take my leave now?" Venus turned towards her and asked, "What are you still doing here?" Larissa reminded him, "Do you not recall, Your Majesty? You asked Her Majesty the Queen to wake with our wine glasses." She hugged him and said, "So that you could have the first dance with me." Venus snuggled her and replied, "Oh yes, I see. My queen has faithfully carried out my request." He scoffed at her and added, "I didn't realize you were so obedient. It's not as if you're some servant. I thought you'd have more dignity than that." Larissa asked. "Venus, whatever shall we do?" Venus replied, "I'm afraid Her Majesty had no idea." She added, "that you wouldn't drink that wine anyway since it's been sitting out for too long. You've always preferred your wine chilled." Larissa, the daughter of Count Sti of Duran, the Queen's chief lady-in-waiting, the King's first love and current mistress, on seeing them together, Arnoa started thinking, "I thought it was strange that I was given a lady-in-waiting so soon after my marriage." He just needed an excuse to keep Larissa close by. Arnoa placed wine glasses back at the dish and said, "Then I shall return to my chambers as I am not feeling well." Meanwhile, Venus interrupted her by saying, "What a shame, Larissa wanted you to enjoy the festivities with us." Larissa screamed out with excitement, "Yes, we don't mind your presence here at all." She started rushing towards the stage and added, "Please, you'll stay a bit longer." She sat on a chair and asked, "Won't you?" Venus was standing beside her chair. She taunted, "I know it," by saying, "Although you'll have to stay on your feet as there is no seat for you here." Arnoa left from the wedding running towards her room. She thought, "Are all marriages this horrible? What did we go wrong?" She reminded, "Was it on our wedding night when Venus left for Larissa's chambers as soon as the ladies-in-waiting were dismissed?" At that time, when Venus said to her, "Or was it when I overheard his lies about the night we didn't even spend together? The imperial princess was not so high and mighty standing naked before me." If I had to evaluate her, she received the lowest marks. She got trembled at that moment. She thought, or perhaps when Venus said, "Larissa will remain in charge of household matters. If there is anything you need, be sure to get her approval first." She thought that, and there was also when she stepped on her dress and fell down. Venus scolded her by saying, "Are you blind? Larissa lost her balance because you stepped on her skirt. Thank heaven she did not fall." Arnoa squeezed her dress and thought, "Venus has always been an imbecile. Despite the challenges, I could bear it all as long as it meant I could escape that tower." She reminisced about her past when her brother trapped her in the tower. "My half-brother Luciano despised me since the day I was born. Perhaps that was because he was envious of my mother's noble lineage, which was more powerful than his own." She added, "This was understandable as my mother, Anastia, was the matriarch of the Rickle family before her marriage to the emperor." She added, "Father had always been of delicate health. After his death, I must have become a thorn in Luciano's side. Knowing this, I tried to keep out of his sight, staying with my mother's side of the family, but he dragged me to the palace as soon as he ascended the throne and locked me away in that tower. Yes, I'd rather be there than remain confined in that place. I would have willingly forgiven Venus for his senseless behavior." She twisted her arms and thought, "Except when he gave away that tiara and the jewel that adorned it. Those diamonds were a keepsake from my mother. She also received them as a gift from father when they were young." She added, "So the value of those precious diamonds was already well known in high society, and of course, they were a part of my dowry. When I first saw Larissa wearing that tiara, I was furious. But after fury came fear. She disclosed her father's intentions, saying, When Count Sti saw his daughter at the king's side wearing the tiara embedded with that famous jewel, he aspired for his daughter to become queen. Since that day, I have been a target of ongoing assassination attempts. She added, aside from being fed poisoned food, I lived under constant threat of attack. I could hardly sleep at night for fear that assassins would break into my chambers through the windows. I could die at any moment, so I lived in terror. Realizing Duran was no better than the tower, everything felt futile. Arnoa put her hand on her head, took a sigh and said, how much more can I take? I'm at my wits' end just surviving day to day. While opening the door, she started thinking, what can I possibly do to change any of this? I'll just toss more firewood in the fireplace for now and get a good night's. She saw a white beast in front of her and got astonished. What's this? She thought. Why is there a beast fast asleep in my chambers? Is this the Count's new plan to kill me? She stepped forward thinking. Since the assassin he sent last time got caught, perhaps his new plan is to set a wild beast on me. Still, the beast was sleeping, and suddenly he flicked his eyes. My goodness, I've never seen such an enormous animal, Arnoa thought. It's rather beautiful. The beast growled, and she got scared. Meanwhile, she slapped her head and realized. What was I thinking? Did the fatigue go to my head? She panicked and started rushing towards the door to escape. This is not the time to gawk. I should go out to the corridor and ask for help. She hurried towards the door in an attempt to escape. As she rushed, panic set in. Meanwhile, the beast awoke and lunged at her. Upon hearing its footsteps, she turned around, visibly terrified. In a matter of seconds, the beast charged at her, causing her to fall, with the creature standing over her. In the grip of fear, Princess Arnoa questioned her fate as the leopard held her. How can this be? Am I to die like this? Suddenly, the leopard underwent a mystical transformation, morphing into a human figure. The sorcerer, revealed to be Bel, stood before her and asked her, Is it you? He questioned the princess, bewildered and frightened, could only manage to ask, What on earth is happening? He's a sorcerer, and seeing as he is able to polymorph, he must be a very powerful one at that. What could he possibly be doing here? Sorcerers are known to keep to their own kind in the territory of Perhent. Answer me, are you a Noah Salyard Cajun? Sorcerer demanded. The princess, nodding her head in acknowledgement, awaited an explanation. All right then, on to business. Here, this letter is for you, he said, handing her a letter. Princess, still bewildered, questioned, A letter? Who would dash? As she took the letter from the sorcerer. Sorcerer, I was told he was a friend of yours, could it be? Princess, reading the letter, which says, Tell me whenever you wish to leave Duran. I'll find someone from the academy to put a curse on King Venus. She muttered. Anakin did. Anakin send you here? Sorcerer confirmed. Indeed he did. He was always an arrogant pest, even when we were students at the academy. Keep reading. The princess continued to read Anakin's letter with shock. My dearest friend, Arnoa the Emperor and his successor have been assassinated. I've sent you a gift. Knowing you, I'm sure you'll be able to use it wisely. I sincerely wish you the best of luck. Your loyal friend, Anakin. Assassinated? Drat. Princess Arnoa exclaimed, shocked at the news. Both of them at the same time? But that's impossible. The sorcerer interrupted, stating, That isn't even the real concern. Princess, now contemplating her situation, murmured, If the Emperor and his next in line are both dead, that means I'm the only heir left. However, her thoughts drifted to her marriage vows. I know a Salyard occasion, do hereby solemnly vow to become the Queen of Duran, pledging faithful obedience to my husband, agreeing to transfer all worldly wealth and titles under his name. Realizing the complications, she thought, that I am bound by my marriage vows. The Emperor already had a successor, and I did not expect any title to be bestowed upon me. Regardless, the Emperor and his successor are both dead, which means that imbecile will become the Emperor. Were you and your brother on close terms, although you do look more angry than sad for that to be true? The sorcerer inquired, curious about the princess. My mind is preoccupied with various matters, that is all, he said, sensing the emotions of the princess. As the princess continued to read the letter, she found a line that caught her attention. I've sent you a gift. Is that the only explanation you're giving me, Anakin? So where is it? She questioned. Where is what? The sorcerer responded innocently. My gift, she pressed further. Are you disappointed that I came empty-handed? Perhaps I should have prepared a gift as an offer of my condolences. He teased. I know that is not what I mean. Do you truly have nothing else to give me? She clarified. I know I do not. The sorcerer affirmed. The princess, skeptical of the sorcerer's response, thought, he appears much too composed to have taken the gift for himself. Anakin must have had a reason for sending this letter, a letter and a sorcerer, at any rate, and asked the sorcerer about the circumstances that led him there. I was simply trying to be a good friend. The sorcerer explained. A good friend? According to Anakin, there existed no such thing as a good sorcerer, at least not within the halls of the Academy of Magic. If a non-sorcerer desires something from a sorcerer, he must always pay a price. He replied. I'd rather not delve into specifics. She interrupted. Or perhaps you were challenged to a wager. He turned, looking at her with anger. She smiled and said while holding the letter, It appears I am correct. A sorcerer's wager mandates acceptance if challenged by citing their full name, as ordained by the sorcerer's code. Arnoa emphasized. Winning the wager is no easy task. Sorcerers have lengthy, difficult names, and even if one were able to overcome that obstacle, most people end up losing the wager, paying the price with their life or losing something precious to them. However, Anakin was unlike most people expressing irritation. She stated. No surprises there. Then looked at the letter pondering. But why? Why would Anakin challenge you to a wager? The boy smirked and replied. I can't say for certain myself. Arnoa contemplated Anakin's letter. Said the Emperor was dead, and the role of announcing his passing has always been reserved for the Master of the Enchanted Tower. As the boys smiled at the situation, Arnoa realized and exclaimed, You are the Master of the Enchanted Tower. He confirmed. It appears you truly are as clever as they say. Adding, That is correct. I am here to fulfill my duty as the Imperial Messenger. Now where may I find a fellow named Binus? I must make myself useful to the Empire by delivering the news to him. Arnoa, serious question. Did Anna tell you to come to me before you met Binus? He affirmed. Yes. Placing the letter on the table, she presumed. I presume you decline if I were to seek a favor from you. He responded. Well, of course I would. It is no simple task to persuade a sorcerer to do your bidding. Concerned, she declared. Then I'm afraid I must challenge you to a wager. I'm hearing this, he said. A wager? How will you go about doing that when you don't even know my... He flinched when Arnoa added. Beltrius Dion Asco Repellation per Henerudi. Astonished, he questioned. What? She clarified. That is your name, isn't it? Beltrius Dion Asco Repellation per Henerudi, called Bell for short. Irritated, he turned, saying, Oh, Gannigan, that sly bastard, she insisted. Now you must join me in my wager. I know it, continued. The last thing I want is for Binus to sit on the imperial throne. If I win, Bell stood up from his chair, and she slipped the letter out of her hands, declaring, I shall acquire a divorce and become the Empress myself. The letter dropped on the ground. Princess Arnoa, with a fire in her eyes, expressed her grievances. What was my recompense for allowing Luciano to lock me away in that tower, and then consign me to a marriage that was no better than exile? The servants under my command disappeared one by one, having been falsely accused of treason. I was the scapegoat of Luciano's rage and violent temper. Then I was subjected to Binus's mockery, and now my very life is in jeopardy, as Count Sti aims to have me assassinated. Luciano was the cause for all my suffering, and yet the fool died without even a successor. At this rate, Binus will ascend the imperial throne, and I shall become a nameless queen destined for even more humiliation. I must attain the sovereignty for myself. Turning toward Belle, the imperial messenger, she declared with authority. And you, the imperial messenger, shall acknowledge me as the new Empress, the 28th master of the Enchanted Tower, and ruler of the territory of Prehent in the halls of the palace. Princess Arnoa contemplated the mysterious figure before her, Belle, the master of the Enchanted Tower. She recalled the whispers and tales surrounding him. Belle, the master of the Enchanted Tower, she mused. I have heard some unverified rumors regarding him before. As the imperial messenger, Belle stood with an air of enigma. His unparalleled magical prowess was inherited from birth as the son of the esteemed sorceress Amaryllis, the 26th master of the Enchanted Tower. Despite his position as an imperial vassal, he remained elusive, much like many sorcerers who tended to live in seclusion, isolating themselves in a territory even the emperor dared not govern. They only emerged from their isolation to fulfill their duty as imperial messengers, honoring a covenant established in ancient times. Princess's mind wandered to the past, remembering a conversation with Anakin. Anakin had shared insights about Belle. One of my schoolmates is exceptionally talented. Intrigued, Princess inquired. Oh, do go on. He's a genius, yet he has no friends due to his horrible temper. He makes wagers with other students, depriving them of their wealth and magical powers, thereby rendering them unable to live as sorcerers any longer. Anakin explained, admiring the bravery of Belle. Shocked, Princess questioned, What? How can he be allowed to attend the academy after committing such misdeeds? Anakin continued, He was expelled, although it's uncertain whether it was due to his notorious behavior. He is said to have returned to Prehent after that, inciting the previous master of the Enchanted Tower into a duel, emerging victorious and claiming the tower for himself. As the pieces of the puzzle came together, Princess. I know his mind. She couldn't help but feel a mixture of curiosity and caution towards the enigmatic sorcerer standing before her. Belle broke the lingering silence, interrupting the princess in her thoughts. Your proposal is absurd. Do you even realize what you would be forfeiting if I won the wager? Belle questioned with a hint of skepticism. Our wager becomes official once you state what you desire from me, does it not? Princess responded calmly. Belle observed her demeanor. She appears not to be afraid of me at all. If she has heard anything of my reputation, she should behave with more caution, he thought. You are after my soul stone, the princess asserted. Are you truly willing to relinquish it? Pray, do you have any understanding of how it is made? Belle inquired. I do. Half of my life will be drained forming a beautiful jewel. It cannot be taken by force and must be given willingly. There exists a tiny bit of magical power in every soul stone, but the most powerful stone is one which is created from the life force of an imperial sorcerer. Sorcerers use these stones as a source of power, explained the princess. Yes, you are well aware of its purpose and at what cost it is made. However, I am sorry to inform you that I cannot kill the king of Duran so that you may become the empress. The founding emperor of this empire was no fool, Belle clarified, highlighting the limitations imposed by the spell on the imperial messenger. Your offer is quite tempting, but I cannot accept this wager as it does not offer any possible gains, Belle asserted. But there is no provision that dictates when the news of the emperor's death must be delivered, is there? Princess suggested. While that is true, I prefer to rid myself of this hindrance as soon as I can. If there's longer than a month's delay in delivering the news, the succeeding emperor may hear it from another source, and that would be quite embarrassing for me. Belle explained. Fine, all that I ask, the princess tapped the table with force, is for you to delay fulfilling your duty for just 1 month. Why? Belle questioned. So that I may acquire a divorce in the meantime, the princess declared. Acquire a divorce? Belle echoed, surprised. Yes, that is what I wish to wager. Whether or not I am able to obtain a divorce and claim the throne for myself, Princess stated. In other words, you win the wager if you are divorced within the month. Belle summarized. Yes, and if I fail, I shall give you half of my lifespan. If I win, I shall become the new Empress, and all that would be required of you is to fulfill your duty by declaring the news. Therefore, you stand to lose nothing even if you fail, the princess explained confidently. Then this wager has no merit. You dare to challenge the master of the enchanted tower yet seek no compensation? Belle questioned. You need not look so offended. There is merit in this for me as well. In order for the wager to proceed, announcing the news of the emperor's death must be delayed. Not only that, but if you want my soul stone, you will have to prevent any harm from befalling me, no matter how brash my behavior may be, Princess reasoned. It appears you have ensnared me in a rather curious scheme. The wager was just a ploy to gain my support, was it not? Belle concluded, applauding the princess's strategic thinking. The princess merely smiled in response, her plan unfolding before her. The memory of a play orchestrated by the king to mock the princess lingers. Princess Arnoa is vividly reminded of the painful spectacle. Mass, how dare you seduce His Majesty? There is only one person who deserves to be by his side, and it's me, Arnoa, the princess exclaims, snatching the missus' hair. Nanny, so please your majesty, I shall bear the blame for it all, but please have mercy on my unborn child. She staggers, uttering desperately. The king intervenes sternly. Nanny, sir, speak no more. Princess Arnoa tries to play along, proclaiming her devotion, but the king silences her with a sharp command. Hold your tongue, Arnoa. The king dismisses the absurdity of the play. This is ridiculous. Prospects for Duran's artistic pursuits appear bleak indeed. As the princess reflects on the humiliating performance, she recalls the audience's applause and the sinister motives behind it. This play was written to humiliate me, and I have no choice but to applaud. Is this their idea of amusement? The audience's reaction is mixed, with some clapping enthusiastically while others murmur about Count Estia's relentless pursuit to make his daughter a queen. The princess wonders when the public will tire of this farce. Despite the disclaimer that the play is a work of fiction, she can't help but find the actor's name, Rick Tavian, suspiciously familiar. When will the public tire of this ludicrous play? Ahem. This performance was written as a work of fiction, unrelated to any real people or events. Whispers circulate within the audience, discussing the male actor's rising reputation. That male actor has been making quite a name for himself, but of course, he's Rich Tavian after all. There are rumors of Countess Dia's illegitimate son performing in cheap melodramas, fueling speculation about the actor's true identity. The king, reveling in the mockery, acknowledges the actor. I was quite impressed with your acting. Your eyes were very expressive. The performer stammers out his gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. To further humiliate the princess, the king turns to her, smirking. What say you, my queen? Was there any line in the play that you found particularly memorable? Perhaps you'd like to recite one of the queen's lines for us? That would be quite amusing indeed. Ha! As the royal court gathers for the commencement of the play, tension is palpable between Princess Arnoa and King Venus, with Larissa observing the unfolding spectacle. Princess Arnoa, seizing the opportunity, addresses the king. As you wish, your majesty. If you allow me, would it be all right if I receive some assistance from the star of the play? The king, wearing a smirk, responds, Please do. I must say, it has been ages since you have shown such enthusiasm. Rick, you may step forth. Rick, the star of the play, nervously approaches. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, your majesty, he says with a nod. Princess Arnoa, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, instructs Rick to come closer. As he hesitates, she demands even more proximity, causing discomfort. It is true what they say. You truly are the most handsome man in all of Duran. You are just as I imagined you would be, she declares, leaving Rick shivering. Princess Arnoa continues her theatrical performance. You carry yourself with such a majestic air that those in your presence cannot help but lower their heads in admiration. None can wear that deep purple hue with more grace than you, your majesty. King Binas trembles with anger as the princess proceeds to place a ring on Rick's finger. This rich purple shade is the symbol of Duran's royalty. It is a color suited only for the bearer of this crown. Rick, now visibly distressed, stammers. This color symbolizes royalty. Only a person of royal lineage may wear purple. The audience begins to murmur. The princess, playing up the charade, slips the ring onto Rick's finger, stating, "You are entirely correct, of course. That is why I wish to present you with this ring, whose elegant color suits you perfectly. Kindly accept it as a heartfelt gift from me, Arnoa." She quickly corrects herself with a smirk. "Oops. Oh, it was Anya, wasn't it? My apologies. I must now bring this act to a close." King Binas, seething with anger, questions the sanity of the queen. Has the queen lost her mind? Princess Arnoa continues talking to Rick. "You may keep that sapphire ring as a gift for putting on such a fabulous performance." Rick, startled, attempts to remove the ring. "Your Majesty, I will take off this ring right this instant." The audience reacts with shock. Larissa tries to intervene, claiming Rick had no intention of wearing the ring, but King Binas has heard enough. He snatches the ring from Rick, ordering, "Get this scoundrel out of my sight!" Rick pleads for forgiveness, but the king remains firm. Princess Arnoa, unfazed, glares back at the angry king. "Glare all you want. You would not dare lay a finger on the imperial princess." As the guards escort Rick out while he screams for mercy, King Binas, frustrated, declares, "I shall return to the palace at once." Larissa rushes after him, but the princess, contemplating the unfolding chaos, thinks, "What has Larissa gained from being Binas's first love? He mocks others all he likes but cannot stand being mocked in return. How can someone with such a self-centered attitude possibly rule over an entire empire? I managed to wound his pride, but that is hardly enough reason for a divorce. We shall see who prevails in the end." With a smirk, she moves away from the scene, leaving the palace in a state of turmoil. On the next beautiful morning, the sounds of chirping birds surround the palace. The royal trio, King Binas, Princess Arnoa, and Larissa, sit at the breakfast table. The king reads a newspaper article praising yesterday's play and the performance of its main lead character named Rick. The newspaper illustrates the exact dialogues of Princess Arnoa about the main lead being the most handsome man in Duran, able to wear the color purple with grace, and possessing the majestic air of a king. King Binas, unimpressed, exclaims, "This is absolute drivel," and flaps the newspaper dismissively. Princess Arnoa, with a mischievous gleam, pokes the king, asking, "What is the matter, Binas? Were you not the one who wanted me to recite the lines from the play?" The king, clearly irritated, retorts, "As it appears, you have entirely abandoned any sense of propriety. I must remind you that you are a queen, and I expect you to behave accordingly, even if you were raised a naive princess who knows no better." Undeterred, Princess Arnoa continues, cutting her steak, smirking, "You need not remind me of my title. I couldn't possibly forget, as Larissa has been relentless in her quest to seize it from me." The king falls silent out of anger, and Larissa intervenes, trying to ease the tension. "Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Queen seems a bit irritable today. Let us not concern ourselves with her and continue enjoying our meal. Here, would you like a taste? This is my favorite." Larissa lifts a piece of meat from her plate. King Binas, touched by her gesture, responds warmly, "You are as kind as you are beautiful, Larissa. I shall let you have the first taste." Larissa takes a bite and expresses her enjoyment. "It's delicious, Your Majesty." Princess Arnoa, observing the exchange with a glance, decides to take her leave, saying, "Ha, I shall take my leave now." As she departs, King Binas and Larissa share a moment appreciating the delightful meal. The atmosphere lightens, and the king exclaims, "I'm certain it's delicious." They continue to enjoy their breakfast, seemingly unaffected by the earlier tension. In the quiet recesses of Princess Arnoa's memories, a pointed conversation between her and her mother resurfaces. Princess Arnoa's mother imparts wisdom. Remember, in order to win a servant's loyalty, you must only give one your undivided attention. A young and curious Princess Arnoa inquires. Pardon me? Her mother, sensing the innocence in her daughter, asks, Are you all grown up, Princess? No. Princess Arnoa hesitates before responding. I know. The mother continues her guidance. Then are you wealthy, just like your father or uncle or even myself? Princess Arnoa, understanding her modest circumstances, replies, No, I'm not wealthy either. The mother leans in, sharing a profound truth with her daughter. I shall tell you something very important, so I want you to listen closely. Wherever you go, seek just one person who has the greatest potential to be your aid. The young princess, absorbing this advice, seeks clarification. Just one person? Her mother nods, emphasizing the significance. Yes, choose the smartest of the bunch, the smartest, and give that person all of your trust and affection so that they would even risk their life for you if you so desired. Tenderly, she pats Princess Arnoa's head, leaving an indelible impression. In a quiet moment at the royal table, Princess Arnoa and Belle engage in conversation. Princess Arnoa reflects. Mother was absolutely right. Belle inquires. And your choice was Dr. Lude's? Princess elaborates on her decision. Correct. In a foreign kingdom with so many enemies, what one person could prove most useful to me? They would need to be able to detect any poison in my food, protect me from illness, and at times even aid me in keeping my enemies in check. In other words, a physician. She wasn't the court physician, but an apprentice. Dr. Lude stood out from the rest. She came from a family of scant means with many mouths to feed, and most importantly, she was a genius. Sorcerer Belle probes further. But is she truly poor? Royal physicians are paid handsomely, are they not? Princess clarifies. Not in the case of apprentices. In addition, her mother fell victim to an incurable disease, and Dr. Lude's was in desperate need of money for her treatment. The conversation shifts to a memory of Princess Arnoa discussing plans with Dr. Lude's. Princess expresses gratitude. You have been an indispensable help, Dr. Lude's. Dr. Lude's replies, It was no trouble at all, Your Majesty. I'd do anything to please you. Princess discusses the contraceptive medicine. The contraceptive medicine you concocted worked wonderfully on Larissa. You may stop administering it to her now. Dr. Lude's questions, Is it no longer a concern whether she becomes pregnant? Princess reveals her true intentions. Actually, I need her to show symptoms which indicate pregnancy. Dr. Lude's asks about the timeline. How soon do you require her to have such symptoms? Princess sets the deadline. I need her to be diagnosed in 3 weeks' time. Are you up to the challenge? She punctuates her request with a smile. Dr. Lude's confidently responds. Of course, I'll get started on mixing the ingredients right away. Sorcerer Belle acknowledges. Quite competent indeed. Princess concludes the discussion about Dr. Lude's. As I told you, Dr. Lude's is a genius. I would not be alive to converse with you like this had it not been for her help. I'm sure Larissa is at a loss as to how I managed to survive all of her attempts to poison me. In a flashback, Larissa frustratedly questions her helper. Is this the best you can do? You told me she ingested the poison without a doubt. Why is she still alive? In the midst of their conversation, Belle drops an unexpected revelation. No, not the physician, you, Princess. Taking aback, exclaims. Me? See aghast, Belle, maintaining an air of mystery, states. I must step outside momentarily. With a swift movement, he springs up. Princess, puzzled, questions. But where are you going? Belle, already in motion, leaps away. Princess is left with bewilderment. Mothers, he just comes and goes whenever he pleases, as if he was some kind of alley cat in a mysterious jungle setting. Belle engages in an unusual conversation with an animal. You were moving at a snail's pace. Did I not tell you to carry out your tasks promptly? Surprisingly, the animal transforms into a human, revealing Luca. Unfazed, Belle states, Luca, with theatrical flair, exclaims, "You are too cruel! Do you really intend to nag me after all the time we've been apart? Are you not glad to see me, Belle?" Pragmatic as ever, Belle replies, "It has only been 2 days since I last saw you, Luca." Dramatically, Luca sighs, "Well, it was the longest 2 days of my life." Ha! Cutting through the banter, Belle demands, "Enough with all this chatter. What do you have to report?" Back on track, Luca says, "Oh, right. I am. There was a letter from Perhent this time. A boy from the Lopen family is showing the signs." Belle acknowledges, "Yes, I also heard that on the way here. What else?" With a mischievous grin, Luca adds, "Oh, if you wish to hear some news regarding the Queen of Duran during your absence, she drove an entire theatrical company to ruin." Surprised, Belle questions, "Did she truly manage that in the span of just 2 days?" Luca nods. "Yes, she is quite a terror, contrary to her appearance." Unfazed, Belle inquires, "Have you captured it in the artifact?" Luca promptly presents the artifact. "I have it right here, although it is a bit blurry. I'm sure you're already aware, but Anakin always claims the entire stock every time new artifacts become available." Belle examines the artifact and comments, "Wasn't she amazing?" I witnessed the whole ordeal hidden just off the stage. The Queen knew exactly the effect her words would have. It appeared to be all part of her plan. Luca agrees, she certainly is competent." As Belle hands back the artifact, Luca adds, "She desires to become the new Empress, eh? She is better suited for the position than that fool Luciano, Master Belchirius." Belle responds, "Yes." Alarmed, Luca points at the palace. "I'm afraid I just saw." A tense moment unfolds as Luca reveals a band of assassins headed for the palace. Unaware of the unfolding danger, Princess greets Belle. "Oh, Belle, you're back." Suddenly, chaos ensues. The scene is filled with the sounds of whooshing, thudding, and splashing. The assassins tries to kill the Empress, but Belle enters and saves her. He said to her, "It appears the palace guards are remiss in their duty. Where have they all gone?" The assassins moves toward him and attacking him shouts, "Die." While fighting with assassins, he said, "Yes, I expected as much." Judging by the sudden appearance of dagger-wielding assassins, and how they leapt 3 stories without a moment's hesitation, I was right. The guards were instructed to abandon their posts. Seeing this, all Empress said, "Their relentlessness never ceased to amaze me. I am the Queen of Duran. Is this the treatment I deserve?" Belle comes to her and holding her hand, he said, "You are hurt." She, seeing her injured hand, replied, "It's nothing. I'll just have the wound cleaned and have Dr. Lutz take a look at it in the morning." He grabbed her hand and said her to hold still. He starts healing her wound with magic. She asked to him, "Do you also possess the power to heal?" He replied while healing her wound, "Only as much as needed in the present." He continues, "Is this Count Astia's doing? To make his daughter a queen?" She nods her head. Belle, holding his chin, said, "Would it not be simpler to have the king killed?" She, with a nervous face, said, "What?" Belle, in a cold tone, said, "It's true. Is it not King Binus is what stands in your way? All of your troubles will be solved if he ends up dead like Luciano and Arian." He inquires, "Have you not attempted to because I refused to do it for you?" She replied, "No." Belle said, "With Dr. Lude's help surely you could." She interrupts saying, "That's not it." Belle said, "It can't be Bacchius, he's your husband." She replied, "The reason I act not do it is because Binus has a nephew who is his successor." Belle gets confused and said, "A nephew?" She nodded her head and replied, "Yes." She explains the situation to Belle, saying, "Meaning if he dies before the divorce, I will be nothing more than a widowed queen." It would be a sight to see to have that unruly brat seated on the imperial throne. She, holding her head, said, "What a headache that would be." Belle said, "Then have that 10-year-old taken care of first." She said, "You are forbidden from inflicting any sort of harm on Dr. Ludes, or his nephew, unless I give you the word. If you kill anyone without my permission, I will consider it an act of sabotaging our wager, and you can forget about receiving a soul stone from me." Belle replied, "Yes, we had a wager. It completely slipped my mind." "That's," she said. "We shall proceed on my terms." Belle, with a sigh, said, "Fine. But I also have a request." She inquires, "What is it?" Belle, show her a golden stone, she said. "That is a mystic eye, isn't it? Why are you giving that to me?" Belle replied, "It's the only artifact that allows a particular enchantment to be cast on it. That gem is part of a pair. When one gem is worn, it allows the person who dons it to witness the actions of the person wearing its counterpart." He, giving that to her, said, "Always wear it around your neck." She, with a nervous face holding the stone, said, "Thanks you." Someone moving towards her room shouts, "Why, Your Majesty? Is everything all right?" She gets confused and nervous. Belle said, "I see the palace guards are finally coming to your rescue." She asked him, "Quick, you must morph into another form." Belle said, "What? Wait," she said. "Hurry." The guards enters and shouts, "Your Majesty, we have come to save you." Meanwhile, she was standing there alone. She turns back with a cold look while standing in front of dead bodies. She said, "Is something the matter?" One of guards said, "She's still alive?" While others, seeing him alive, gets nervous and surprised. He said to her, "We discovered traces of an intruder. I'm relieved to see that you are safe." She, with a cold look, said, "I'm all right, even though you have all failed to protect me." The Garad said, "Please forgive us." While one of them noticed something and, holding his sword, he shouts, "A trespasser!" Empress shouts, Wait, that's..." Meanwhile, a cat enters and, seeing it, everyone gets shocked. One of the guards said, "Oh." While seeing the bell in cat's form, he said, "What's a cat doing here?" Meanwhile, in the next scene, we saw a camp. A man holding another man shouts, "Ah, Roxanne," while a redhead girl was standing in front of them. The man places his knife on neck of other man. He begs for his life, saying, "Please spare me my life. I beg you." "Captain," the man said to redhead girl, "the request made by Kessman is not a substantial one by any means. In addition, I have no desire to kill your betrothed. I beseech you to reconsider the terms of our peace agreement. This is a meaningless war, and we want to cease." Meanwhile, she pull out her arrows, and the man, seeing this, shouts, Wait. What are you doing?" She, with a cold look, moves her arrow towards them. The man shouts, "What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to kill your own intended?" Her betrothed shouts, "Put that down. Do you mean to kill me? Roxanne, please. Have you forgotten that I'm your intent?" Meanwhile, she kill him with her arrow. Seeing this, the man gets shocked and said, "She killed him with her own hands." She, with a cold tone, said, "Kill them all." In the next scene, we saw a palace with red flags. A man grabbing a glass of juice said, "How foolish of them. Did they really think we would accept a peace agreement?" He was the Grand Duke Aselier, Roxanne's father. Roxanne said, "Those dimwits from Kessman didn't know what hit them, father." She grabs the glass of wine. Her father said, "Were you hurt?" She replied, "Of course not. But..." She sighed and said to her father, "Please pick someone better as my intended next time, father." Listening this, her father gets confused. Her father starts laughing and said, "I will keep that in mind, but right now," she in a cold tone said to her father, "we have a more important objective to discuss." "All right, then what happened with the assassination of Emperor Luciano?" Her father with a nervous face replied, "Actually, that is precisely what I'd like to speak with you about. There was a setback. Luciano died as we had planned. But that imbecile Aryan died as well. I didn't expect the bot to be such a ravenous simpleton that he's eat poisoned food." She gets furious and said, "What do you mean Aryan died?" Her father said, "Unfortunately, it's true. Our plan to make Aryan a figurehead failed." She clapped her hand. She furiously shouts, "How could you be so careless? You should have prevented him from dying. Was it that hard to keep the dullest member of the family alive?" Her father sighed and replied, "Worry not, my daughter. Our plan isn't over yet, for this is just a trivial setback. This merely means we'll have a different nitwit sitting in the throne." She turns and said, "So the crown goes to King of Duran." Her father explains, "Yes. For the imperial princess Arnoa gave up all PF her rights 2 years ago. SHW will become nothing more than his wife and Empress. This is nothing to be concerned about. Unlike you, she is a weak, ordinary girl." She steps forward to mirror and said, "Imperial Princess Arnoa. What was she like? Was she really just a weak, ordinary girl like my father says?" "No. She was more like..." Her father taps her shoulder and said, "Do not forget. You are my daughter, my flesh and blood. You're the most capable person in the empire, and the future empress." He said, "So what if you don't come from a royal family? The Aslier family's lineage surpasses that of the imperial family's direct descendants by far." Her father said, "I was not able to sit on the throne. But I will make sure you do." She said, "The master of the enchanted tower should deliver the news to the king of Duran in a few days." Her father replied, "Yes. Maybe he has already been notified." She said, "He does not have a slightest idea in how heavy the emperor's crown is." She, placing her hand on mirror, said, "I shall let that halfwit from Duran know his place. I will make him understand the difference between a king and an emperor, and who truly wields power within the empire." Changing scenes, we saw a garden full of flowers. 3 girls having tea sits there. One of them said, "Is that true, Dana? I can't believe Her Majesty was so infatuated with Rictavian she even gave him the very ring symbolic of the royal family of Duran." She giggles and said, "That's hard to believe. She didn't strike me as the type to do such a thing." Meanwhile, the other girl wearing a yellow dress said, "I am telling the truth. I didn't know she was even capable of smiling. I am certain Rictavian won her heart." Larissa, with a smile on her face, said, "What an embarrassing scandal. It seems that Her Majesty still doesn't know how to conduct herself in Duran. As ladies in waiting, we must teach Her Majesty how to." Meanwhile, someone opens the door. Larissa turns and said, "Who dares to enter my greenhouse unannounced?" Empress enters wearing a purple dress and said, "I see you're enjoying tea time in my absence." The girl in yellow dress stands and bows, saying, "Your Majesty." Larissa, with an evil smile, said, "Oh, Your Majesty. It's considered rude to barge in unannounced, and on your own, no less." Empress said, "I was invited, and the door was closed. What other choice did I have?" Larissa replied, "Well, you could have had a servant open the door for you. After all, we didn't want Mother to get upset again." The Empress replied, "I intended to, but all my servants were having a tea party." Hearing this, the girls get shocked. Empress in her thoughts said. The way she uses the same tricks repeatedly is just like her father. Count Astia, Larissa's father, tirelessly produced the same play over and over again, and attempted the same assassinations repeatedly without ever growing weary. Larissa held tea parties with similar schemes each time as well. She would invite Arnoa as if she were concerned about Arnoa feeling lonely. Then she'd insult Arnoa for hours, put strange things in her food, and laugh at her after gifting her gaudy outfits. Larissa, with a smile on her face, said, "Your Majesty, where is the dress I gifted you? I chose it with great care. Was it not to your liking? Just like she is doing right now." Empress replied. "No, it was an eyesore," Larissa said. "How could you say such harsh words? Are you implying that you have a problem with my taste?" Empress replied. "Implying? No, I'm telling you, you have terrible taste. Take a look at your hideous dress, for instance." Larissa gets shocked and said, "You excuse me?" Empress said, "Let's see what rubbish you have served today. This is rather fun." Empress taps the cup and said to her servants, "Isn't it a servant's duty to pour tea?" Her servant leaned and said, "Forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty. Perhaps this fragrance will lighten your mood." While seeing the tea changing its color, Empress thoughts. It changed color. She must have coated the cup with something. She sips tea and gets shocked. She said in her thoughts, "It's spicy." One servant asked her, "Is the tea to your liking?" While the other said, "It has a sweet aftertaste." The first one said, "It's an excellent tea." Empress sighed and said, "It tastes awful. Perhaps my sense of taste is a bit off." Larissa said, "I'm afraid you're right. Your lack of taste for finer things worries me, Your Majesty." She snickered and said, "You must know how to enjoy the finer things if you want to win the heart of His Majesty. I'm touched that my precious lady-in-waiting is looking out for me. What kind of queen would I be if I didn't reward such behavior?" She grabs Larissa's face and said to her, "Drink. This is a reward for my chief lady-in-waiting." She pours the tea forcefully in her mouth. Larissa starts coughing. Cough. She starts sweating and shouts, It's spicy. It's burning my tongue." She shouts, "Water! I need water!" Meanwhile, Empress pours tea in cup. Larissa snatched cup from her hand, saying, "Give me that." She starts drinking that without seeing what it was. She suddenly gets shocked. Breaking the cup, she shouts, "Arg! This is the same tea." Empress, with a smile on her face, said, "What's the matter, Larissa? I thought you enjoyed finer things." A lady enters shouting, "What is this commotion about?" Larissa starts crying and dashes towards the lady and shouts, "Mother!" Her mother replied, "Larissa, my dear." Meanwhile, Empress in her thoughts said, "I was wondering when Countess Astia would arrive." Larissa said, "Sob, mother." Her mother asked her, "Who did this to you?" She replied, "Her Majesty did." Larissa's mother furiously said, "What is the meaning of this?" Empress replied, "Is it not obvious?" Meanwhile, and she said in her thoughts, "I'm glad she's here." Empress said to Larissa's mother, "She served me some wonderful tea, so I rewarded her accordingly." In her thoughts she said, "She will help me make my point." Larissa's mother scoffed and said, "Forcing her to drink against her will hardly seems like a reward. It's downright barbaric." Larissa's mother asked Empress, "I expected more from a member of the imperial family. You must be punished for your actions." She said to Empress, "Show me the back of your hand." Empress in her thoughts said, "This family sure loves to repeat themselves." and move her hands towards her. Empress in her thoughts said. But this time, Larissa's mother, trying to hit Empress, said, "Hold steady." Seeing this, Larissa gets happy and laugh. Empress, pulling her hand back, said, "I will not play alone," which caused Larissa's mother to hit herself. She shouts with pain. "Arg!" Empress, laughing, said, "Are you all right? Perhaps you could try a gentler swing next time." Larissa's mother trembled and said, "You can't pull your hand back when you're getting punished." Her mother said, "You've really learned nothing in the past 2 years, have you?" Empress replied. "You're right." Her mother asked. Pardon me?" Empress said. "Like you said, I have learned absolutely nothing from you. Oh, but I do remember one thing. You told me that the Queen is in charge of the royal staff, and that I can hire or let go of anyone I want." Listening this, Larissa's mother gets shocked. She turns and shouts, "That's enough from you. I shall return to the palace and inform His Majesty of what happened this instant." Empress replied, "There's no need for that. You are relieved of your duties, Countess." Larissa's mother shouts, "Oh, what grounds?" Empress said. "Your incompetence is reason enough. Considering the amount of gold you're paid, you should have done a better job of teaching me." Larissa's mother said, "It's your fault you didn't learn a thing from me." Empress spun her hairs and said, "You have failed me. Your indifference made me the barbaric person I am today. Is it not a teacher's job to lead student on the right path? Before I show myself out, here's another act of barbarism." She Aegean pours the tea on Larissa's head and said, "Larissa, thank you for the lovely tea party." Larissa starts shouting, "Eek! Mother! I need water!" Meanwhile, seeing this, the servants said, "My poor darling! She seems like a different person. Maybe she has gone mad." Meanwhile, Empress starts laughing and said, "That felt great." She noticed a red rose, she picked it, and smelled it. Meanwhile, Belle, seeing this from a near place, starts laughing. "Wahaha!" Luca said to him. "Show some self-control, Master Belcherius. Is it that funny?" We're in the middle of the palace. Belle was sitting on a tree and holding his golden stone. He said, "It's okay. We're invisible." Luca replied, "My stealth magic has its limits. Why make me cast it? It's not completely soundproof." Belle said to Luca, "Do you want me to stop training you?" Luca replied, "No, master." Luca grumbled and said, "What could be so funny about a tea party?" Belle replied, "You missed all the fun parts." Luca replied, "Only because you didn't let me watch it with you." Belle said to Luca, "Focus on your training. She is a delight to watch. How has she been hiding her true nature all this time?" Luca turns and said, "Is she not hiding her true nature anymore?" Belle said, "No, she's being herself." Luca pondered and said, "Honesty rarely pays off for non-sorcerers. It usually gets them killed." Belle, holding his golden stone necklace, said, "Only those who are thoughtlessly transparent meet a dreadful end. But her intentions are clear." Luca said, "But isn't it bad for you if she's the meticulous type?" Suddenly Belle remembers something and gets shocked. Luca said, "I thought you had a wager with her for Soul Stone." Luca reminds him about the wager, saying, "I thought the two of you had a wager. You should keep her from getting divorced if you want her Soul Stone." Belle gets nervous and clenches his golden necklace. He said, "Luca." Belle flicked his finger, causing Luca to float, and said, "When did you become so talkative? It's unattractive." Luca said, "Oh, why did you do that?" Luca fell down and said, "You scoundrel! Anyway, Belle said. I'll keep watching her and the future she paves for herself. Meanwhile, in the palace, Larissa starts crying while lying on her bed. King Binas, sitting beside her, said, Stop crying, Larissa. She, with tears on her face, said, Does it not make you angry, your majesty? The queen made a fool out of me. Binas, in furious look, shouts, Of course I'm furious. Larissa sniffled and said to King Binas, Then why are you still keeping her in the palace? Is your love for me fading? King Binas replied, Of course not. He hugs her and said, I told you, you're my first and last love. But it's difficult to divorce a member of the imperial family. He raised his hand and said, Such hardship. Fate has never been kind to us. Larissa said, God must be jealous of our love. King Binas replied, We must stay strong. She, with tears on her face, said, So are you going to let this go unpunished? King Binas gets shocked and replied, I will do no such thing. He holds her hairs and said, I will make her pay for making you cry. She will learn her lesson at the upcoming Festival of Souls and realize that to wrong you is to wrong me. Binas smirked and said, Get ready for the spectacle of the century. Changing scenes, we saw two ladies laughing while seeing Empress dress. One of them said, Look at the queen's dress. It looks like it was in fashion a century ago. I heard it was bestowed by His Majesty himself, not Larissa. His Majesty must be quite angry. Empress thought. So you've heard about the tea party incident. Gossip all you want. Meanwhile, someone said, The first song has come to an end. A round of applause for the most beautiful couple. King Binas said to Larissa, You and I are a match made in heaven. We even dance well together. She replied, It's because you taught me so well. Meanwhile, Empress Arnoa comes and bowing said, Your Majesty. They turns towards her. King Binas said, The dress suits you. It truly captures the solemnity of a queen. What a thick and heavy fabric. It's as if my great-aunt has come back to life. Larissa said, Those fake purple pearls are a good look on you, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, Empress in her thoughts said, I couldn't care less for their meager insults. I wonder if you're watching me right now. Belle. 2 days before the festival. A cat walks in Empress' room while she was trying the dress. She noticed him and said, Belle? Belle transforms into his original form and said, I told you should never remove the necklace. I need you to wear it at all times if I am to protect you until the end of our wanger. Empress replied, Did you come all the way here just to tell me that? I took it off so I could change in front of a mirror. Belle said to her, Did you even look in the mirror? Because that dress is ghastly. She replied, It's my outfit for the Festival of Souls. Binas gave it to me saying that he wants me to dress the way his great-aunt who died 100 years ago did. Belle, noticing her gown, said, Must you wear that abomination? Have you no other gowns? She replied, I appreciate your concern, but it's a fitting dress for the Mad Queen. And I wish to put people off. You, Belle said, keep saying you're mad, but you're not. She replied while Belle steps forward to her. Pardon me? Is it so crazy to say that an actor beloved by the whole nation is handsome? When the king parades his mistress around the court? Is it so crazy to punish a lady in waiting for insulting her queen? I don't think it insane at all to discharge that sadistic teacher of yours. She clenched her hand and said, Common sense has no place in. Belle interrupts her saying, You should be enraged. It's only natural to have done what you did. There's no need to call yourself mad. She flicked and said, I thought sorcerers were heartless. She turning back said, I see your point. I will no longer call myself mad, for I am not. Belle said. The festival tonight, is it not? Does one have to be a noble to be invited? She replied. Yes. One must hold a title or be related to someone who does. Belle said. If that's the case, that invitation is of no use to me. He points his finger towards the red rose and said, I'll have that instead. Empress gets confused and said, You want me to give you this rose? If you wish to have one, there are plenty of them in the garden. Belle said to her. There are, but I want the one you've picked. She sighed and replied, You're rather juvenile. She gave him the rose and said, This one is withered. Belle, smelling the rose, said, To me, it is more beautiful than any other flower. Bina said, I'm afraid you're a tad bit late. I have already picked my partner. Arnoa said, I do not need a partner. Binas interrupts saying, But worry not, I have found you another. Why don't you greet him first? You'll be dancing with him all night, after all. Binas's distant relative Marquis Robert Dine. Arnoa said. Marquis Dine. While the guest starts whispering, Isn't he that awful scoundrel who uses dirty tricks to get any woman he sets his sights on into his bed? Marquis Bowen said, It's an honor to be your partner, your majesty. Arnoa turns her head and said, At least someone is happy about this arrangement. Could it be that your majesty has 2 left feet? Perhaps that is why the king prefers the tender company of Larissa. Marquis said, Allow me to soften up your stiff body. He said, Even the most frigid shrew couldn't turn down a real man like me. He grabs Arnoa from her back and said, Not even you, your majesty. He, trying to kiss her, said, Let us dance. Meanwhile, Arnoa hits her neck and he shouts, Huh! Arg! Arnoa said, It's quite simple to overpower someone with their guard down. You d'd have to be a real man to do that. She grabs him from her hair and said, My apologies. I'm the one who is playing the palace troublemaker these days, not you. She stomped his feet with her heel. He shouts, Argh. Bina said, What do you think you are doing to my guest? Arnoa with a smile said, The Marquis acted impertinently first. Bina said, He was merely jesting. Why must you overreact like that? You really have lost your mind. She spins her head and said, Why don't you punish me then? Binas furiously said, I'm not to be trifled with. You think you can belittle me just because you are from the imperial family? He, looking towards the servants up there holding dirty water, said, Let's see how long you can keep up that attitude. Servants said, Quickly pour it on her before she walks away. Arnoa in her thoughts said, I can't believe he planned such a childish prank. She clenched her hand and said, Fine, I will use this to my advantage. Meanwhile, servants splashed the dirty water. Arnoa said, It will be easier to act crazy when I'm wet. Meanwhile, Belle enters and saves her from water by giving her a raincoat. Seeing him, Arnoa said, Belle? Bina, seeing Belle, asked, Who are you? How dare you? You lay a land on the queen. Belle replied, What do you mean? I merely saved my partner from a rather difficult situation. Bina starts trembling and Belle said, As this is a joyous occasion, please demonstrate your great generosity and grace, your majesty. He grabs her hand and said, My queen. I am sorry I am late. Belle kissed her hand and said, Allow me to escort you, your majesty. Arnoa, seeing him, gets shocked and said, How did you? Belle, giving red rose to Arnoa, said, This is for you? As Arnoa touched the rose, its color starts changing, she said. The color of the rose is. Suddenly her cloths changed and Rose turns blue. Guest seeing this gets shocked and asked. The queen's gown changed. What is happening? It was red velvet until seconds ago. She looked so much better now. Arnoa whispers to Belle. Are you crazy? Belle whispers back, do you not like it? Arnoa said. I'm not talking about the gown. You can't use magic out in the open. He replied, I didn't, that's just an artifact magic. Arnoa said, it all looks the same to people. We should leave immediately. Meanwhile, Belle grabs her and said, I told you that I would escort you. Arnoa said, yes, you did, but it's time to run. They come outside and Arnoa asked her, why did you help me? Belle, removing his mask, said, because you asked for the protection. Arnoa turns and said, I don't need you to protect me from getting splashed with dirty water. She turns back towards him and said, it would have made my mad queen act more persuasive. She holding the rose said, Belle, did you help me to sabotage my plan to obtain a divorce? Belle replied, if that's how it seemed, you are free to believe so. He, spinning her hair, said, I suppose it fits your character. Nonetheless, you are the only one who protects me around here. She said, thank you. In the next scene we saw Binus. He said, she's gone mad. Utterly mad, I tell you. He asked the servant, you there? Tell me your thoughts. What did you think of the queen yesterday? He replied, she was beautiful, your majesty. Binus said, you buffoon. I couldn't care less about how she looked. I'm talking about her behavior. How could she let herself be escorted by another man right in front of me? The servant replied, but Marquis Dine did so by your order. Binus gets angry and said, not him. I meant the man in the mask. The servant replied, that handsome man. Binus gets furious and shouts, he's no doubt ugly under his mask. Binus said, did you find out which estate he is from? The servant said, yes, your majesty. He is Count Lurk of Lurk Estate. Binus said, that can't be right. I know Count Lurk. I used to attend lessons with him in the palace when I was young. The servant said, I'm afraid Count Lurk's estate and title were purchased by someone yesterday. Binus said, who could possibly buy the fourth largest estate in Duran? He clenched his hand and said, I'm sure the queen is behind all this. It's all her doing, I am certain of it. The servant said, why would she do that? Binus, holding his chin, said, jealousy? She is trying to get me to become jealous. She must be looking for other ways to get to me now that she can't harass Larissa anymore. Do you remember Rictavian? It is obvious she was using him to make me jealous. It all makes sense now. Pathetic woman. Meanwhile, a servant enters and shouts, Your Majesty, a carrier pigeon just arrived from Kesman. Do you remember deploying our soldiers to aid in the war between the Imperial Army and Kesman? Binus gets shocked and said, Of course. It was the Emperor's order. The letter says Grand Duke Aselier is forming a special force, made of our Duranian soldiers. The special force of Grand Duke Aselier. They were established by the Grand Duke himself. Acting as Commander-in-Chief, the Grand Duke uses them to eliminate anyone who gets in his way. And when their service is no longer needed, they're sent to the front lines to die. Binus said, Did the Emperor order this himself? The servant replied, I cannot say for sure. Binus asked, Could this be about the Queen? The servant replied, It is a possibility. Why else would the Grand Duke threaten Duran like this? Even though they're not on good terms, she is the sister of the Emperor. It might bother His Imperial Majesty that she is still not blessed with the love of Your Majesty after 2 years of marriage. Damn, that leaves only one option. Changing scenes, we saw Binus getting ready. He said, I suppose I'll have to save the day. Tell the ladies in waiting to get her ready. Arnoa said to her servant who was brushing her hairs. What exactly are you doing? She replied. Isn't it fragrant? Rose perfumed oil does wonders for your hair. Lady Larissa puts this on every day. Arnoa said. That is not what I asked. Why are you doing all this to me? Servant replied. I told you. It's the king's order. Let me spray you with this perfume Lady Larissa uses. It's His Majesty's favorite. Arnoa said to her. If you get a single drop of that on me, I will have your hand cut off. The servant bows and said, I'll take my leave now, Your Majesty. Arnoa in her thoughts said, Isn't it enough that he's making me put on all this makeup? Why must he make me go along with his preferences? What game is he playing at? Meanwhile Binaz knocked the door and said, My queen? He enters holding a rose in his mouth, said, The preparations took quite some time, I see. She seeing him get shocked and said, Eek. What are you doing in my chambers? And why are you not dressed? She closed her eyes and said, It's repulsive, I mean it is inappropriate. So this was what he was up to. Binaz said, Tonight, I shall give you what you've been longing for. Arnoa gets shocked and asked, What are you talking about? Binaz replied, You didn't have to harass Larissa and put on a display with another man at the ball to ask for my love. She gets chilled and said, Wait, are you offering? Binaz blinked his eye and said, Correct. You may have my body. Arnoa said, I do not want it. Binaz said, Let's make an air while we're at what? You need not play coy anymore. You have my permission to indulge in your lust for me. Arnoa said, Get away from me. Meanwhile Belle in cat form enters and started attacking Binaz. Meow. Arg. UTGH. What is this cat doing here? How dare you scratch me? Arnoa leaned and held the cat and said, Ow. Stop, Snowy. Come here. Arnoa said to Binaz. Listen carefully, Your Majesty. If you ever try smelling like this again, you might end up like Marquis Dine. Binaz said, Are you saying you will break my foot? She with a smile said, Perhaps your foot will be broken, or perhaps your tool for siring in air. Try me if you're curious. Binaz gets nervous and run away saying, Why, you're a mad woman. The cat said, Meow. Arnoa holding him said, Turn back to human form. No one will come here for a while. It's fine. Meow. Belle transformed back to his original body and hugged accidentally. She said, Oops, sorry about that. Belle said to her, This is why I told you to let me go first. Belle hugs her and said, This is why I told you to let me go first. Did you not hear me a moment ago? She thought. A moment ago? Was he trying to say something when he was meowing? She steps back and said, Anyway, why did you do that? Belle replied, What do you mean? She said, You attacked Binaz. I thought, as the messenger of the Empire, you are not allowed to harm or kill the next emperor. Belle whistled and replied, It's okay to scratch him with claws. He waves his hand and said, As long as I don't harm him with magic. She replied, But why? You were supposed to keep me from getting a divorce. She said, Don't you want my soul stone? Belle, folding his hands, replied, Didn't you hear that the master of the enchanted tower is capricious? I'm famous for doing whatever I want. As fickle as the wind. He continues, Just now I felt like giving the king a good scratch, so I did. If somehow there were not a contract of magic between the sorcerers and the imperial family, I would have killed him right then and there. Changing scenes, we saw a raccoon dashing from arrows. King Binaz getting furious shouts, That little vermin! Meanwhile, his servants said, That was a great shot, Your Majesty. Even the best archers have a hard time hitting a nimble creature like that. It's true. Rakonos are even trickier to hunt than bears or boars. Maybe it's time to find another game. Meanwhile, a servant said, Oh no. Was it another shot and miss, Your Majesty? Why did you have to go after that raccoon when there were other, easier targets? You are already out of arrows. Would you like me to give you the raccoon I caught? King Binaz gets furious and grab him from his cloths. Binaz said in anger. Silence. Shut your mouth. Other servant trying to save him from Binaz said to Binaz, Have mercy, Your Majesty. He is new and has a lot to learn about manners. Binaz in his thoughts said, That darn cat, the raccoon, and now even this little brat. They're all mocking me. As if I wasn't already frustrated trying to comfort Larissa, who burst into tears. Binaz asked to Larissa while she was crying lying on bed. It's not like that, she replied. You have betrayed me. King Binaz in his thoughts continued. After hearing that, I went to Arnoa's chambers. Arnoa. He recalls the moment when he goes to Arnoa's chamber. She said to Binaz, Listen carefully, Your Majesty. If you ever try something like this again, you might end up like Marquis dying. She in a cold look said, Perhaps your foot will be broken, or perhaps your tool for siring in air. Try me if you are curious. Binaz thoughts. Did she mean it? I wanted to have an heir with imperial lineage. Hold on, speaking of hires. Why is Larissa not getting pregnant? He gets nervous and said, Am I at fault? That can't be. I am the great king of Duran. Meanwhile, a raccoon snatched something from him. He gets shocked and tremble. He said, Why you? He shouts, You damned raccoon! His servants said, Why, Your Majesty? Changing scenes, we saw Arnoa standing there with a bow and arrows, smiling while holding her chin. Larissa comes and asks Arnoa, Is this your first hunt, Your Majesty? She, wearing a red dress, said, His Majesty brings me along quite often. Arnoa in her thoughts said, Here we go again. Arnoa said to her, I have been to hunts at the Imperial Palace and Duke Rickle's manor. Larissa asked her, Have you ever shot an arrow? She tells to Arnoa, I learned how to use a bow from His Majesty. She glares and said, Before Your Majesty even came to Duran. Arnoa in her thoughts said, Foolish girl. No matter how much you brag about how close you are to Binaz, you won't get a rise out of me. Perhaps it rubbed you the wrong way that Binaz came to my chambers. But I won't let you step all over me. Arnoa replied to Larissa, You should find another teacher if you're serious about learning archery. She shouts, Are you mocking him? His Majesty is the finest warrior of Duran. Arnoa replied, Duran is doomed if its finest warrior is unable to take down a mere raccoon. Larissa leaned and said, Your Majesty must be a master archer to be making fun of His Majesty. If you are so good with bows, would you have a competition with me? Larissa said, By the way, I once won against the Royal Guard. Meanwhile, in her thoughts, she said, How good could Arnoa be at archery? She smirked and Arnoa said, It is an interesting suggestion. But what would we shoot at? There are no targets. Larissa replied, We are on a hunting ground, are we not? Let us compete with how much we catch today. Meanwhile, the guard interrupts, saying, It's almost time to retire. Larissa, with a funny face, said, Oh, would you look at the time? It's too late for you to start hunting. I followed the knights and shoot a rabbit a minute ago, but Your Majesty was busy taking a long break at the camp. Arnoa steps forwards and said, I didn't know shooting a rabbit that was caught in a trap someone else set up counted as hunting. Arnoa in a cold tone said. I heard a knight had to help you because you couldn't even finish killing it. You also ruined its skin, didn't you? Larissa gets furious and said. What? Of it? That's still more than you. She said. If your majesty is so confident, hunt something bigger than a rabbit. I will approve of your majesty's archery skills, if you manage to hit an animal with an arrow at least once. Arnoa replied. Your approval means nothing to me unless you're going to apologize for your rude behavior the last time. Larissa starts trembling and said. Ha! Did your majesty say, apologize? She thought in her mind, why would I apologize to a powerless queen? There's no way she can shoot better than me. She's been stuck in the palace for the last 2 years. Larissa said, fine. But if I win, you do the same, your majesty. I want you to apologize for what you did to me and my mother. Arnoa with a smile holding her chin said. Hit an animal bigger than a rabbit once, huh? Don't you think it's a dumb wager? Larissa gets shocked and said, pardon me? Arnoa explains. Bigger animals are harder to kill with just one shot, but landing an arrow on them should be much easier compared to small critters. Larissa leaned towards her and shouts. Just go to the forest and start shooting, your majesty. King Binus comes and interrupts them saying. How about postponing the competition until the hunt next month? It's getting dark. Larissa with an evil smile said. Worry not, sir. Her Majesty is brave enough to go into the forest by herself. She countenance mocking her saying. Or is it? Too frightening, your Majesty? Give up if you would like. It would not be the first time you lost to me. Meanwhile Arnoa pulls out the arrow and said. I don't need to go into the forest. Larissa said. Excuse me? Arnoa flipped the arrow. She in a cold tone said. There's no need to waste everyone's time when there is an animal bigger than a rabbit right in front of me. Larissa gets shocked and said. Hold on, what are you doing? Arnoa replied. What does it look like? I'm hunting. She pulls the arrow and pointed towards Larissa and said, What does it look like? I'm hunting. Larissa gets shocked and shout, Why you wouldn't? His Majesty will punish you if anything happens to me. Arnoa said, Really? Larissa smirks in thought, even she wouldn't outright defy the king. Arnoa in cold tone replied, I'm curious how he will punish me. Meanwhile Larissa gets hit by a stone and fell down. And said, Wait, your Majesty. Arnoa said, I'm no knight. I have no means to protect myself. I cannot hunt alone in the forest. Arnoa in cold tone countered her words saying, But lucky for me, there's a beast right in front of me. Larissa in her mind thoughts, she is mad. She will hurt me just like she did at the tea party. The guards get confused and said, Please your Majesty, this just has gone too far. Arnoa giving cold look said, Silence. Larissa starts crying. Arnoa holding the arrow said, I'm releasing the string. Larissa gets scared and holding her hair shouts, Aha. Arnoa shoots the arrow and it hits something at back. Larissa gets confused and said, Huh? What was that? The arrow hits Boar and kill him. The guard starts murmuring and one of them said, What in the world? Larissa was seeing that sitting on ground. Arnoa flipped her bow back and said to Larissa, Boars are bigger than rabbits, yes? Seeing this Larissa gets confused and shocked. She turns back to Arnoa and replied, Do you have any idea what you've just done? Unbelievable. Arnoa smiled and replied, I believe. I've just won. She grabs Larissa from her face. Arnoa in a cold tone said, Which means you owe me an apology. Larissa gets shocked and starts sweating and trembling. Saying With tears in her eyes she said, I'm sorry, your Majesty. Arnoa interrupts and asks her to stand and said, Lady Larissa. After their return to Palace, Binus comes in Larissa's room and shouts, Larissa! Who did this to you? Larissa, sitting on her bed, replied, Your Majesty. Binaz holds her arms and asked, The Queen. What did she do? While Larissa was crying. Larissa holds him and replied, She threatened to shoot me with an arrow. Binaz replied, What? Is that true? Larissa said, And on top of that, she laughed at me after I fell. Binaz, holding her, gets furious and said, That foul woman. Binaz in his thoughts said, She's didn't cause any trouble the last 2 years. What was gotten into her recently? The doctor interrupts and said, Binaz asked her, Out with it. Is there something wrong with her? She, writing something on paper, replied, Not exactly, Your Majesty. She asked to Larissa, Lady Larissa, may I ask when the date of your last menstrual cycle was? Larissa replied, It's actually about 2 weeks late now, but why do you ask? The doctor asked, Have you experienced any recent physical irregularities? Larissa, holding her head, replied, I feel some nausea and dizziness, to be quite honest. The doctor shocked them, saying, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Lady Larissa is pregnant. They both gets happy and Binaz asked, What? Is that true? Is she really carrying my child? The doctor replied, Yes, absolute stability must be secured. Larissa got so happy and hugged Binaz. She said, Did you hear that, Your Majesty? I'm pregnant with a child of Duranian blood. Binaz in his thoughts said, That means there is nothing wrong with my body. Larissa starts crying and said, I'm so very happy. Binaz asked her, What's wrong? Larissa said, It's terrifying to think that I nearly lost our child because of the Queen. Binaz gets furious and said in his thoughts, She almost killed my baby. How dare she insult my appearance, threaten to hurt my family jewels, and try to harm this hard-earned child of mine. Binaz squeezed Larissa's shoulder and said, She crossed the line. I must have her punished. Binaz went to Arnoa's room. He enters her room and shouts, Arnoa. He, pointing towards Arnoa, said, I'm aware of all your malicious acts. You have taken advantage of my generosity for long enough. He said to his guards, Lock her up in a room immediately and do not let her out. The guards grabbed Arnoa and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Binaz said, No one is to see her until I give my permission. He points his finger towards her and said while laughing madly, Do not bring her a single meal or a sip of water. When she is on the verge of dying of hunger, she will have to beg me for mercy. The guards lock her in a room. The guards said to Binaz, The door is locked, Your Majesty. He replied, Good. He turns towards the maid and said, Keep an eye on her and report anything she says. The maid replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Binaz in his thoughts said, I can already see her begging me to sapper her after she's reduced to skin and bones. Meanwhile, Arnoa, sitting beside the door, waits for them to leave. After they leave, Arnoa said, He's gone. She tries to open the door and said, The door is locked. He must be planning to strave me. She writhed and said, Well, I'm not going to let him get his way easily. She starts to write something and said, First things first. Then she removed the necklace Belle gave her and asked her to not remove. In the next scene, we are Arnoa eating a bread. She split the bread and dipped it in a soup, and then Arnoa eat it. She flicked her fingers and said, All I asked for was just a little piece of bread. There was a lot of food, including grilled chicken, in front of her. She, with a smile on her face, said, You didn't have to prepare a whole feast. Then we saw Belle having lunch with her. Belle slices a piece of steak and then gives to Arnoa. He said, I can't have you starve to death. Arnoa in her thoughts said, I did blackmail him, saying my soul stone would shrivel if I starve. Belle said to her, I even brought desserts. She gets the fork from his hand and said, I can eat by myself. But isn't this a tad bit too much? Belle, folding his arms, stand beside her and said, I hear that women like desserts more than main dishes. Arnoa eats that piece of steak and said, Are you interested in what women like? Belle gives a smile and said, I am now. While eating, Arnoa said, One might say I'm pregnant one. Even Larissa wouldn't be eating this much. Belle said, I thought her pregnancy is fake. Arnoa explains him, It is. It's Dr. Lutz's handiwork. Belle said, I didn't know she could even do that. Arnoa, holding a knife, replied, she's quite capable. Arnoa explains, from the disrupted menstrual cycle to the slight nausea and occasional fatigue. All I wanted was for her to lie that Larissa is pregnant. Arnoa, with a smile on her face, said, I didn't know she'd even make Larissa have the symptoms of a pregnancy. Thanks to her, Binaz will now have something that'll justify our divorce. Belle steps away and said, right, the door of this room will stay locked for some time, yes? Arnoa replied, it will. Belle opens the window and said, good. He won't be discovered then. Arnoa asked, he? Belle said, I'm expecting a guest. It doesn't concern you. Arnoa replied, how will that guest visit you when the door is locked? Belle said, he climbs quite well. Arnoa said, what do you mean he climbs? Suddenly she gets astonished and said, wait, that's... Seeing Luca in raccoon form, she said, a raccoon? Arnoa rose from her chair and said, I remember him. She loves the raccoon and said, he's the raccoon from the hunting ground. Is he your student? Belle said to Luca, that's enough. Report. Luca transformed in his original body and said, hi, your majesty. Luca shouts, wow. It's nice to see you in person. Belle hits on Luca's head and said, I believe you have news to deliver. Luca shouts, ow. Luca said, I did hear a few things from Kesman. Arnoa suddenly asked, Kesman? That's the nation. She glares and said, at the northernmost end of the continent, where Grand Duke Aslier and his daughter are engaging in war. Arnoa asked Belle, why did you bring me news about Kesman? Belle huged a pillow and said, I thought you wanted to know about it. Belle said, you said the war must have something to do with the assassination. Arnoa thoughts, I'm surprised he remembered that. She leans towards Luca and asked, is the war coming to an end? Luca explains, nope, it's still very much ongoing. But it's not because Kesman is putting up a good fight. Arnoa, with a concerned voice, said, the Grand Duke is dragging out the war, huh? Luca said, how did you know that? Arnoa explains, it doesn't take a genius to know that the war is necessary to continue the flow of funds from the Empire to the Grand Duke. Things in the Empire are actually even messier than in Duran. Just look at how the Grand Duke killed off Luciano despite him supplying everything the Grand Duke asked for. Arnoa squinted and asked, is there anything else? Luca replied, I heard that the Grand Duke formed a special force recently. She gets shocked hearing about special force and asked, a special force? Why so suddenly? Luca explains, the members of the special forces are practically sentenced to death. That's where the Grand Duke sends people he doesn't like to punish them. Arnoa asked Luca, who are the members of the special force? Luca replied, let's see. They are from all sorts of backgrounds and they never did anything to anger the Grand Duke. But they all have one thing in common. Arnoa asked, what's that? Arnoa gets shocked when Luca said, all 20 men are from Duran. Arnoa said, he must have heard about Arian's death. It's likely that the Grand Duke's plan was to kill Luciano and keep Arian alive. But now that he learned Arian is dead, he must be trying to break the spirit of Daihan's king, who is the next in line to the throne. Luca shrugged and said, and that was 10 days ago. She said, are they already? Luca said, oh yes. The special forces all died on a dangerous mission a few days ago. The Kesmanians must be furious with the Empire to put their heads on spikes and put them on display. Kesman did the Grand Duke a favor by delivering a warning to Binaz. Belle asked, why go through all that trouble? The Grand Duke could have killed the soldiers himself. Arnoa replied, that would have made him responsible for their deaths. This is one of the simplest power play strategies. The problem is Binaz might be too stupid to understand even a simple warning like that. Actually didn't understand it, and tried to bed Arnoa wearing a robe. Arnoa said, perhaps. She smiled and said, this might work in my favor. Belle hugs the pillow and also smiled. In the next scene, we saw Binaz slam his hand on table. Binaz in anger shouts, what did you just say? He said, ugh, that spiteful woman. How is she still not apologizing? It's been 3 days already. He trembles with anger, and the servant stands silent in front of him. The servant said Her Majesty didn't make any sound at all, so I had a maid ask how she was doing. The maid said, Your Majesty? Arnoa replied, Totally fine. What? And all Her Majesty said was, I am fine. She even sounded more vigorous than 3 days ago. Binaz, listening to this, slammed his hand on table. Binaz puts his hand on her head and said, Is she a witch or something? How can she remain haughty when she was locked away without food and water for 3 days? She looks like she would faint if she skipped a few meals. Perhaps it's merely an act of bravado. Binaz thoughts, yes, she must be acting tough to save face. Have that woman no shame. She would have apologized for her actions by now. I want to make her starve more, but what if she dies? If the Emperor finds out that I starved his sister to death? Thinking about that, Binaz starts trembling and gets scared. He said, Sigh, what to do? A servant intervenes and said, There's been a disaster, Your Majesty. He in an angry tone asked, What now? The servant replied, A message came from Kesman. Binaz asked, What's the message? The servant holding a letter said the special force that was established all got captured by the enemies and were executed. Listening to this, Binaz gets shocked and shouts, What? The servant bowed and said some of their heads were even put on spikes and displayed on a wall. Binaz starts shivering with anger and said, What? He gets nervous and said, What did I do to deserve this? Even though Arnoa turned me down that night, I managed to spread the rumor that we shared a bed. There should be no reason for Imperial Luciano to hate me. He holding his head thoughts, the families of the knights will want an explanation, and I can't ignore them because they are nobles. I didn't know the Emperor cared about his sister this much. Having the esteemed Imperial Princess as my queen, and keeping Larissa as my lover was the feat to boast of. The servant starts sweating and said, Your Majesty. The lords are waiting in the audience room. Binaz flicked and said, Already? He ordered his servant to free the queen. In his thoughts he said, I thought this marriage would benefit me, but it's holding me back instead. Meanwhile the lord shouts, This is preposterous, Your Majesty. 20 men who were sent from Duran died meaninglessly deaths. The other lord said, How could the Empire treat us this way? A lord in green dress said, Duran has always been a loyal servant to the Empire. The lord in red dress said, What's gotten into the Emperor? The lord in green dress said, We don't deserve such injustice. Binaz sitting in front of them said, I, too, am perplexed by the Emperor's actions. It turns out becoming a brother-in-law of the Emperor was nothing but a shackle. Binaz nibbles and gets nervous. He said, But I am already married to Arnoa. I cannot take it back now. The lord in green dress suggests him a divorce. He was the Larissa's father, Count Stia. He said a divorce should be considered an option. Binaz asked, A divorce? Count Stia replied, Yes, Your Majesty. He said the marital union with the queen is no longer beneficial to Duran. Binaz said, One can't just divorce an imperial princess. His Imperial Majesty would Count Stia standing in front of him interrupts him, and said, I'm sure His Imperial Majesty could be reasoned with. If Your Majesty and the Emperor come to an understanding, and if you persuade the Emperor that the divorce is justified, it could be done. And Your Majesty will no longer have to anger the Emperor by punishing Her Majesty like you are doing now. The other lords listening this nods their heads. Binaz said, But Duran is not able to pay back the dowry the queen brought to our marriage. It was a carriage filled with gold. What do we do about that? Count Estia said, I shall summon all the scholars within Duran to scrutinize the laws, Your Majesty. There must be a way to give back the dowry. He glanced at the red-haired lord and said, In any case, our prime goal now is to protect Your Majesty and Larissa's child. The red-haired lord said, First, let us send a token of fealty to the Empire to demonstrate Your Majesty's loyalty and appease the Emperor. Then we shall seek a way to make the divorce possible. Binaz said, I shall consider your counsel. Biting his nails he thought, yes, there must be a way. There's always a loophole. Changing scenes, we saw a garden. The servants said, "Wow. That is a beautiful dress, Lady Larissa." Larissa was wearing a pink dress and she replied, "Haha, do you think so?" Larissa's mother said, "I told her to wear something that isn't a gift from the king when she's walking in gardens." "But what do you know? All of her dresses are gifts from His Majesty. The king loved her." Larissa, in a very happy mood, said, "Mother, it's nothing to boast about." She said, "His Majesty only gave me 10 dresses?" The servants hearing this gets shocked and shouts, "Wow! Oh, many, so many!" Larissa, touching her red ruby necklace, said, "The dresses are nothing compared to this ruby necklace." The servants said, "That's right, you also go to ruby necklace, His Majesty such a romantic. It's so elegant and shiny. The last time His Majesty even gave you a black diamond. His Majesty really know how to make his lover happy. I want to be as loved as you are one day." Larissa, listening to these words, gets more happy and said, "I have been awaiting this rush. I am loved by the king himself. Admire me, envy me." Meanwhile, Arnoa comes and said, "Larissa?" She said, "Huh?" Arnoa, wearing a black dress, comes in front of her. After seeing her, Larissa gets angry and said, "Your Majesty." Seeing Arnoa, they all bowed and greets her, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Why, Your Majesty?" Arnoa remained silent and then said, "I see someone has yet to greet me. Did the time you spent outside the palace make you forget the proper court etiquette?" Listening to Arnoa's words, Larissa's mother got angry. She nodded her head in anger and said, "Your Majesty." Arnoa, giving a smile, said to her, "How high your wrist? You hit yourself quite hard, did you not?" She recalled the moment when Larissa's mother tries to punish her, saying, "But this time, hold steady. I will not play along." "Arg," Arnoa said to her. "I never thought I would see you scream like a little girl. It must have hurt a lot." Meanwhile, listening her words, Larissa's mother got more angrier. Larissa's mother starts shaking with anger but managed it and said, Thank you for your concern. In fact, I was concerned about Your Majesty as well." Her mother asked Arnoa about his locking up in rooms, saying, "Were you now? I heard Your Majesty was locked away after acting like an untamed horse. 3 days without food or water must have taken a toll on Your Majesty." The girls strats glaring each other. Her mother said with a smile on her face, "Although it must have done wonders for your figure. Lord knows you needed to lose a few pounds." Meanwhile, in her thoughts, she said, "How strange. Isn't she a bit too vibrant for someone who starved for 3 days?" She smiled and played with her hairs and replied, "The king would never do such a cruel thing to me. I have been doing quite well. Especially since Larissa apologized for her rude behavior toward me in the past." Larissa got shocked listening to this and shout, What? She said, "I only apologized because you threatened to shoot me with an arrow. While I was pregnant, might I add." Arnoa, playing with her hairs, said, "Did I? Was only aiming at a boar." Larissa said, "Are you saying I'm a boar? You sure squealed like one." Larissa steps forward and said, "Until now, I've shown you respect because I pitied Your Majesty's situation." Larissa, standing in front of Arnoa, said, "But do not expect such courtesy any longer. I tire of seeing you. Move aside." Arnoa said, "You move aside." Larissa said, "I beg your pardon?" Arnoa said to her, "I was crossing bridge first, and you came along later. Therefore, you should move aside." Larissa, in her thoughts, said, "She really doesn't know her place yet, does she? I am the king's first love and his beloved mistress." She smiled and thought, "So she wants to dance, huh?" Larissa said to Arnoa, "Your Majesty, you're familiar with the black diamond on my silver crown, are you not?" She said, "The king said such a precious jewel belongs on my head and gifted me the crown. A matching set with His Majesty's. In addition, when I complimented His Majesty's wedding ring, His Majesty had it melted and made me these earrings I'm wearing." Arnoa replied, "I remember." Larissa snickered and said, "I'm His Majesty's lover, and you're not." There is nothing you can do to change that. She, placing her hand under her chin, said, Imperial lineage is nothing compared to the king's love. Arnoa replied, Are you sure about that? Larissa tells her, His Majesty even gifted me this ruby necklace today. Arnoa said, I could not care less. Larissa said, Is it not beautiful? Larissa said, Anyway, I can take anything from your Majesty, even though there is little to take from you since you are not blessed with His Majesty's love. Suddenly Arnoa showed her the mystic eye. Larissa, seeing it, said, What's that? Arnoa said, HM? Is this your first time seeing a mystic eye? Larissa gets jealous seeing it. She said in rude tone, I've seen one before. Where did you get your hands on such a thing? Arnoa said, Larissa, there are things in this world that should not be pursued with greed. It's a virtue to know when to step back. Larissa said, seeing that, You must have hidden it in a drawer or somewhere for 2 years. Meanwhile, in her thoughts, she said, I want it. Larissa shamelessly said to Arnoa, I'll move aside if you hand it over. Arnoa thoughts, You're worse than a bore. You're a bandit. Larissa said, I'll end up having it one way or another. So why don't you just give it to me? If you refuse, I might fall into the pond. Arnoa said, Why should I care? Larissa replied, You do know I'm carrying the king's child, don't you? If something were to happen to me, His Majesty would have to punish you. How are you harmed, Larissa? And what would people say? Punching the woman crying her husband's child into the pond. Isn't that what the villainess did in the burning palace? Your Majesty wouldn't want to get divorced like the villains too, would you? I'd hate to make you the villainess who tried to kill me out of jealousy. Arnoa's eyes started sparkling and she said, Larissa, you're a genius. Larissa proudly said, Of course, if you want I do. Arnoa reaches her and pushing her down said, I hope you know how to swim. Never mind. I actually don't care. Larissa begged her to stop, huh? Hold on, Your Majesty. Arnoa pushed her in pool. She fell into the pool and shouts, Ah! Help! The girls and her mother shouts, Oh my goodness! Larissa! Oh my! Lady Larissa! Guards! Come help her! Seeing this, Arnoa gets happy and laugh at her. In the next scene we saw Larissa crying while sitting on her bed. She puts her face in pillow and shouts, AAGH. Binus tries to calm her. He said, Calm down, Larissa. She replied, How could I? She pushed me into the pond. Binus sighed and asked, Did she really? Larissa said, Are you doubting me? The mother of Your Majesty's child? Binus replied, Oh, of course not. He, trying to calm her, said, Sorry, it was just hard to believe. He hugs Larissa and said to her, Oh Larissa, you have been through hell. She replied, I have. Luca interrupts them saying, Actually, the pond is not nearly deep enough to drown. If she just stayed calm, she wouldn't have drunk so much of the pond water. Binus gets furious and shout while throwing a stone at Luca, Get out! You useless windbag! He trembled with anger and said, No matter how busy the staff is due to the aftermatch of the Kessman incident, sending that imbecile as my errand boy is unacceptable. He turns back towards Larissa and said, Don't mind him, Larissa. I'm just grateful to the gods that you and our child are unharmed. Larissa said, What if it happens again? The queen tried to kill me many times. And she will try again. She, holding his shoulders, said, Your Majesty, why are you not divorcing her? Are her murder attempts not reason enough to get a divorce? Binus replied, There are 1,000 reasons to divorce her. She enjoyed the company of other men right in front of me, and she even called her king hideous. However, even after consulting with all the legal experts, there was no solution. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, in his thoughts, he said, He was just talk. I'd have him whipped if he wasn't Larissa's father. Binus said, I would have to return all of her dowry if I divorce her. But I already spent most of it. The gold that filled an entire carriage was used on new palace pillars, the gardens, and Larissa's dress and jewelry. He thought, come to think of it, the pawn Larissa fell into today was also made with that gold. Larissa mumbled and said, what if she left in some other way? Binaz asked, what other way? Larissa smirks and said, like dying at the hands of people who have had enough of her malicious acts? Meanwhile Belle, fighting with assassins, said, I am sick and tired of Count Estia's lousy assassination attempts. He flicked his hand and said, increasing the number of assassins fivefold won't change a thing, if they're all this sloppy. Arnoa, sitting on bed, said, he would rather send more assassins than divorce me? She sighed and said, I should have brought a smaller dowry. It's not like I had a say anyway. Luciano decided to offer Binaz all the inheritance left to me by Empress Anastia as my dowry. She said, I don't care about the gold. Binaz can keep it if he would just divorce me. But he must believe that if he doesn't return the dowry when he's divorcing the imperial princess, he won't be able to stay on the Emperor's good side. That must be why he wants to maintain the marriage. It's been 27 days since I heard of Luciano's passing from Belle. Binaz will become the emperor if I don't get him to divorce me in 3 days. She bowed her head down and said, I wish I had more time. She said to Belle, I think you won the wager, Belle. Belle got surprised and turns his eyes towards her. She felt on the bed and said, please polish my soul stone as prettily as possible. She said, even if I had more time, he would just hear about Luciano's death from somewhere else. At least if I become a soul stone, I won't have to live as Binaz's queen until I grow old and die. Belle remained silent, and she opened her eye to peek and see him why he is silent. She rolled towards his side and said, I thought you'd be more happy when you won. He replied, I'm not happy at all. Belle waves his hand in air and said, why not? You said you wanted a soul stone. I also said things I want change often. Listening to Belle's words, she rise and said, what do you want now? He glares and said, I want to see you on the throne with a crown on your head. She gets confused and said, what? He turns his head and said, as the master of the enchanted tower, it would be shameful to become the messenger of an emperor even less capable than Luciano. He said, soul stones occasions are rare, but it's not worth going through that kind of a disaster. Ahem, but wagers with non-sorcerers are just a pastime for me. I do not care if I win or lose. She said to him, you want to help me? Belle steps towards her and said, if I could. However, I still won't be able to harm him with magic. He touches her face and said, take his life, or lie to him. Those are the rules until I announce the new emperor. He said to her, do you think there's a way for me to help you? She, with a smile on her face, said, I can think of a few ways. Belle also smiled. In the next scene we saw Belle enters in Binaz's room. Seeing him, Binaz said, what was that? An assassin? Belle comes forward and said, I am the messenger of the empire. Huh? Shocked, Binaz said, what is the messenger doing here? He blinked his eyes and said, oh. He starts laughing and said, did the emperor send you because of what happened with the queen? Binaz said to Belle, tell the emperor that there is nothing to worry about. Even though her behavior is problematic, Duran will honor the marriage between our two kingdoms. I shall never make the queen return to the empire, rather divorcee. Ah, how noble am I! Meanwhile Belle clenched his hand. Belle in anger thoughts, should I just break the contract and RIP this man about? Then he remembered the words Arnoa said to him, imply that the dowry would not be an issue even if he divorces me. And Ludes will do the rest. Belle gets calmed down and said, that is not why I came. He folded his arms and said, here is what I came to tell you. The emperor will not oppose the divorce between the king and queen of Duran. Binaz gets shocked and asked, is that true? He thought, he's here to discuss the terms of the divorce. Belle tell him, the esteem in which this kingdom holds empire has already been demonstrated by your behavior in the past. Binaz replied, what about the dowry? Binaz said, currently Duran is not able to give back all of the dowry. Belle said, the dowry offered by the imperial princess is but a trifle compared to the riches stored in the imperial treasury. It would be unwise to ruin diplomatic relations between our kingdoms over such a trivial matter. Belle inquired, am I understood? Binaz replied, I understand. Belle leaving said, I shall leave the decision to you. And Belle disappears. After Belle leaves his room, Binaz smirked and said, I can end it. I can part ways with that woman, without suffering any consequences at all. Meanwhile, Larissa shouts from his room, what? You misdiagnosed? Lude replied, yes, it's a common mistake. I'm afraid you are not pregnant. Larissa gets shocked and said no. Dr. Lude, leaving to tell Binaz, said, this is important news. I shall tell His Majesty about this at once. Larissa grabs her hand and stops her. She said, don't. If His Majesty finds out about this. My father spends so much of his fortune on hiring assassins that our household is one step away from being seized. If he finds out that thing I'm not pregnant, he will be even more reluctant to get the divorce. Dr. Lude sighed and said, all right, I will give you 3 days to prepare yourself. I cannot hold it off any longer, even if I am let go as a result. Larissa glares at her and said, I have 3 days. After that, things went as I expected. Thinking that he wouldn't have to return the dowry, Binaz told Larissa about the messenger that visited him. And after seeing a chance, Larissa pressured him to get a divorce. The divorce process, which originally should have taken at least 10 days, was shortened to a mere single day due to Larissa's relentless nagging. The story comes back to the day of divorce. Guest was murmuring. Arnoa enters in wearing a white dress and said, look at all these people gathered here to become witnesses. This is the first time I have been treated with respect since I came to Duran. Binaz, picking the divorce papers, see her and said, you came. She bowed in front of him and said, Your Majesty. Binaz shout, kneel, and asked her to kneel in front of him. She kneeled down in front of him without a word. Binaz starts to open the divorce paper and said, listen carefully. He threw that paper on Arnoa's head and said, I, King Binaz Roche of the Duran Kingdom, solemnly decree the dissolution of our marriage. Listening this, Arnoa said in her mind, finally. Binaz said while she was sitting in front of her, Arnoa Salyard Kasian, you are hereby stripped of your title as Queen of Duran. And your presence is no longer welcome in this kingdom. Meanwhile, she in her thoughts said, it's over. Binaz said, you must now return to your home in the capital of Empire. While she holds the papers and said, I finally achieved. She seems to be very happy and said, the freedom I have been longing for. She bowed and said to Binaz, we are divorced. I suppose there is no need to keep a false pretenses any longer. Binaz gets confused and said, what? Arnoa, with a smile on her face, said, I have suffered enough for the past 2 years and I could not be more grateful to you for ending our marriage. Binaz said, does she fail to grasp what's happened to her? Arnoa replied, unfortunately, it appears you are the one who fails to grasp what is happening, Binaz. Binaz thought, how can she be so arrogant now? He said to Arnoa, it seems the shock of the divorce has gotten to your head. But may I remind you, Arnoa flicks her hair and interrupts Binaz, saying, Belle, come out and deliver the Emperor's message to the King of Duran. A blue aura appears and Binaz and Larissa get shocked and said, where is the wind blowing from? What's happening? Belle appears from that aura sliding with wind. Binaz, seeing Belle, gets shocked and asked, huh? What is the Emperor's messenger doing here? Belle replied, did you not hear the new Empress call for me? Binaz said, the new Empress? Belle said, now that Emperor Luciano and Emperor Prince Arian are dead, and you, Binaz Roche Duran, declared the dissolution of your marriage. The empire belongs to none other than Her Imperial Majesty Arnoa Salyard Kasian. Binaz and Larissa both got shocked after listening this and felt down. Binaz said, this can't be. Arnoa said with a smile on her face, now, for my first order as the Empress. I am sure you recall that when I married you, I brought with me a carriage full of gold, as my dowry. Listening to this, both Binaz and Larissa get shocked and closed their mouths. Arnoa, with a smile on her face, said to have it prepared at once. The story continues as Binus said, "My queen, no, your imperial majesty, I'm on my knees begging you." He starts crying and said, "Please stay in Duran for a little while longer." Arnoa said with a weird face, "You sicken me?" Binus said, "Forgive me, your imperial majesty." "Oh right. The feast I've prepared just for you." Arnoa thought that was supposed to be a divorce ceremony. She thought maybe I should hear him out. Binus said, "I have gathered the finest chefs and dancers in Duran," he shouts, being her something. "Anything," he said to Arnoa. "As for the head chef, his family has been working for Duranian family for generations." She interrupts him saying, "Really?" She said, "I don't recall him cooking for me when I was a Duranian royal family member." Binus gets shocked hearing this and starts sweating. He said, "That's..." She said, "You can keep your precious chef and his dishes." Arnoa asked him, "So, are you going to marry Larissa now?" Binus gets nervous and said, "It's a misunderstanding, your imperial majesty." She said, "Oh?" Binus starts mumbling and said, "I thought the woman was pregnant with my child, and as a man, I felt responsible, so..." Arnoa thinks, "Ugh, he's blabbering like an idiot. I should have just left." She said, "You always had a great sense of responsibility toward your mistress." She said, "If only you treated your queen the same way." Hearing this, he gets shocked. He said, "I was tricked." Binus shouts, "Larissa and the court physician both lied to me about her pregnancy." He glanced and said, "If it weren't for those two, our marriage would have flourished." He, pointing his finger towards Larissa, shouts, "You." He shouts in anger, "Kneel before the Empress." Arnoa, seeing this, thought, "Wow, how petty." He was acting like he would love her until the end of the world. But it didn't take him long to offer me his first love as a scapegoat. Larissa gets shocked and asked, "Your Majesty, how could you?" He grabs her arm and shout, "You dare talk back to me?" Binus said him angrily, "Shut up and kneel." Larissa kneeled down in front of Arnoa. Arnoa said, "This is pathetic." "Stop." Binus interrupts her saying, "If it weren't for her, we would have become the couple of the century." He said, "After seeing your imperial majesty?" Gazing into the eyes of the master of the enchanted tower. He starts crying and said, "I realize that I have been in love with your imperial majesty. I was jealous because you imperial majesty, who was my wife at the time, was with another man." Arnoa gets angry hearing this and said, "You must have gone mad." Binus, trying to hold her hand, said, "Your imperial majesty, no, my beloved Arnoa Duran." He tries to kiss her hand and asked, "Will you marry me once more?" She pulls her hand back and said, "No." Binus said, "Give it some consideration, your imperial majesty. You have no experience in ruling." He said, "In this cutthroat world of politics, a naive soul like your imperial majesty will get tricked in the blink of an eye and lose everything." Arnoa asked, "Ha? A naive soul, you say?" She thought, "Didn't he call me mad a few days ago?" Binus said, "On the other hand, I have been ruling as a king for years now. A veteran ruler like me can see right through people just by looking at their faces. I believe your imperial majesty needs a person like me." He said, "If you could look past our differences and find generosity in your heart." She interrupts saying, "Do you take me for a fool?" Arnoa said, "You becoming the king of Duran is a tragedy, both for me and the people of Duran." She asked him, "Also for someone with such great insight, don't you think you let yourself be tricked too easily?" He gets nervous and said, "That's..." Binus clenched his hand and said, "That's because it didn't cross my mind that a court physician would lie to me. I have stripped her of her title for making fools out of both of us." Arnoa said, "I'm glad you did." He gets happy hearing this. He asked, "I did good, yes?" Arnoa said, "I'm taking Dr. Ludes to the Empire with me." His happiness suddenly gone and he asked nervously, "I beg your pardon?" She smiled and said, "Like you said, a naive soul like me could use the help of wise people." Arnoa, standing from her chair, said, "If she tricked someone as insightful as you, she must be quite brilliant. Anyway, King Binus." She rose from her chair and said, "Stop your blathering and bring me my dowry." Arnoa, seeing a carriage, said, I'm loving this king's carriage. She said while sitting inside that carriage, maybe it's because it's made with my dowry. She said, it was delightful to watch them fight. Bainas, holding his father-in-law's shirt, shouts, You have been trying to kill the Empress. I'm confiscating your assets. She said, trying to make each other pay more. Even then, he couldn't pay me back in full, so he had to give up the king's garage as well. Bainas asked, Do you really have to take it from me? She said, You could pay me in gold. Bainas said, Please take it, I enjoy walking. Belle said, So you're sparing the count, huh? He asked, Are you sure that's wise with everything he has done to you? Arnoa asked, Why does it matter? He will bother me no more. Belle said, That's generous of you. She leaned towards him and said, I meant to ask. Will your duty be finished after you arrived at the Empire? Belle replied, I suppose so. The new Empress has been chosen. Arnoa said, Belle, don't go back to the Enchanted Tower. Join me in the capital. He gets shocked and asks, The capital? He said, Why would I go to the capital? Meanwhile he thought, Does she? Arnoa said, If you, the Lord of Prehen and the Master of the Enchanted Tower, are there, the nobles won't form a union and give me trouble. She said, People outside Prehen tend to shun sorcerers. But if you attend noble meeting as a lord, that might change. It's a win-win. Belle replied, It might be a win for you, but it's just bothersome to me. Arnoa said, I knew it. I won't twist your arm. Belle glares at her and said, You seem to know something of politics. Arnoa said, A little thanks to my mother, for an unknown reason. She said, Mother taught me many things, perhaps too many. Luciano considered me as a rival ever since Mother taught me disciplines of kingship. Belle said, Anyway, I cannot stay in the capital. I must return to the tower. She asked, Is there something wrong with your domain? Suddenly she gets shocked and stops. She said, Oh, oops. She recalls the moment when her mom said to her, Arnoa, Even the emperor can't meddle with affairs that happened in the domains of sorcerers. Remember, the masters of the Enchanted Tower have a nasty temper. She gets nervous and think, I forgot what Mother's teachings. After spending some time with Belle said, That's a dangerous question you're asking. He moves closer to Arnoa and said, Does this mean you're not afraid of me anymore? Arnoa said, I'm in danger. Suddenly Belle starts smiling and said, You were terrified of me when we first met. Arnoa said while smiling, Sorry, I see Snowy when I see you now. Phew, he doesn't look angry. Belle said, Officially, my spirit form is a snow leopard. Even Anakin doesn't know what my spirit form is. She said, Must sorcerers have a scary spirit form? When they're actually just a cat and a raccoon? Belle tells her, My mother's spirit form was a fire dragon. She gets shocked and said, A fire dragon? Belle replied, Yes. That's how the masters of the Enchanted Tower are supposed to be. An invincible force no one can challenge. Arnoa thinks, So the great sorcerer Amaryllis was a dragon. Somehow. I think I understand why she wanted her son's spirit form to be a cat. She smiled and said, I must say, a cat is cuter. Belle asked, Cute, you say? Arnoa said, Yes. It's warm when I hug it. Belle glared hearing this. Suddenly he transformed in a cat and said, Meow. Arnoa gets shocked and said, Hold on, Belle. You're not a real cat. You're a person. Belle comes closer to her, and she touches him. Belle said, Meow. She thinks, He's provoking me because I called him cute. She sighed and said, I thought you hated it when I doted on your cat form. She hugs him and think, Many warned me about the evil masters of Enchanted Tower, but no one warned me about getting seduced by a ball of soft fur. Meanwhile in the manor Baron Vent said, I wonder if he will arrive today. It has been weeks since I heard of the Emperor's passing. Where is the new Emperor? Duke Rickle asked, Have you heard any news from Duran? Marquis Duba replied, I should have, but no. He said, It's been a month since Anakin Willows sent the messenger. But Duran is strangely quiet. I finished preparing early for nothing. Baron Vent asked. Did anyone else send a message to Duran? It's absurd they're staying so silent. When their king became the emperor. Countess Hermann raised her hand and said, I did. She said, well, I tried to anyway. Baron Vent asked her, what do you mean? She replied strangely, I couldn't even confirm if the message arrived at all. I'm still waiting for the reply. He asked, what was on your message? Marquis Dubert said, do you even have to ask? She must have sent her niece portrait. He said, a bold move, offering a mistress to the new emperor who didn't even arrive yet. She said, don't make a fuss. You must tame the emperor when he's still young and oblivious. Baron Vent, folding his arms, said, one might consider that a treason. If this emperor is dumb enough to fall for a honey trap, I'll just resign and return to my dominion. Marquis Dubert said, broaden your sights. The new emperor is clueless. Someone has to take advantage of him. He said, I'm sure it's not just Countess Hermann and I who are preparing to shower him with gold. He said, I already prepared the jewels to offer to the emperor. I even had the imperial palace decorated in Duran's colors so he can see it when he arrives. He said to her, good luck seducing him with a mistress. She starts laughing and said, the gold you generously offered will be used well by my niece who is going to the emperor's mistress. Marquis starts laughing hearing this and said, you don't know, do you? He tells, the new emperor, Duran's king, already has a mistress whom his majesty loves dearly. Everyone knows about this love story in Duran. She said, a mistress, huh? She said in a cold tone, maybe I shall have her killed. Marquis said, things will get complicated if she gives birth to his child. Haha, that is not a bad idea. No matter what we bribe him with when Grand Duke Aslier returns, your new emperor will soon become a mere figurehead. They both gives evil smile and she said, then we better make the most of this situation before he returns. He said, I'm glad we see eye to eye on this. He said to Rickle, you must be over the moon, Duke Rickle. He gets confused hearing this. He asked him, about what, might I ask? Marquis said, your niece became the imperial queen. He said, isn't it nice that the forgotten imperial princess has become the imperial queen? Just like her mother? No one will lock her in a tower now. Rickle said, like you said, it's nice. But as long as Grand Duke Aslier pulls the strings, it's all meaningless. Meanwhile the door opens and Arnoa enters and everyone gets shocked seeing her. She steps forward saying, I see I'm a little late. Marquis gets shocked and asked, who are you? He shouts, this is a closed meeting. We don't take guests. She said, we met a few times when I was young. Have you forgotten me, Marquis Dubert? Marquis asked, pardon me? Meanwhile Rickle gets shocked seeing her. Arnoa comes near the emperor's chair and touching it said, so you haven't heard? I see word travels slowly around here. She sits on the chair and they get shocked. Marquis said, huh? What are you? He shouts, how dare you? That seat is reserved for the emperor. Get off. She smiled and said, I am the new empress of the empire. Marquis shouts hearing this, nonsense. Duran's king is the new emperor. Arnoa said, oh, that must be why the palace is overflowing with purple things. She picks the purple cushion and throw it on ground. Marquis gets panic and said, what are you doing? She waves her hand and said, I'm sick of purple things. Keep things like purple sapphires out of my sight, would you? Marquis gets furious and shouts, enough. Reveal who you are right now. Arnoa asked, not the smartest bunch, are you? She sighed and said, did I not just say that I'm the new empress? She said, Belle, perhaps they need to hear it from you. Belle steps forward. He stands in front of them and announces, I am Belcharius, the master of the enchanted tower and a lord of Perhen. I just returned after fulfilling my duty as the messenger of the empire. Marquis asked him, Belcharius, is she telling the truth? Belle replied, she is. The empire has a new ruler, and her name is Arnoa Saliard Cajun. Hearing this all of them gets shocked. Belle said, all hail the empress. Baron asked, Arnoa? The imperial princess? I didn't recognize your Imperial Majesty. It's the first time I'm seeing you since you went to Duke Rickle's manor. Marquis said, hold on. To my knowledge, the marriage contract between Duran's king and your Imperial Majesty say that the king will receive the title of Emperor. Why would your Imperial Highness become the Empress? Did the king of Duran die or something? Arnoa said, he and I divorced a few days ago. That contract is now null and void. Hearing this, Marquis and Countess gets shocked. Arnoa said, with Luciano and Arian under the ground. She smiled and said, I am the rightful heir to the throne. Arnoa said, I am still waiting for you to hail me. I am weary from the journey, so do make it quick. They all said, all hail the Empress? All hail the Empress. All hail the Empress. She thinks, it doesn't seem like I'm being welcomed. It doesn't surprise me. The nobles ignored me when I was young. Some even laughed as I, the imperial princess under the shadow of Luciano, got married off as if I was getting exiled from the empire. I didn't ask to be on the throne, but it's not that bad now that I'm on it. She, noticing them shocked, thought, what matters now is that I'm here, as the new Empress. After some time, Arnoa and Belle were standing in a room and Anakin comes and opens the door. Anakin comes in and said with a smile on his face, Noah. Seeing him, Arnoa gets happy and said, Anakin. They both hugged each other. Arnoa giggled and said, why did you have to write the letter like that? Anakin laughed and said, would it kill you to say you missed me first? I thought of you every day. Meanwhile, Belle, standing there hearing them, gets irritated. Arnoa said, it was the worst way to say that I should become the Empress. Anakin said, I was worried the messenger boy might open the letter before you. It was a sort of safety device. I trust you, but him? Meh. He touches her face and said, but you got the message and became the new ruler. And returned to me. Arnoa said, I did, didn't I? Meanwhile, Anakin hugs her. Arnoa said, let go of me. Anakin said, no, I haven't seen you in ages. Arnoa sighed, I know, it's just. Meanwhile, Belle pulls her back. Belle gets furious and said, she said you should back off. Anakin said, long time no see, Belle. Do you also want to hug? Belle said, no, get the hell away from me. Arnoa, standing between them, asked, are you two really friends? Belle said, no. Anakin said, yes. Belle said in anger, I said I prefer being alone, but he latched on. Anakin said, I took pity on this friendless troll and hung out with him at the academy. Arnoa said, I can picture what happened. She stops them and said, okay, that's enough. Catch up on your own time. She said to Anakin, the more pressing matter at hand. Can you guess what it is, Anakin? Anakin kneeled in front of her and holding her hand said, just give me an order, Your Imperial Majesty. Arnoa said, Anakin Willow, I appoint you as my official advisor. Belle asked, do you trust him? Arnoa replied, I do. He's an old friend. She said, talented individuals like Anakin are extremely rare in the Empire. Anakin said, one might say the same of you. Your Imperial Majesty is truly one of a kind. Anakin kissed her hand and said, I swear allegiance to your Imperial Majesty only. Belle said, be careful. He griffed many people at the academy. Anakin said, me winning against you at checkers is not grifting. I won because I was good at it. And you were not. Belle said, did I tell you that he used to be a loan shark? People lost houses because of him. Anakin said, don't forget to mention that you used to absorb other people's mana and collect soul stones for fun. Arnoa stops them, saying, enough. I can see you both had a colorful life at the academy. She raised her hand and said to Belle, Belle, give me a moment to talk to him. Arnoa asked him, Anakin, how bad is the situation of the Empire? He replied, it's downright awful. While Luciano was sick in bed, the nobles took control of most of the real power. Thus, the nobles are unlikely to submit properly to the new Empress. Anakin said, the ones who wield the most power, Grand Duke Aselier and his daughter, Lady Roxanne Aselier, and they will come for you. Arnoa recalls the moment when she tries to defend Roxanne's horse. She said, "Sheath your sword." She said to Roxanne, "This horse did its best and won second place." Roxanne pushed her and said, "Get out of my way. I have no use for a horse that gives me, Roxanne Aslier, second place." Saying this, Roxanne hit her horse with her sword. Roxanne asked Arnoa, "Do you see how it's suffering in pain?" She said, "It's because you stopped me." Arnoa tells Roxanne Aslier, falling short of first place in a horse riding competition was reason enough for her to put her own horse down. She was much too cruel for a child of her age. He was just as bad as her father, who killed a soldier for not winning a spearmanship competition. Perhaps she was even worse. She kills people nowadays, just like her father. She still doesn't care for losing. Arnoa asked Anakin, then she should have returned victorious by now. Why is she camping in Kesman? Is there a reason for that? Anakin replied, "Noah, don't act like you don't know why." Anakin said, "There's no better excuse than a war to siphon the Empire's treasury. She's milking the war for all it's worth." Arnoa thinks, "Just as I thought." She said, "Roxanne is like this sword of the Empire right now. The problem is that the sword keeps pointing the sharp end to its master. She must have been planning to make Arian the Emperor and play him like a fiddle. She will try to kill me when she hears the news." Anakin said, "Well, yes. She knows you are not her lapdog like Arian. All the more reason to clean the house before the Aslier arrive." She asked, "How are the relationships among the nobles?" Anakin said, "As I said, downright awful. They despise and keep each other in check. They look down on the imperial family, but at the same time, they are desperate to make people from their families aides for the imperial family." She asked, "You turned them against each other, didn't you?" Anakin said, "Who else but little old me? Of course I did." He said, "I did what I could to keep them from forming a union. But I'm afraid it won't be that way forever. When they start considering you as an enemy, it won't take long until they form an alliance, even if it's a temporary one." Arnoa said, "So what you are saying is that I need to bring at least one person to my side before that, right?" Arnoa said, "Then tell me. Which family is powerful enough to stand against the Grand Duke, and is likely to stand by my side as well?" Anakin said, "There's only one family and you know it." Arnoa said, "Except them?" Anakin, waving his hand, said, "There is no one else." She said, "Think harder." Anakin said, "Who do you think would be able to restrain the Grand Duke? Do you know of the North, besides Duke Rickle, the sovereign of the South?" Arnoa said, "How about Baron Vent?" Anakin replied, "He's relatively loyal and strong, but his family is small. He wouldn't risk bringing his family to ruin for loyalty." Arnoa said, "There's also Countess Herman." Anakin said, "She detests losses. She wouldn't lift a finger unless she was sure she would benefit from aiding you." Arnoa gets confused and said, "Ha. She thinks, would Duke Rickle agree to be on my side?" She recalls the moment when guards were taking her to the tower, and she shouts, "Uncle. You know me. I would never do such a thing. Uncle! Uncle!" Arnoa said to Anakin, "Get me a meeting with him." She said, "Go tell him I'm on my way." Anakin bowed and said, "As you wish." Anakin turns toward Belle and said, "And aren't you done here? Go home." Belle said, "So this is what you were worried about back in the carriage. Are you planning on making the Duke your ally?" Arnoa replied, "I have no other choice since you turned me down." Belle said, "Does that mean I'm your first choice?" Arnoa said, "If I said yes, would you stay?" Belle rised and said, "No. Like Anakin said, I'm done here. I'm going home." Arnoa said, "It's a shame. I knew you would say that." Belle said, "However." She gets shocked. Belle holds her hairs and said, "I'm planning on returning soon." He smiled and said, "The capital is more fun than I thought." Arnoa went to her uncle who was drinking tea. He gets shocked seeing her. He bowed and said, "Your Imperial Majesty." Arnoa said, "It's been a while, Duke Rickle. Please have a seat." They both sits on a table and Arnoa said, "Consider what happened," her uncle said, "in the past." She said, forgiven? Her uncle said, forgotten? Suddenly they both get shocked hearing each other. Her uncle said, forgiven? I believe our family has never wronged you, Your Majesty. Arnoa shouts, are you saying handing me over to Luciano just because he asked didn't make you feel sorry for me at all? She said, 3 years ago after Luciano's coronation, you served me up to him on a silver platter when he said he would interrogate me for plotting treason. I may not be a Rickle, but I am your sister's daughter. She shouts, no one in his right mind would send off their niece to die just like that. Her uncle replied, it was the late emperor who forced ill fate upon you, not me, your Imperial Majesty. He said, I did my best at the time. She slammed her hand on table. She asked in a cold tone, your best? Did you just say you did your best? Her uncle replied, yes, I did. He said, I did my best to make your Imperial Majesty stay at my manor as comfortable as possible. Arnoa thinks, during the time between Empress Amnastia's death and Luciano's order to have me taken away, I live as a guest with my mother's relatives, Duke Rickle's family. It was clear that they never thought of me as their family. Everyone was always so polite and treated me like I was made of glass. They never expressed malice towards me or treated me poorly. It was me who had false hope. She thinks, I took out my anger on the wrong person. He is indeed not at fault. Ever for the sovereign of the South, it would have been Diffie the Imperior's order. Not only that I was charged with treason. If Duke Rickle have protected me, House Rickle would have been changed with treason as well. She thinks, even so, I can't help but feel betrayed to some extent. Arnoa said, if you really aimed to do your best, you could have at least told me where I was being taken to. Her uncle said, I couldn't, the late emperor had forbidden me to. She said, I see. I understand. Arnoa cluelessly asked him, by the way, what did you mean by forgetting about the past? Hearing this, her uncle gets shocked and asked, isn't it obvious? You have appointed Anakin Willow, the most talented son of House Willow, as your advisor and took him away, being fully aware that House Willow is a vassal of House Rickle. Anakin said to him, when he was there to tell about the meeting, as the Imperial advisor, I am here to request a meeting on behalf of the Empress. Hearing this, he gets shocked. Her uncle starts shaking and said, I have been investing in House Willow for ages. If it had not been for your Imperial Majesty, Anakin would have become my advisor instead. He said, you of all people should be aware that House Rickle highly values talent. Your Imperial Majesty has taken the most valuable asset of my family, and the greatest genius in the Empire. She said, did you really think I would not resent you for it? Of course I know what House Rickle value the most. She thinks, my mother taught me that. Remember, Noah. Wherever you go, seek just one person who has the greatest potential to be your aide. And give that person all of your trust and affection, so that they would even risk their life for you if so desired. She thinks I took her words to heart and tried my best when choosing my aides. Dr. Ludes and Anakin are great example of that. She thinks I can see why the Duke is mad. He's been investing in Anakin and I just took him away. Her uncle, picking the cup of tea, said, that being said, she gets shocked. He said, I suppose it is my fault as well. I failed to make my house attractive enough for a genius like him, so I will put this behind me. She thinks, perhaps, neither of us is in a position to blame each other. She said, Duke Rickle. She said, I have a proposition. Changing scenes, we saw Roxanne shouting, damn it! Damn it to hell! The guards whispers in each other's ears. Not a day goes by without that her breaking something. I was surprised she was agreed to the request of Kessman to halt the battle during the harvest season. I just hope she doesn't take it out in us. Her dad comes and said, calm down, Roxanne. Roxanne replied, calm down? She said, do you seriously expect me to calm down when the throne was being usurped by a thief? She throws her sword in anger and said, ha! Imperial Princess Arnoa as the Empress? What a sick joke! Her father said, getting upset wouldn't change what happened. Roxanne said, are you saying that I am just throwing tantrum? Her father said, "Of course not, my daughter, I meant," she interrupts him, saying, "It's been over a month since Luciano died." She steps towards him and said, "House Aselier is supposed to be the real master of the continent." She gets furious and said, "So tell me why it took us this long to find out who the next empress is?" She said, "What the hell happened? What caused the late coronation? Why was her divorce right before that?" Her father said, "It was not our fault. If anyone is to blame, it's that idiot, Duran's king. He apparently divorced an imperial princess to be with his mistress. Without knowing, might have become the emperor." Roxanne said in anger, "I refuse to believe that such a moron exists in this world." Her father said, "Yes, it was hard to believe for me as well. He even had to return all of his former queen's dowry, including the jewelry of Empress and Astia." Roxanne asked her father, "Who are we up against?" Her father replied, "You said it yourself, he is a moron." Roxanne said, "I meant the Empress." Her father replied, "Don't worry, she is painfully ordinary." Roxanne said to her father, "Please elaborate." Her father said, "She was to the imperial family, but she couldn't even get education properly since her mother died early. She let a weakling like Luciano abuse her, and she even let that moron of Duran and his mistress walk all over her. The hardest thing she went through in her life is her divorce." Roxanne said, "She was basically a punching bag. The throne deserved better." Roxanne thinks, "That's what became of Empress Anarcha's daughter?" She thinks, "Wasn't she more like?" Her father interrupts her, saying, in other words, "She will make a better puppet than Arian." Roxanne said, "Then let us send a warning." She steps on her sword and said, "A warning more direct than what we sent to Duran's king." She gives the evil smile and said, "The Empress will kneel before House Aselier or die." In the next scene, a man said, "So the princess, no, the Empress returned to the empire after getting a divorce?" She did. Duran's king, who adores his mistress, declared our divorce with her imperial majesty soon after the late emperor passed away. Marquis said, "He gave up the chance to have the entire continent for a mistress, huh? I must say, that was the most idiotic move in history." A man said, "He must not have known. I heard he got sick from crying too much." Marquis said, "I can't believe such a moron exists on the continent." He said, "Does that mean our new empress came to power because she got divorced?" Someone said, "She was the youngest among 3 siblings, she lost her mother early. She probably doesn't know much about politics. She would have to depend on us, the nobles, then." He said, "I shall see if I can get one of my people to become her aide." Baron said, "I don't know. She didn't seem that naive to me." The man said, "You won't fool me. You say that, but I know you are just trying to beat me to it." Baron said, "I'm not." Meanwhile, Arnoa enters and someone sobbed, "The Empress has come." They all bowed and said, "Your Imperial Majesty." Arnoa said, "Thank you for your warm welcome. Have a seat." They thinks, so she is the new Empress. Actually, unlike the rumors, she doesn't look naive at all. Arnoa said, "I am grateful to all of you who have been keeping the troubled empire together until now. Let us begin the meeting. I believe there is an issue about the valve with Kesman." Marquis thinks, seeing her, she is jumping right at it. Marquis said, "So suddenly, Your Imperial Majesty?" Arnoa asked, "Are you not prepared? You who reported it, was it not?" Marquis said, "It was me, indeed." He thinks, "I was planning to ease into it, but here we go." Marquis said, "Currently, Grand Duke Aselier is engaged in fierce battles alongside the Grand Duchess against the Kingdom of Kesman. Not so long ago, there was even the tragedy of the Special Force, organized by the Grand Duke, being annihilated by the enemy." Arnoa said, "Ah, yes. The unit made of Duranians." He thinks, "How does she know that?" He said, "And as you well know, funds are needed to overcome such adversities." She asked, "Did the Grand Duke request funds from the Empire again?" "According to the record, it's the 3rd time this year." Marquis said, "It has been a difficult war." She interrupts him, saying, "Difficult, is it? Even with 10 times more soldiers than Kesman?" She said the Kesmanian army must be quite formidable. He thinks, did she just mock the Grand Duke? He said, Kesman has rugged terrain that allows the Kesmanian to have an advantage in battles. She sighed and said, to my knowledge, the military funds allocated for this year have all been depleted by the last request. How would the Empire raise funds on such short notice? Marquis said, oh, there is nothing to be worried about, Your Imperial Majesty. He said, the funds requested by the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess are actually not as much as you might think. He even specified when and how to obtain the funds. He said Your Imperial Majesty's dowry that was returned after your divorce would suffice. It was a carriage filled with gold and a pair of black diamonds, was it not? Arnoa thinks, wow. He wants me to hand over the dowry I got back in the name of military funds? The dowry someone brings to their marriage belongs only to them. No one can take it away as its private property. Even a husband must return it when he gets a divorce. Asking to hand that over means that he is blatantly asking for my obedience to him, the army commander of the Empire. Marquis said, I know it must be offensive, Your Imperial Majesty, but you must swallow your pride. Look at the bigger picture. Had the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess not defended the North, the Empire might have already collapsed. There is no one who can replace the Grand Duke as the army commander. He said, if Your Imperial Majesty knew the significance of this war, you would accept the Grand Duke's request. She thinks, the man sure has a silver tongue. She said, I understand. The late Emperor did leave the war effort solely to the Grand Duke. Marquis laughed and said, exactly. You should show your gratitude to the Grand Duke by offering him your private property as the military funds. She interrupts him saying, is there anyone who is against this idea? Marquis gets confused and said, pardon? Against, you say? She said, would a peace treaty not be better than prolonging a war with an uncertain end? Nori said, Your Imperial Majesty must not know what the Empire has gone through lately. She said, Sir Nori? Nori said, although we are currently in a year-long stalemate, the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess have saved the Empire from the crisis of collapse several times. She thinks, a crisis of collapse, he says? The Cajun Empire that practically spans the entire continent. Marquis said, he speaks truth, the Grand Duke is the savior of the Empire. Moreover, the fiancé of the Grand Duchess recently perished in a battle against the enemy, so there should also be compensation as consolation for her loss. He said, in fact, I'm not sure the return dowry alone is enough. Nori said, I agree. She thinks, so this is how they want to play it, huh? She said, I've heard enough. Marquis asked, should we go fetch the carriage? She said, no. She said, like you said, I still am clueless about the recent situation of the Empire. Marquis asked, then why not just do as we advised? She replied, no. Let's put a pin in that for now. She said, I am not ignoring your advice. I understand what you want me to do very well. They get shocked hearing this. She said, and I need some time to think about it. They smirked and think, she'll do as we say in the end. There is no way she can defy the Grand Duke. All she can do is to reject a few times to save face. She said, as for this matter, I will decide what to do in the next meeting after giving it due consideration. She said to Anakin, you can write a letter to me if you have any opinions until then. Let us conclude the meeting. Anakin said to her while walking, Your Majesty. Allow me to take you to the audience chamber. She turns and said, let's go. She said to her uncle when she visited him, Duke Rickle, I have a proposition. He asked, a proposition? For me? She said, I know that Rickle never betray their own family. It's one of the things my mother taught me. She said, my mother was a Rickle, yet I carry Cajun's name. I understand that is why it is hard for you to accept me as a member of House Rickle. That must also be the reason why you are reluctant to stand by my side immediately. So I wish to propose something to you. Meanwhile, a girl wearing a blue dress comes and said, Your Imperial Majesty. Penelope Rickle, at your service. Seeing her, Arnoa said, It's good to see you again, Penelope. It's been 3 years. Arnoa said, Penelope? But she remained silent. Arnoa said with a smile on her face, Penelope, didn't you miss me? Penelope starts crying and hugged her saying, Your Majesty. Arnoa tells, Penelope was the only one at Duke Rickle's manor who talked to me. She recalls the moment when Penelope giving her teddy to Arnoa said, Play with Penny, Noah. Arnoa replied, I am an imperial princess, you shall dress me as, Your Highness. Penelope said, Play with Penny, Your Highness? Arnoa said, I meant you should be more respectful. Penelope pulls her saying, Come on, Your Highness. Arnoa tells, Penelope only had 2 elder brothers. Maybe that's why she considered me as her sister and asked me to play with her relentlessly. She has still liked me even after she became a teenager. And when I was forcefully sent to the imperial palace. Meanwhile, Penelope said, I was thrilled when I heard Your Majesty asked for me. Arnoa replied with a smile on her face, It's so nice to see you again. Arnoa thinks she is like the sister I never had. I wouldn't have blamed you even if you changed your attitude towards me after so many years. But here you are, still giving me a warm welcome. I was right to call for you. Arnoa said, You can call me Noah when we are alone. Penelope replied, But my father told me that specifically not to do that. Arnoa said, You have grown up. Good, that's how lady-in-waiting should be. Penelope hesitated hearing this and said, A lady-in-waiting. Arnoa said, Don't you want to be one? You are free to return if you don't. Penelope gets shocked and said, I do. I am happy to do Your Majesty's lady-in-waiting. Arnoa said, But? Penelope holding her hand said, I understand that Your Imperial Majesty offered to make me serve you to form an alliance with House Rickle. But that's not enough for people to think the Rickles and the Imperial family have a true alliance. It's too late. Your Majesty seek other noble houses of power to form an alliance with. Arnoa thinks hearing this, Duke Rickle also pointed that out. She recalls the moment when she met Duke Rickle. He said, I see. Your Majesty want to be a family with House Rickle. It's an honor that Your Imperial Majesty wants Penelope as your lady-in-waiting, but I am afraid that it's not enough to call ourselves family. Arnoa said, Then let me show you just how much trust one put in House Rickle. She thinks, also an alliance was not the sole purpose of my offer. She said, Penelope. She thinks, no lady-in-waiting other than her will worry about things such as whom I form an alliance with. Arnoa says, There's not a single noble woman I trust more than you. She said, You should focus on your own future rather than worry about such things. As a lady-in-waiting should. Arnoa turns and asked, Is there anything you want for your future? Penelope asked, For my future? They sit on sofa and Arnoa asked, Is it a marriage or a title you seek? A lady-in-waiting of the Empress can have it all. Penelope said, Actually, I am interested in neither of those. Hearing this, Arnoa gets shocked. Penelope said, I want to be at the center of high society. As the late Empress Anastia, who was called the treasure of the empire, once was. Her Imperial Majesty was famous for her tremendous power and wealth, but I have heard her wit and charm were so impressive that they remain memorable even after her passing. It's said that Her Imperial Majesty was able to prevent a war with just her eloquence. Penelope said, I want to be like her. Arnoa said, I think I can help you with that. Penelope, have you had a debutante ball yet? She replied, No, Your Majesty. Arnoa comes near to her and said, Let me throw a glamorous, beautiful ball for you. Right here in the Imperial Palace. In the next scene we saw Penelope's debutante ball event. Everyone seeing Penelope gets shocked. Anakin said to Arnoa, The first event after your accession should have been for your coronation, not Lady Penelope's debutante ball. Are you sure this the theme of the ball you want, Your Majesty? She replied, I am. The people have gathered. Haven't they? Anakin sighed and asked, A ball prepared for a lady-in-waiting? Who benefits from this? Arnoa seems to be happy, said, Follow the people's gaze. At this mind-blowingly lavish and overwhelmingly luxurious party, the debutante is commanding all the attention in the center of the hall. A lady from audience said, A debutante ball at the Imperial Palace? I am dying of jealousy. The other lady said, Lady Penelope's dress is absolutely fabulous, too. Meanwhile, Arnoa drinking juice said to Anakin, Did you hear that? They think highly of Penelope. Hence, I am benefiting. And the finale hasn't even started, hee. Anakin asked, Do you think this plan will work? Arnoa replied, I had your help with the plan. The chance of it failing is slim. Anakin asked, But if it fails? Arnoa, lifting a cupcake, replied, Well. She smiled and said, I shall still be giving my beloved cousin a gift. A man said, What a grand ball. I guess coming from House Rickle has its benefits. A lady in red dress said, I don't know. Her Imperial Majesty still doesn't have her people at the Imperial Palace. She said, My mother said this was just a means for the Empress to demonstrate to people how well she treats her only lady-in-waiting. The man said, Maybe Her Imperial Majesty is trying to get House Rickle to side with her completely. The lady said, That's a silly notion. The man asked, Why is that a silly notion? She replied, It will take more than lavish ball or an expensive dress to persuade Duke Rickle. Her treasury is so full that even the cutlery at his manor is all made of gold. Duke Rickle wouldn't bat an eye even if she dressed, spoke, and behaved exactly like the late Empress to evoke his memory. After all, she's not the late Empress. If all she can offer to win the favor of the sovereign of the South is a mere fancy ball, then that's her limits as the former queen of the small realm of Duran. Ha ha! That is true! Meanwhile, Arnoa, opening a box, said, Shall we begin? Anastia, the former head of House Rickle and a leader of high society. The Emperor Galilean Palace Cajun, my father, gifted Anastia a pair of black diamonds when he asked her to be his second queen. Despite showing little interest in rubies as red as blood or emeralds as vivid as life, she was fond of black gems, and he knew just the thing to captivate her. A pair of black diamonds that sparkle, as if they held the depths of the night sea, and the luminous stars of the universe. You will become the treasure of the Empire. I wish to give you the most beautiful thing in my possession. This incident became such a romantic tale that it made black gems a trend across the entire empire. Arnoa comes in center of the hall and lifts her hand in air. She said, Penelope, my sister whom I adore, is the banquet to your liking? Penelope bowed and said, Of course, Your Imperial Majesty. You held it just for me. I will serve Your Majesty with all my heart as your lady-in-waiting. Arnoa said, Raise your head, Penelope. She gets shocked and said, Your Majesty? Arnoa said, I held this banquet as your sister and not as the Empress. So today, she said, I wish to see you happy as my sister and not as my lady-in-waiting. Penelope gets happy hearing this and said, Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. Arnoa said, Penelope, I have prepared a gift to bless your future. She opens the box of a black gem necklace and said, You will become the treasure of the Empire. I wish to give to you the most beautiful thing in my possession. Hearing this, everyone gets shocked and starts whispering. A lady said, I remember that phrase. It was, a man said, that color, that size, it must be the late Empress's. My goodness. A lady said, I thought Her Imperial Majesty would wear it herself. Seeing this, all Duke Rickle gets emotional standing behind the crowd. Countess said, My, a bold move. She just gifted her cousin the reputation that was once carried by the late Empress and the legacy of her mother. Even a real sister wouldn't be so generous. She said, Congratulations, Duke Rickle. Whether you want it or not, your daughter now inherited Empress Anastia's name. Arnoa said, joining Imperial family and House Rickle once more. Then let me show you just how much trust one put in House Rickle. As long as Penelope carries the name of the treasure of the Empire, the epitaph of Anastia, no one will separate the Imperial family from House Rickle in their thoughts. The Countess said, I thought the banquet was just a shallow plan to gain favor. For someone who was ignored even in a small kingdom, she sure made my remarkable move. Duke Rickle smiled and said, She's crafty. Just like My sister used to be. Penelope said to Arnoa, I'm so happy, Your Majesty. Arnoa smiled and thought, with this, Penelope will now become the successor of Anastia Rickle. With that kind of title, it will be much easier for her to rise to the top of high society. Arnoa asked her, Have you picked your next dance partner yet? Penelope shook her head and said, No, Your Majesty. Arnoa said, I see, Anakin dance with her. Will you? They both get shocked and Anakin said, Why me? Huh? Arnoa said, Don't you see men over there eager to be her next dance partner? If she dances with the wrong person when she's at the center of attention, people might mistake the partner for one of my people. We can't have that today, at least not now. They both said, As you wish, Your Majesty. Anakin gets closer to Arnoa and whisper, But promise me that Your Majesty will let me dance with you when I return. Arnoa smiled and said, If I must. Anakin and Penelope starts their dance. Arnoa said to Chamberlain, Lord Chamberlain? He replied, Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Arnoa said, I'm going to take a walk in the gardens. Let the musicians play whatever they want to. He said, Of course, Your Majesty. Arnoa comes outside and sits in garden. She said, My legs hurt from standing for too long. She thinks, Doesn't Your Majesty think it's a shame? She recalls a moment when she said to Anakin holding the black gem box, What do you mean? Anakin replied, Your Majesty didn't have a debutante ball either. You had no one celebrates you. I wish the first event would honor Your Majesty. She thinks, the boat has sailed. There's no point in having regrets now. She said, Regrets will only hold me back. Huh? Meanwhile, Belle comes in cat form and said, Meow. Seeing her, she said, Oh. Arnoa hugs her and said, Snowy, you got cuter. Come here. Belle comes in his original form and said, Would you stop hugging me already? Arnoa said, It was Snowy I was hugging, not you. Belle said, Don't act so disappointed. She sighed and said, I thought you'd be at the Enchanted Tower. Belle said, I told you I'd return. Belle moves his hand forward. She gets confused and said, What are you doing? Belle said, Isn't dancing a thing at debutante balls? She starts laughing and said, Well, it's not my debutante ball. Belle, holding her hand, said, I don't care. He hugs her and said, I came to see the Empress. In the next scene, Belle comes back to his home using a portal. Seeing him, Lucas said, Oh, you're back. Lucas said, I told you that you should come back early because the portal closes at midnight. It was this close to closing. Belle said, And I told you multiple times that you don't have to wash fruits grown with magic because they're clean. Lucas said, All food must be cleaned before eating. Belle said, I've never seen a sorcerer who's more affected by their spirit form than you, Luca. Lucas said, Anyway, how was the ball? Belle replied, The ball was... He said, People were drinking and dancing on the other side, but in the gardens, it was like we were the only ones left on Earth. The beautiful gardens and the sound of nature all faded away, and the only thing I could sense was Arnoa's presence. Belle said, Enjoyable? Lucas said, I see you have put my teachings to use. It was worth it to sneak into the classroom in the Imperial Palace to teach you how to dance. Belle said, Or you could have just paid the fee and learned dancing there in human form. Luca transformed in his body and said, I'm so proud. I knew it'd help. Belle said, You don't dance as well as I thought. Luca said, Excuse me? Belle said, The Empress had a more upright posture. And she didn't wobble like you do. Hearing this, Luca gets shocked. Luca said, She grew up with Anakin Willow? The man has the most elegant footwork in the Empire. Belle thinks he does? Luca said, He danced so well, no sorcerers turned him down when he seduced them with his moves back in the Academy of Magic. Hadn't you heard? Of course she dances well. She grew up with him. Luca said, Well, I taught you well enough to dance with ease, didn't I? Belle said, It wasn't easy. Luca gets shocked and said, It wasn't? It was fun, but so tiring as well. Belle glares at him and said, "Why didn't you tell me that your heart beats faster when you dance?" Luca asked, "What are you talking about?" Belle said, "You should have given me a heads up if the exercise could strain my body." Luca said, "How can dancing strain your body? Even poisons do nothing to your body. You were fine when you danced with me." Luca said, "Maybe the body enchantment magic the Dark Lady cast on you has worn off." Belle said, "Would you stop calling my mother the Dark Lady?" Luca said, "I heard people called her that back in the day. Should I address her as the cannibalistic dragon instead?" Belle said, "Just shut your mouth." Luca hesitated and said, "Master, I was waiting for the right time to tell you this. But the fifth child of House Layton had a seizure again." Belle said, "It's the fifth time this year." Luca said, "Will you give the same treatment as the last time?" Belle replied, "Yes. I don't have a proper cure. The parents would want me to as well." Luca said, "You said that there might be a cure. That a soul stone of a member of the imperial family might do the trick." Belle said, "Luca?" Luca said, "The Empress is the only member of the imperial family you have access to right now. Maybe you should try her again." Belle again said in anger, "Luca." Luca said she was willing to offer her soul stone for a wager. "That means she's not too eager to live. If you could persuade her somehow to give up half of her life." Belle gets furious hearing him. Belle attacked him saying, "I'm warning you, Luca. If you speak of the Empress in that manner ever again, I will flay your skin and make a rug for her." Belle asked, "Do you understand?" Luca said, "I understand. I will never tell you to get the Empress's soul stone again." Belle leaves him and Luca said, "I'm just a feeble raccoon, you mean it?" Belle turns back and said, "We're going to the Laytons." He said, "I'll see if I can find a clue to the cure once I get there." Changing scenes, Arnoa said, "You are genius, Anakin." Anakin, helping her to remove her shoes, said, "It was your Majesty's idea to make Lady Penelope the successor of Anastia." Arnoa, laying on bed, said, "It was you who said we should use the phrases my father said to my mother. It was also you who found out what the phrases were, and how to play it to the nobles." Arnoa asked, "Did Duke Rico leave me any messages before he left?" He said, "No, he left soon after the ball ended." He said, "But I did encounter Lord Damien." She said, "He's Penelope's eldest brother. The second son, Balin, must have been there too." Anakin said, "He said he was surprised, but he seemed to be proud of Lady Penelope. He asked me to convey his regards to your Majesty." Arnoa said, "That must mean the Duke was pleased. I'm done for today." Anakin said, "I'm afraid you have one more task." He leans on her and said, "Your Majesty still owes me a dance." Arnoa said, "Sorry, I forgot after I went out to the gardens." He said, "How could you? I was waiting for you while dancing with Lady Penelope against my will." He said, "Was dancing with Belle instead of me fun for you, Your Majesty?" She said, "He is a strange one. He showed up without being invited and left when I asked him to stay. He's like," he said, "a cat." She gets shocked hearing this and thinks, does Anakin know Belle's real spirit form? Anakin said, "His spirit form is a snow leopard, though." She said, "Yes, it is." She thinks he doesn't know. Good for Belle for hiding it. Anakin said, "I advise you not to get involved too deeply with the master of the Enchanted Tower. He is unpredictable. You don't know what will trigger him to turn against your Majesty and cause great harm." She thinks, I understand why Anakin is warning me. I've seen Belle kill people without even batting an eye many times. But every time he killed someone, he did it to protect me. It's true that he is whimsical. But Belle is. She said, "I should prepare for tomorrow's meeting." She smiled and said, "Let's think of a way to show Marquis Dubert who holds the power?" Anakin said, "I've been waiting for you to say that." Arnoa attended the meeting with the Empress members. Marquis was standing at his place, screaming, "This matter can't wait any longer. As I said at the last meeting, the war with Kessman needs more funds." He shook his hand towards his head and continued, "Your Imperial Majesty gave away the most valuable thing from the returned dowry, so we must find something else to fill the hole it left," he suggested. How about replacing it with the opal ring Wetian once owned? Arnoa ignored him and asked, Any other suggestions? She turned to the other members and inquired, Is everyone in agreement with that? All were silent until Baron raised his hand. Baron Vent. He introduced himself and started. The war must end quickly for the sake of the Empire. Arnoa immediately agreed. I agree. What's your suggestion? Bell stood from his chair and added, Therefore, keeping the soldiers we have instead of recruiting more and actively attempting to achieve a peace treaty seems logical to me. Arnoa pondered. He doesn't seem to think he can make a difference since the Grand Duke has the nobles under his thumb. But it's clear that he's against the Grand Duke and Moise do it, so there's hope if he's brave enough to express his opinion. Marquis grew furious, slamming the table and screaming. How ignorant of you to say so! We already tried to make peace with Kesman, but they're all savages who can't be reasoned with. If word gets out that the capital hesitates to support the soldiers who are defending the north day and night, their morale will plummet. He added, The Grand Duke stated that the forces of Kesman are so mighty that if we don't press harder and continue to attack them, they might come to attack the capital. Meanwhile, Anakin arrived and handed some papers to Arnoa. Arnoa glanced at them and said, I don't understand. She appeared indifferent in this situation and continued, I thought we deployed an army to avoid that. According to the last 3 funds requests, the funds the late Emperor sent alone were enough to build 10 palaces in Kesman. Arnoa tossed the papers on the table. Marquis flustered and retorted, Your Imperial Majesty must not know because you only ascended to the throne recently, but in war, it's uncertain how much capital will be required to end the war quickly. We must grant the Grand Duke's request, and if another kingdom invades the Empire, who will come back to defend the capital? Arnoa realized. This is the card the Grand Duke and the Marquis have been using to pressure the nobles and the imperial family. The reason why it's not easy for the nobles to decline their shameless demands is that gathering large armies and leading them is hard for the nobles to manage. It's been a while since House Rickle stepped away from politics, and the Grand Duke used this vacancy of power to force the nobles to obey him. He's been blackmailing them that he might withdraw at the most crucial moment and let the capital get attacked subtly but constantly. Luciano must have had no other choice than to keep supporting his war efforts since with a diminished army, there was no one else to defend the empire against other kingdoms. That's why the Grand Duke was able to drag out this stupid war for 4 years. Arnoa frowned at his sayings. He added, There were only a few occasions when the late emperor did not follow his opinion. Meanwhile, he's thinking, You're going to succumb in the end anyway. Just say yes already. Arnoa took a sigh and said, I'm aware of the late emperor's policies, but I'm the empress now, not him. She added, And according to you and the Grand Duke, it seems like all the soldiers who should be guarding the empire are in the north, leaving the empire so vulnerable that it could be invaded at any moment. Marquis was taken aback. Arnoa continued, If Kesman is that formidable, the Grand Duke should have requested reinforcement in case they do make it to the capital. Instead, he's been asking for more and more funds and done nothing with them to end the war. Maybe it's time we considered other options to resolve this matter. I'm open to suggestions. There was silence as no one spoke up. Duke Rico offered his suggestion, stating, Be it an army or a commander, if there is anything your Imperial Majesty requires, House Rickle will provide. I shall put my eldest son, Damon, in charge and send soldiers. Arnoa was elated. She smiled and thanked him, saying, You have no idea what a relief it is for me to hear your decision. Other members began whispering amongst themselves, expressing surprise at Duke Rick's unexpected offer. They noted, Oh, I didn't expect Duke Rickle, the sovereign of the South, to step up to protect the capital. The Rickles seemed to no longer be merely bystanders in politics. They're clearly on the imperial family side now. Wait, if House Rickle provides the army, what the Marquis has been saying loses its meaning. Marquis started shouting. And nonsense! Please reconsider, Your Imperial Majesty. Arnoa calmly replied, Why would I reconsider? Marquis waved his hand frantically, insisting. Protecting the capital is a duty of great importance. You can't decide who will take on the duty. As soon as someone volunteers, Count Nori interjected loudly. Marquis Stuber is right. Even though Duke Rickle is your Majesty's uncle, you cannot leave the security of the capital to one house. If the Duke ever decides to overthrow, Duke Rickle interrupted, addressing Count Nori sternly. You're out of line, Count Nori, Marquis continued. I can't agree to this, Your Imperial Majesty, unless someone promises to share the responsibility with the Rickles and keep them in check. Arnoa felt irritated by his demand, thinking to herself. He was fine with letting House Outmeller be the sole protector of the capital. Look at him contradicting himself as soon as things don't suit him. Despite this, she maintained her composure and added aloud. However, it's nothing I haven't anticipated. Suddenly, the main door opened, prompting Marquis to ask nervously, What is going on? Arnoa advised him. You might want to step away from the door. Marquis, taken aback, apologized. I beg your pardon. A cat appeared at the table, causing everyone to react with shock and confusion. Countess Hermann exclaimed. Eek, why is there a beast in the Imperial Palace? Baron added. How did it get in? Arnoa greeted. Look who's finally here, the man of the day. Bell appeared in his human form, twirling Arnoa's hair, and apologized. I'm sorry for being late. Excuse my bold entrance. People began to chatter, expressing surprise. Master Belarius, the master of the Enchanted Tower, came to the meeting. I've heard high-class sorcerers can morph into animals, but that was a beast. Bell placed his tail on his shoulder and addressed Arnoa. I overheard the conversation. So, you need someone to keep House Rickle in check? Yes, I'll do it. Marquis interrupted, shouting. Who hasn't cared about the Empire's affairs at all? And Perrin doesn't even have an army big enough to fight the Rickles. Bell inquired. An army? Why would I need that? Marquis, astonished, asked. Huh? What are you? Bell cracked his teeth and clarified. I am the army. Adding, by that, I mean I will come to your aid when you need me. Arnoa responded. It's great to have the powerful Lord of Perrin. Well then, now that the Marquises were resolved, I'm declining the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess's request. Marquis seethed with anger. Arnoa continued with a smile. And I'm sure the Grand Duke's hands are full. Thus, I'm planning on sending a representative to negotiate with Kessman on the Imperial family's behalf. At the conclusion of the meeting, Arnoa declared her decision. I'm planning on sending a representative to negotiate with Kessman on the Imperial family's behalf. The Baron appeared surprised when Arnoa announced, I shall grant Baron Vent full authority over this negotiation. Upon hearing this, the Marquis began to voice his concerns. Are you saying you're replacing the person in charge of the war, Your Majesty? He then asked her. Why did you suggest entrusting Baron Vent with the negotiation? Arnoa replied. Because he is a man of principle who won't be swayed by the Grand Duke's words. She recalled her earlier conversation with Anakin as she sat on the sofa while Anakin poured tea nearby, filling the room with the sound of pouring tea. While serving her tea, Anakin mentioned, If we send him to the negotiation, he will likely produce results in less than a month. Herbal tea, Your Majesty? Arnoa accepted the cup and replied, Thank you. As she sipped her tea, she remarked, Good, I won't have to lift a finger then. You wish. Bringing those who went to the north back is just the beginning of cleaning up this mess. Anakin moved closer and explained. To proceed with the negotiation with Kessman by putting Baron Vent in charge, the support of Duke Rickle is absolutely necessary. There's no one else who possesses power comparable to the Grand Dukes. Arnoa sighed and added, Yet the Duke has hardly set foot in the Imperial Palace for almost a decade. The nobles of the Grand Duke's faction will use that against him. Anakin pointed out. As of now, it's likely that they'll say he might commit treason and argue that there should be someone who can keep him in check. Astonished, Arnoa asked, Would they really make such an absurd claim? She then clinked her cup of tea as Anakin continued. Who could match the power of Duke Rickle, the sovereign of the South? I might regret saying this, but the Lord of Pen. Meanwhile, the sound of Penelope's arrival could be heard. Arnoa and Anakin both became worried and rushed outside to see her. Arnoa inquired, "What happened, Penelope? Lady Penelope?" Penelope, holding a bucket, threw water on Belle, who stood drenched. Spotting Arnoa, Penelope exclaimed, "Oh, Your Majesty!" She then warned, "Watch out, Your Majesty! This scoundrel was inside your bedchamber." Fluttering her arms, she urged, "Call the guards. I will hold him off." Anakin and Arnoa exchanged shocked glances before bursting into laughter. Anakin commended her. "Excellent job, Lady Penelope. As the advisor of the Empress, I sincerely appreciate your awareness." Belle, enraged, retorted, "Shut up, Anakin." Arnoa clarified to Penelope, "That scoundrel is my guest, Penelope." Belle, still drenched, stood calmly as Penelope apologized. "Oh, my apologies." Belle reassured her. "It's fine." Arnoa then addressed Belle. "There is something I wish to consult you about, Belle." Belle shook his head as he sat on the sofa, removing the water. Arnoa offered him a towel and asked, "Are you all right?" He replied, "I am annoyed, but I'll forgive her because she serves you." Belle began to rub the towel on his head as Arnoa questioned, "What brings you here anyway?" Belle immediately asked her, "Aren't you happy to see me?" He added, "You seemed to be happy when I came to you in cat form." Arnoa replied with a smile, "I am delighted. Oh, you must be the only one who can freely go in and out of the Imperial Palace." Belle leaned towards her and asked, "What was the thing you wanted to talk about?" Arnoa extended her hand towards him and said, "I want you to attend the noble meeting tomorrow as the Lord of Pren and declare that you will keep Duke Rickle in check." She added, "Other than the Grand Duke, the Lord of Pren is the only one in the Empire who can match the power of Duke Rickle. Of course, this is not an order. I'm asking you for a favor. I don't intend to force you. If you don't want to do it, I can always find another." Belle leaned closer and agreed. "I'll do it." He grinned and added, "However, I also have something to request of the Empress." Arnoa was surprised and asked, "What is it?" "I didn't expect you to say yes." Belle continued, "Allow me to join Baron Vent or something when he goes to the Palace of Kesman." As he rubbed the towel on his head, Arnoa agreed, "Sure, I'll allow it." "But why do you wish to go to Kesman?" Belle replied, "There is someone I'm searching for. I can't tell you about the details, but I've finally come across the trail I've been pursuing for a very long time." Arnoa laid out the conditions. There are 3 conditions. Firstly, leave the negotiation with the King of Kesman to Baron Vent. You're just there to follow along. Secondly, you must help if Baron Vent requests it. Okay? She added with a smile. If he requests. Lastly, if I say I need you, you must come to the Imperial Palace immediately. I wish you a safe journey." Belle rose and began to leave, stating, "I'm leaving." Arnoa bid him farewell, to which he added, "How could I not come if the Empress calls for me? Isn't there a law against that?" He pondered. What a peculiar farewell, wishing me, the master of the Enchanted Tower, to be safe. Meanwhile, Baron Vent, though initially baffled by the recognition of his opinion, quickly accepted the command, viewing it as an opportunity to end an unnecessary war. Marquis Stuber, along with other nobles from the Grand Duke's faction, arrived to protest in the meeting room. Anakin informed Marquis, "In matters concerning the imperial family, a sorcerer becomes the messenger." Marquis was astonished and asked, "What kind of law is that?" Belle later discovered that Anakin dealt with that situation through legal and diplomatic means. A few days later, in the backyard of the palace, a dining table was adorned with food and fruits. Arnoa arrived while tossing a coin and said to Anakin, "Thank you for your coin, Anakin." Anakin followed her and replied, "I shall not go down so easily in the next round, Your Imperial Majesty. You saw right through my poker face." Arnoa clenched the coin in her hand and remarked, "I've known you since we were children. She switched her hand on the table and continued. Did you notice that Penelope really became the queen of high society? She has not reached the level of influence that Empress Anasa once held, but she has remarkably established close ties with many young nobles. It's quite remarkable. Arnoa then asked him, do you think her age makes it difficult for her to build relationships with the older generation? Anakin replied, there is someone else who exerts influence over the older generation, Countess Herman. She has maintained her house for over 40 years and has been one of the most well-connected people in social circles since she was young. She was not only associated with powerful figures across the continent, but also held remarkable influence in the realm of entertainment and the arts. Arnoa then asked Anakin, you don't think she'll cut ties with Grand Duke Ashier, do you? He smiled and replied, it's hard to say after observing the alliance between Your Majesty and Duke Rickle, as well as the reaction of Marquis Dubert. She has already become more cautious, even though she is merely keeping her distance from the Grand Duke because she still wants to marry off her nephew to the Grand Duchess. Anakin whispered in her ear, this is a personal opinion, but her coughs seem to have gotten severe lately. Meanwhile, someone called out, Your Imperial Majesty, as Arnoa and Anakin conversed about Countess Herman. It was Countess Herman accompanied by a man. She was wearing a stylish blue dress. They both bowed before Arnoa and said, there were so many people around earlier, so it's only now I can properly greet Your Majesty. Countess Herman then introduced the man beside her. This is Marquis Bethanil. He insisted on greeting Your Imperial Majesty. Marquis Bethan began. It's an honor to meet Your Majesty, the newly crowned Empress. I have traveled from my domain to meet you. Arnoa and Anakin were momentarily taken aback. Arnoa reminded herself, Marquis Bethan, as he owns the most fertile lands in the east, his wealth is among the most notable of the empire. I was already thinking of building a suitable friendship with him while Grand Duke Ashier is away. She pondered, but what prompted him to travel so far just to see me? Nobles with wealth and homes far away often exhibit a particular arrogance as they believe their taxes contribute significantly to the imperial treasury. But is the Marquis being arrogant toward me right now? She answered herself in the negative when she saw him sparkling with happiness. She thought to herself, actually, it seems like he's trying to win my favor. The Marquis probably begged Countess Herman to introduce him to me. Marquis Bethan then expressed, Your Majesty, if it's okay, I would like to invite you to the Bethan Manor in the capital. Arnoa and Anakin were both astonished. Arnoa thought, I'm not quite sure what he's after, but it might be a chance. She smiled and replied, Very well, I shall set the date. Marquis Bethanil expressed his gratitude. I'm forever grateful, Your Majesty. Then I will take my leave. I'll be waiting for your letter. They departed from the scene, and Arnoa turned to Anakin asking, Was the Marquis always so friendly? Anakin replied, Not at all, Your Majesty. He's a scholar who immerses himself in history, so he's not inclined to engage with others. Some even call him the cold hermit of the East for always staying alone in his giant manor. Anakin speculated, perhaps the spring that bloomed in his heart is responsible for his softened attitude. Arnoa inquired, Spring? Later, Arnoa arrived at his estate in a horse carriage wearing a black dress. She clicked her black heel as she observed the palace and uttered, The rumors about his wealth were true. Anakin, accompanying her, grabbed her hand and remarked, His manor surpasses Countess Herman's in size and is said to be second only to Grand Duke Ashier. While heading inward, Arnoa commented, His manor is quite lavish too. Is it all to impress his lover? Anakin added, Who could blame him? She's his first love. A wind started blowing along with leaves, and Arnoa thought, The romance between a commoner from Beetle and Marquis Bethel, huh? The kingdom of Beetle became a vassal state of the empire 5 years ago. It was a small country that covered the coast and extended to several islands. Although it was small, it was populated by a large number of people. However, due to false rumors, citizens of Beetle have not fully integrated into the empire even 5 years later. The rainstorms have gotten more frequent since they joined the empire. There were rumors like people from Beetle worship a strange god and are capable of cursing those they hate. Although all the stories about them were false, the rumors were given credence by their unique appearance characterized by pale skin and water-like hair color, and they will pull you under the water to die if you go swimming with them. That seemed to prove the legend claiming they are descendants of the god of the sea. Their unmistakable appearance and their habits from living by the seaside appeared alien to the citizens of the empire, leading to their ostracism. Arnoa added, "If Marquis Dubert hadn't spread damaging rumors about Beetle as a way to exalt Grand Duke Ashier's military merit, perhaps they wouldn't have been shunned to such an extent." Arnoa was deep in thought when someone called her, "Your Majesty." It was the Marquis rushing towards her. His servant called after him, "Marquis Bethan." But he didn't listen. The Marquis began, "Your Majesty's gracing of my modest estate is truly an honor. Please follow me." Arnoa observed his beautiful palace and thought, "Modest? Nothing here exactly says modest." She sat at the dining table along with the Marquis, picking up a cupcake and examining it. The Marquis welcomed Arnoa, saying, "Have a seat, Imperial Advisor. Even though there's not much, please help yourself and enjoy." Arnoa replied graciously, "I shall remember your kindness." The Marquis apologized. "My apologies, Your Majesty, but would it be permissible for one of my acquaintances to join us?" Arnoa granted permission, stating, "Permission granted." The Marquis became happy, expressing, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, a girl arrived wearing a blue and white royal dress with blue hair. "My name is Vieta." She bowed before Arnoa. Arnoa replied, "Have a seat." And Vieta sat down, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Marquis leaned towards her, taking a side before speaking. "The reason why I have invited Your Majesty is because I have a humble request to make." Lady Penelope's debutante ball was very impressive. Holding it at the Imperial Palace truly made it memorable. Arnoa added graciously, "Thank you. It was the debutante who made it so special." While holding Vieta's hand, the Marquis continued, "So, since the old days, it has been said that a true man makes the woman by his side happy, like Lupien I, who only loved one woman, even though it was acceptable for him to have many wives at the time." He added nervously, "I wish to organize a glamorous debutante ball for Vieta like you did for Lady Penelope. Please grant me this wish, Your Majesty." Arnoa clinked her tea and replied firmly, "In the past, there were nobles who paid for using the Imperial Palace to throw debutante balls for their daughters. However, I don't intend to allow such liberties. Penelope was able to have her debutante ball at the Imperial Palace because she's my family. I understand your desire to give your lover a chance to socialize with the nobles, but I cannot grant such privileges to just anyone upon request." Arnoa stated firmly, and the Marquis's expression shifted to unhappiness. He began to speak, but before he could, Vieta gently grasped his hand and interjected, "Listen to her, Imperial Majesty. The fact that I've met you alone is more than enough to make me happy. I mean it, I'm fine." Vieta assured the Marquis, who was now tearful. He squeezed her hand tightly and turned to address Arnoa, saying, "You don't need to do all that for me, Your Majesty. Please allow me to tell you my story. If you still decline after hearing it, I shall never request it again." Arnoa considered for a moment before replying, "All right, go on." And with that permission granted, the Marquis began recounting his tale, starting with, "It was last summer." Marquis began by informing Arnoa about Vieta. "As you're aware, Beetle met its demise around 5 years ago and was subjugated under the Empire by order of the Empire's Commander-in-Chief. All the citizens of Beetle migrated to the heartlands of the Empire. I sought to research the history of Beetle and acquired a seaside villa to reside there for a while. One day, while I was aboard a ship enjoying the sea breeze, someone covertly set fire to the back of the ship and fled. Just when I thought I was done for, Vieta, who was on board to help with the voyage, saved me from the flames. She jumped into the sea and swam for an hour, all while holding me. I fell in love with her after she saved my life while risking hers. So, I asked her to be my lover. Marquis embraced her tenderly and said, "And my sweet Vieta was kind enough to have me." Vieta responded, "You were cute." Marquis gazed at Vieta and continued, "However, a problem arose after that. Rumors began to spread that a mermaid descended from the devil is seducing me to take over my house." Upon hearing this, Arnoa was astonished and exclaimed, "Did people actually believe in such nonsense?" Anakin chimed in, "It was a rather specific rumor, Your Majesty. The neck of the mermaid is branded with the mark of the devil. There are people who witnessed the Marquis being dragged into the sea and so on," he added with a somber tone. Marquis said, "It turned out the rumors originated from one of my vassals who wanted their daughter to marry me. I had them beheaded according to the imperial law, but the rumors of my alleged devil worship continued to escalate." He looked at her while saying, "Vieta has a permanent burn on her body, but we're keeping it a secret because we don't want to give the rumors any more fuel." Violetta nodded her head, revealing her burn as she moved her hair aside. Marquis clenched his hand in anger on the table, asserting, "She got this scar from saving my life, and I will not sit and watch while people gossip about it." Arnoa interjected, stating, "So you wanted a debutante ball at the Imperial Palace as a way to elevate Vieta's name in society while suppressing the rumors about her?" With a sniffle, Marquis agreed. "That's right, Your Majesty." He continued, "After seeing Lady Penelope's debut grab everyone's attention, I thought that if Vieta established her position in high society like that, the folks of my dominion might cease to believe such rumors and come to admire Vieta for her beauty and her affectionate nature." Marquis broke into tears as he expressed this. Arnoa reassured him. "A debutante ball at the Imperial Palace is not the answer to your problem." Marquis sighed and replied, "I know, Your Majesty. I'm sorry for asking." Arnoa added with a smile, "I meant you don't have to break the rules and the tradition of the Empire when there is a much better solution." Meanwhile, in a bar, a boy sat on the floor visibly scared while his boss scolded him. "You absolute donkey! How are you even incapable of washing the dishes? Do you know how many beer glasses you broke?" The boy replied, "I'm sorry, I have never worked at a tavern before." His boss with a shaved head yelled, "Is that right, princess? You're about as useful as a waterproof tea bag. You got fired from the theater because you couldn't memorize your lines, didn't you? You can't even take orders right?" The boy pleaded, "I'm truly sorry. If you could just give me one more chance." His boss, hitting him on the floor, retorted, "I am done giving you chances. You're fired." After being fired, the boy moved while sobbing and crying to himself, "I was once a renowned actor in Duran, but now I'm just a nobody. After I got exiled from Duran, I became a laughingstock in the Empire." He remembered his audition at the Imperial Theater where he stood on stage and introduced himself, saying, "It's an honor to meet you. I'm L.S. Edward Bolonis Leonardo Abigail Dealin. I was once a renowned actor in Duran." The manager scolded him, "What kind of name is that? We're not hiring comedians. Get out of here." Once more he began crying while thinking, "Is Duran even a real kingdom? An idiot who changed his name into every name he thought was cool." As he walked, someone called out to him, and he turned back, thinking, "What did I do to deserve this?" The person in the black outfit asked him, "Are you Rick Tavian?" He hesitantly replied, Well, yes." Before falling down, someone else said, "Is it him?" Rick flinched and started begging, What do you want with me? I swear I didn't do anything. Please spare my life." The person asked him, "Do you recognize me?" Rick, astonished, stammered, Pardon me." When the person revealed herself to be Arnoa by slipping the cloth from her face, Rick recognized her and exclaimed, "You're the Queen of Duran." Arnoa drew her weapon, and he quickly corrected himself. "And no, the Empress of the Empire." Anakin whispered in Arnoa's ear, "He seems a bit dull. Are you sure he's the right person for the job?" She sighed and replied, "Believe it or not, he's not a complete idiot." Arnoa then asked him, "Do you know why I brought you here, Rick Tavian? Would you like to be on the stage again as the main character? The next day, Arnoa and Anakin observed the rehearsal in the theater room. Arnoa complimented. The rehearsal is going well. Anakin replied. I'm glad you approve, Your Majesty. The practice has been going smooth. Frankly, I was worried when Your Majesty told me that I can beat him until he could act properly. But he's been practicing day and night, all by himself. It seems like my advice worked like a charm. Arnoa added. You're there to take all the blame. It's your fault if other actors fail to act. It's your fault if the crowd isn't convinced. Anakin responded. You're in charge now. Your acting is too much, by the way. Study acting more before you teach someone else. But you'll get fired if you upset other actors with literal fire. You will be burned. Meanwhile, Marquis and Vieta arrived. Marquis expressed. I can't even begin to describe how much I appreciate this, Your Majesty. Arnoa asked him. Did you like the rehearsal, Marquis? He seemed happy and said. Like is an understatement. Vieta chimed in. Once this play ends, the perception of the people toward Beetle surely will change. Arnoa shrugged and remarked. We still have half a month left until the premiere. With excitement, Vieta added. Even without a proper stage set, it was amazing. And Laura is an old friend of mine. My heart filled with joy when I saw her act again. Marquis interjected. I know that, Your Majesty, you assisted in this matter not just for us but for the people of Beetle. What benefits them benefits Vieta, and she is the most important person to me. He continued, looking at Arnoa. If I can quiet the disturbing rumors about Vieta and the people of Beetle, and if it enables her to live with dignity in the Empire, I would gladly give up everything. Arnoa paused and asked. Everything? He said, I will terminate all the contracts with the Grand Duke and start conducting business with the individual designated by Your Majesty. Arnoa said, Wait. I know that you have many ties with the Grand Duke. You don't need to sever them all on my account. She thanks. IT was one of my goals when I started building a friendship with him, but I didn't change sides this easily. He said, Your Majesty, I'm a simple man. He said, as I said, I'm willing to give up everything for my dear Violetta. Arnoa said, You will suffer a great loss from this. He replied, I am willing to suffer if it is for the sake of Violetta. I'll be looking forward to the opening night, Your Majesty. Arnoa thinks it's likely that he heard from Countess Herman that the Grand Duke and I are in conflict. Anyway, gaining the support of Marquis Bethaniel is a great achievement. Meanwhile, the director of the play said, I'd also like to thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me a chance to direct this wonderful play. The scenario is so well written that I would have directed it even if I had to pay for it myself. Arnoa said, I'm the one who's thankful. Hiring a Bidelian as an actress must have been a hard decision. The director said, her nationality doesn't matter as long as she acts. The theater company, the Wolves of the Stage, is famous for their bold casting choices, including former criminals, noble families, and even those who were forsaken by their families. I was right too. Arnoa asked, Do you have any complaints about the actors? He said, As I said earlier, Rick is pulling his weight. As for Laura, Arnoa asked, Is anyone harassing her? He said, Oh, because she's from Beetle? You're welcome to take a look for yourself. Laura, practicing the act, said, Who are you? Are you a human? What do you seek from my sea? Rick said, I don't think your voice should be trembling in this scene. She asked, Was my voice trembling? Rick said, Could you maybe try it just once more, please? With a little more confidence. She said, Relax, Rick. Of course I can do it again. You don't have to be so tense when you talk to me. You're a great teacher. I'm not going to bite you or something. Two ladies seeing this said, Hey, Rick. Grow some balls and speak normally for Pete's sake. Can't you see you're making her uncomfortable? Rick asked Laura, Am I making you uncomfortable, Laura? The director said to Arnoa, He's been acting like a scared puppy in front of Laura since day one. Laura and the other actors bonded, making fun of him together. He said, "There's nothing like making fun of someone for bringing everyone together." Sure, Rick is a bit of a show off, but I respect him for his passion for the arts. Arnoa laughed and said, "I see he's doing well." The director said, "Just wait until you see the set. It will blow your Majesty's mind." Arnoa said, "I heard you. We're having trouble making sets for the ocean. Have you found a solution for that?" He replied, "An anonymous patron has donated something exceptional to help with that. They must have recognized my talent like your Majesty. And all the problems were solved." Arnoa thinks, an anonymous patron, huh? The set the director wants can't be achieved with technology and money alone. She said, "They must have donated an artifact." He replied, "Not just any artifact." He said, "It's nothing like light orbs or accessories you can get from the black market." Arnoa said, "Keep your voice down, will you? Black market trade is illegal." He said, "The artifact is so intricate. I can't even understand how it works. It is a masterpiece, to say the least." Arnoa thinks there's only one person who has that kind of high-level technology and artifacts in his disposal. She laughed and think, how did he find out that I'm preparing a play? I shall get myself prepared to be surprised. Meanwhile, a lady with Penelope asked, "Did you hear about the new play being put on by the wolves of the stage?" She said, "The Empress herself seems to have sponsored the play. I can't wait to see it." Penelope said, "The play is held at the famed Fariadan Theatre in the heart of the capital, so I already reserved 2 tickets for the best center seats." The boy said, "I have my doubts about the play. How can I be sure it's worth watching if they don't disclose the story?" Penelope said, "I heard that the first show is already sold out." "You missed your chance by overthinking." He asked, "As sold out, you say?" She replied, "I'm afraid so. But do not worry. I'll tell you all about it when I get back from the show." He said, "I hear it's just another love story. I think that kind of play is for commoners. I am not missing much." He said, "Real art makes you contemplate life and death, good and evil, and human nature." She asked, "How could you criticize the play without even watching it?" She smirks and said, "Can that truly be considered the right attitude toward appreciating art?" She said, "Have some faith in the Empress. Keeping the garden tea room open for young nobles. Taking charge of the war with Kesman. Since the day Her Majesty returned to the capital, she's been achieving accomplishments left and right that were considered impossible before." Meanwhile, seeing the play, nobles said, "She's right. Also, that handsome stickler advisor can't stay away from her. Majesty. Even that prickly master of the enchanted tower seems to listen to Her Majesty. The new Empress sure has a lot of men around her. The capital has never been more exciting. She is one hell of a pot stirrer." Arnoa heard everything. Anakin said, "The young nobles sure love to gossip." Arnoa said, "There are worse things to have than scandals with handsome men, I suppose." She glanced at someone and said, "By the way, where is Countess Herman? I wanted to talk to her." Anakin said, "She used to practically live in the Imperial Palace, but nowadays it's hard to find her around here." Arnoa said, "I heard she gradually stopped coming to the palace after the meeting about the war with Kesman." Anakin said, "She must be cautious because of Grand Duke Aslier." Which was expected. He said, "But I didn't expect her to stop coming altogether before the play even started." No matter how powerful a person may be, usually, after a few years away from the capital, people tend to forget their influence. But it seems like Countess Herman is too cautious to forget. She's playing the long game. Although the play is already quite successful, if rumors circulate that Countess Herman, who is at the center of society, is not attending, it could affect its reputation. Arnoa thinks, "Well, I suppose I can have everything I want." She raised from her chair thinking, "Countess Herman isn't the only one who I want to invite to the play." Anakin asked her, "Are you going somewhere?" Arnoa said, "There's someone I need to see." Anakin said, "Allow me to accompany you." But Arnoa said, "No, I'm going alone." Wrap up the tea party for me. Arnoa leaves and Anakin said, "Oh, I see. I'll see you when you get back, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Arnoa asked, What? What do you mean?" She gets shocked while asking, "She will die soon?" Arnoa went to Dr. Ludes and said, "Good afternoon, Dr. Ludes." Seeing Arnoa, Dr. Ludes said, "Oh, Your Majesty." Dr. Ludes bowed and said, "I meant, Your Imperial Majesty." Arnoa said, "You are unmatched in medicine in the Empire, but you are terrible at court etiquette." Dr. Ludes said, "I am very grateful to your... thank you. Please have a seat." Arnoa said, "It's been a while. Do you like the laboratory of the Empire?" Dr. Ludes replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. It's far better than the one in Duran." Giving tea to Arnoa, she said, "This tea is brewed with medicine herbs, but it'll be good for your health. Give it a try." Arnoa said that I admire your passion for research, but sometimes you need to go out and get some fresh air. Do you like plays? Dr. Ludes gets shocked and repeated her words. Plays? Arnoa laughed and said that there's a play I have been working on lately. I'd be glad if you could come watch it. Dr. Ludes replied, "I couldn't miss it for the world." Arnoa said, "It's a great play, also a good chance to see what nobles look like in the Empire because most of them will be there." Dr. Ludes asked, "Most of the nobles, you say?" She asked, "Will she be there too?" Arnoa asked, "Who do you mean?" Dr. Ludes said, "The countess who tries to set me up with her distant relative." Arnoa said, "For a date? Do you mean Countess Herman? Did she approach you?" Dr. Ludes said, "Oh right. She probably wouldn't be able to make it to the play, will she?" Arnoa said, "Countess Herman's attendance hasn't been decided yet. How do you know that she wouldn't make it? Have you heard something about her?" Dr. Ludes replied, "No, it's what I saw." Arnoa asked, "What did you see?" Dr. Ludes replied, "By the look of her, I am certain that she will die soon." Arnoa became affared and said, "What? What do you mean? She will die soon?" A servant bowed and said to Arnoa, "Your Imperial Majesty. Welcome to the castle of Countess Herman." Arnoa said, "Lead me to her." Penelope asked, "How come there's only one maid greeting Her Majesty?" The maid said, "I am truly sorry for not welcoming Her Majesty more adequately. Currently everyone, including the Viscous, is in the Countess' chambers, which unfortunately prevented them from greeting Her Majesty themselves." Arnoa thinks, this is certainly not a common occurrence. Usually at least one family member comes out in greeting when the Empress visits. The maid opens the door saying, "This is her chamber, Your Majesty." They enters and gets confused while hearing Countess Herman's daughter saying, "How could you tell me greet a guest in a time like this, mother?" Her son said, "Don't you have duties at the acting head of the family, sister? I'll take care of mother." Her granddaughter said, "I am grandma's favorite, I should be the aunt who feeds her." A man said that let's all stay here for now. Wouldn't that make our aunt feel more at home? The girl next to him said, "No, I shall stay by her side. You should all leave." The man asked, "Don't you have work to do?" Countess Herman shouts in anger, "Silence! I am trying to rest here." She shouts, "You are all imbeciles who can't even prioritize your tasks at hand." She starts coughing and asked, "Would someone please greet the Empress?" Her daughter tries to say, "But..." Countess Herman interrupts her saying, "Don't you talk back to me." Arnoa comes and said, "Countess Herman?" Seeing her they get surprised and said, "Your Majesty?" Her daughter bowed and said, "Your Imperial Majesty." Arnoa said, "It's fine. Stay in the bed, Countess Herman." Countess Herman said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone leave. Her Majesty and I have a matter to discuss. Her daughter said, "But..." Countess Herman glares at them and they rush towards the door saying, we're leaving." She coughed and said, "Please forgive the foolishness of my family, Your Majesty." Arnoa said, "Deep affection among family members is a good thing." Arnoa said, "You bicker and argue, but the bond seems strong between you and your family. I'm jealous." Countess Herman said, "They're fools, but they're my family. They mean everything to me." Arnoa said, "You don't look so well. Countess Herman said, those are carefully chosen words. Ipa could have just said, you look like you're dying. She said, I assume you're here to invite me to your play. Arnoa replied, I am. Countess Herman said, I'm honored that your majesty came here personally to invite me. She turns and said, but I must refuse your invitation. Arnoa said, it's not just because of your health, is it? You're looking out for your family. Countess Herman said, you're insightful as always. You saw right through me. Arnoa asked, are you afraid of angering the Grand Duke? Countess Herman said, I just don't want to leave anything that will threaten my family after I'm gone. Arnoa said, the play isn't the only reason why I'm here. Countess Herman gets confused and asked, what else is there to discuss? Arnoa said, I was genuinely worried about your health. She said, Countess Herman, would you come to the play if you weren't dying? Countess Herman gets confused and asked, what are you saying? I am afflicted with an incurable illness that no imperial physician can. Dr. Lutz interrupts her saying, it is incurable, yes. She said that illness commonly afflicts those who have heavily indulged in alcohol and tobacco from a young age. This disease is more common in Duran, where the climate is drier than the capital. Countess Herman gets shocked when she said, although it is incurable, it is treatable. You could extend your life if you want to. Countess Herman shouts, of course I want to live longer. If possible, I would like to live another month, no, even just another week. There are still too many things I haven't finished. Dr. Lutz said, the disease is called hysteric. My mother also passed away from it. But she was able to live for another 10 years in a similar state as you. Countess Herman gets shocked and asked, 10 years? Dr. Lutz said, if I avoid the same mistakes I made while taking care of my mother, you might be able to live even longer if you don't consume alcohol or tobacco ever again. Countess Herman shouts, I'll do anything it takes. She said, please allow me to get Dr. Lutz's treatment, Your Majesty. Arnoa said, that's what I came here to offer. She said, and in return, please tell me that you'll come to the play. Countess Herman smiled and said, you are indeed wise. She said, I should have sent Your Majesty more pictures of my nephew. With that, the long-awaited opening day of the play has finally come. Wow, it's quite crowded, someone whispered. The play will start soon now that Her Majesty has arrived. The Lord from House Rickle is here. Another added. And I also saw Marquis Bethanil back there. Lady added, I can't believe he traveled so far to see the play. Does he really keep a mermaid transformed into a human around? She's nothing but a commoner from Beetle. Came a scoff. That aside, it seems that the most important person hasn't arrived yet. Do you mean Countess Herman? He inquired. I thought she'd be here. If the play was good, the Countess wouldn't have missed it, she explained. You're right. Another chimed in. Her Majesty isn't a professional play producer, so the play could turn out to be bad. Maybe I expected too much. I mean, if Countess Herman isn't here, I guess I didn't have to come either. I know the Countess pretty well, and she is an aficionado of well-made plays. But she is also quite picky. She hates wasting her time on bad plays. There's a reason why they kept the actors and the story a secret. A voice interrupted. I'm glad I made it in time. It's good to see you, Marquis Dubert. Did Countess Herman turn her back on Grand Duke Aselier? Suddenly, a cry rang out. Help! Help me! Don't walk away, my savior! Please reveal yourself to me. Are you a god? Are you the one who saved me? Are you a human? What do you seek from my sea? A commanding voice responded. I am Damon Rethanil, the prince of the Rethanil kingdom. Would you tell me your name? I'm Viola, came the reply. There were many who wanted my sea, but I've never seen anyone who wanted to know my name. I have no interest in the treasure of the sea, Damon Rethanil declared. All I want is to get to know you. I was supposed to be his queen, not her. A bitter voice interjected. She's no goddess. She's a devil. She is a malicious devil who stole what's mine. I will have my revenge, gasps echoed as someone exclaimed. Whoa, is that real fire? It's so realistic. Don't come to me, Viola, Damon cried out. I was destined to die in your sea. But I defied death thanks to your mercy, and I'm getting punished now, for loving a goddess. You too have received the mark of punishment on the back of your neck because of me. If this is the punishment for loving you, I will gladly accept it." As the play concluded, the crowd erupted in admiration. "My goodness," someone said. "I've never seen a play like this. Every scene was captivating from start to finish. What do you think?" Arnoa asked. Anakin replied, "It was a grand success, Your Majesty," a soft voice added. "They're not humans, they're mermaids. You may not be able to make that rumor disappear, but turning it into a beautiful legend like this will impact people in a good way. With this, people will become interested in Beetle, and they will realize that the rumors were nothing but falsehoods." Arnoa think. "We'll see," Her Majesty replied, standing to leave. When the blue petals swirled, it looked like the magic bells showed me. It's been a while since he left for Kesman. I wonder when he'll be back. "Let us return to the palace," Anakin replied. "Of course, Your Majesty," came the reply. "How is Countess Herman?" Her Majesty asked. Anakin replied, "I've heard that her condition has improved significantly, even though she's cranky from quitting alcohol and tobacco." Suddenly, a startled cry interrupted their conversation. Penelope said, "Your Majesty! This cat came out of nowhere!" "Snowy?" "A month ago in Kesman, Roxanne shouted the Empress refused our request." "Who the hell does she think she is?" Aslier added. "How dare she defy us?" "Please, there's no need to worry," Raja interjected calmly. "The Baron headed here now is simply a low-class noble, and the Master of the Enchanted Tower must have another reason for coming. It will take days for them to arrive," Roxanne say. "Is this your doing, Raja?" "I lured him here, yes," Raja admitted. "But I didn't expect him to bring the Baron along." "Relax, he's not a threat to you. He's likely uninterested in this war." "Is that based on your foresight?" another asked skeptically. She added, "It is. I'm seeing a blurry shape of the future." "Your foresight is unreliable," the voice snapped. "No matter how rare foresight is among sorcerers, I've realized how useless it is to keep sorcerers as subordinates, thanks to you. Stick with poison brewing, Raja. That's the only thing you're good at." Unperturbed, Aslier asked, "Are you fine with meeting the Master of the Enchanted Tower?" Raja say, "He won't suspect me. I got rid of any evidence against me," Aslier reply. "I don't care what you did in Perhen," came the reply. "What I meant was, luring such a dangerous man here might turn out to be a bad move," Raja added. "We need to get close to him because he's dangerous," Raja explained. "If I remember correctly, you said that an overly powerful sorcerer should not exist in this empire, which Lady Roxanne will one day rule." "Yes. The empire belongs to Roxanne, and my job is to eliminate liabilities." Aslier say whatever you did in Perhen apparently had no effect on the Master of the Enchanted Tower. Raja responded, "Your Grace, poisoning someone directly is 10 times more effective than poisoning them from a distance." Aslier say, "Is that why you lured him here?" The voice pressed. Jara added, "As I told you a long time ago, I'm a man of my word. He has set foot on the battlefield by the Empress's order. We can use that to our advantage." Aslier say, "You only get one shot at this. No mistakes," the voice warned. "Also, keep this a secret so Roxanne doesn't find out about it." Roxanne words raised. "Why are you hiding your plan from Lady Roxanne?" Raja asked. "I think she would offer to help if she knew," Aslier say. "She needs neither to know about the Perhen affair nor to be involved in it. I will organize the empire and deliver it into her hands. All you need to do is uphold the oath between you and me," Raja replied. "If that is your wish, I shall focus on my duties and keep my nose out of other affairs," she shouted. "Raja, when did you say our guests will arrive?" he replied. "In about 3 days," she say. "I forbid you to ever mention that pathetic foresight of yours," he replied. "Why are you here?" Belby came and said, "Is this the office of Grand Duke Aslier?" Aslier said, "You're the Master of the Enchanted Tower," Belle explained. "I'm here as the Empress's messenger. As you well know, on the battlefield, funds are as essential as life itself." Aslier say, "I think the amount of gold I requested is reasonable." "Did she now?" "That must mean she's offering something else instead." "What is it?" Roxana say. "Her Majesty has acknowledged the merits of both of you who have bravely endured a difficult war," Aslier say, "as she should." Baron Vent added, Her Majesty has sent me here so that both of you, who have endured the cold and harsh conditions of Kesman, may be relieved from further hardships. I'm confused. Why would the capital send an aide-de-camp all of a sudden? I'm not an aide-de-camp. Her Majesty has appointed me as the negotiator, granting me full authority over all matters concerning this war. So we're negotiating with Kesman now? Is that Her Majesty's decision? Aslier shouted. Does she really think that's possible? They have invaded the Empire's borders multiple times. Do you think they will surrender just because the Empress demands it? Baron Vent added. The ultimate authority over the Imperial Army lies with Her Majesty. It is my job to find out whether the negotiation is possible. So, as the Commander-in-Chief, you must grant me full authority as of today, Aslier say. Baron Vent, I detest those who don't know their place. You're merely a knight who became a noble by luck, he replied. It is the Empress's order. Defying Her Majesty's orders constitutes treason, Aslier said. I will never hand over my authority to you. No one here will follow the commands of someone who's appointed by the Empress. The war will continue until I decide to end it, Baron Vent replied. If you don't like that, you're welcome to try and end it. I understand, Your Grace. Like you said, I will find a way. All I need is a place to stay for me and dozens of my guard knights. I will not leave until the negotiation is concluded, Aslier think. Is the master of the Enchanted Tower the source of his confidence? When did he start caring so much about the Empire's affairs? Even though we don't see eye to eye on this, you're still my guest. I won't make you sleep in the barn. Show Baron Vent and the Lord of Perhen to their chambers, Maid said. Yes, Your Grace, Belle added. I don't think he will cooperate, Baron Vent. I agree. I'm lucky if he doesn't kill me and make it look like the Kesmanian's doing, Belle say to him. Don't act like you didn't expect this to happen. He said it himself. I'm free to try to end the war. That means we're going with Plan B. I'm going to die. This is not what I meant by Plan B. 1 hour before Baron Vent got covered in arrows, I knew Grand Duke Aslier wouldn't cooperate. He added, I'm going to escape on horseback and infiltrate the palace of Kesman. Sure, the authority of the imperial family has declined, but how could they outright disregard Her Majesty's orders? I am grateful that Her Majesty has provided me with a lot of guards. Otherwise, I'd be dead by now, Belle replied. Yes, I strongly agree. Could you at least pretend like you care? He say anyway, we'll have Tio infiltrate without guards, Belle reply. What do you mean we? He say. Why did you come if you're not going to help? Belle explained. I'll help you infiltrate the palace and meet the king. That's what you want from me, right? Baron Vent. Can I trust this guy? It should be possible if we disguise as Kesmanians. Do you think you can make a deal once you meet the king? I've met him before. I know what he's like. The one who trespassed over the Empire's border in the first place was the king's brother-in-law. And unlike the captives of the Imperial Army, it seems Kesman's hostages are still alive. I've already discussed the terms of negotiation with Her Majesty, so it shouldn't take long, Belle say. In that case, let's take a shortcut. The present. Would you stop running? They can't hurt you. I enhance your body, Baron Vent. How can I not run right now? Look at me. I've become a human pincushion, Belle reply. Please. You're fine, Baron Vent. Damn it. Cast me a barrier, too. Plan B was supposed to be more subtle and sophisticated. Right. Belle say I need Tio head back to the Grand Duke's castle. You go on and do your thing, Baron Vent. I beg your pardon? Belle say. They'll get suspicious if we're both absent. No! Don't you dare! You'll be fine. Your body is enhanced. I will curse you, you lunatic. I'm sorry to disturb your rest, Lord of Perhen, Baron Vent. Dinner is ready, Roxanne added. I wasn't expecting to have dinner with you two. Don't you two have any friends? Why did you invite me? Father, if you must drink, have one of the soldiers drink with you instead of me. Relax, both of you. Roxanne say there's no need for us to argue. Wouldn't you agree? Aslier reply. I'm sorry to hear the Baron isn't feeling well. Belle say yes, he seems to be suffering from scratches here and there. Roxanne say, I don't buy it. He must have gone to Kesman to negotiate. Just so you know, if someone goes alone behind enemy lines and doesn't return after a day, Aslier added. Roxanne, it means they're either dead or have defected. That's enough, Roxanne. Roxanne reply. I don't care if he represents the imperial family. If he returns after a day, he will be executed immediately. Take it easy with the threats. You don't want me as your enemy, she say. And why is that? Belle say. Imagine what people will say if the great Grand Duke and his daughter get defeated by the master of the Enchanted Tower, the enemy of the Empire. She became angry. Get defeated? By you? Do you think we can't bring you to your knees just because you're a sorcerer? Belle replied. Yes, I do, she added. Being a sorcerer doesn't make you invincible. My aura will rip you to shreds, Belle say. Really? Unfortunately, I'm not impressed by your little party trick, Atelier say. Now. That's quite enough, Roxanne. There's nothing like good wine to liven up the atmosphere. This is a rare wine that we won't be able to taste again. In the heat of war, we accidentally wiped out the only family that produces this wine. A little bit of alcohol can make unpleasant things more bearable. Well, even if it doesn't, it'll still make you feel better. Here's to the prosperity of the Empire, Belle reply. You don't mean that, Atelier say. Then, let's toast to health. Here's to the Lord of Perhen's health. That's a color I haven't seen before. Is this poison the same as the one you used previously? Roger reply. It's similar. But this one is intended for ingestion, Atelier say. Is it strong enough to kill the master of the Enchanted Tower? You do know he's immune to most poisons, don't you? Raja say. There's no one better than me in the art of poison. No one has beaten me yet, and no one ever will. When it comes to poisons, there's no need to worry, Your Grace. As long as he drinks this and doesn't discover my existence, his fate is sealed. No matter how powerful he is, he will die early like his predecessors. I swear on my name that I'll make sure of it. That poison is on a whole different level from the ones I've used before. Even a single sip will destroy all of your organs. Belle reply. You weren't lying about it being a good wine. I thought you were just exaggerating. It's a shame that everyone who could produce this wine is dead. How is this possible? How about another glass then? Don't mind if I do. Surely you have a cellar full of fine wines. You can spare a glass or two, can't you? Well, should I have another glass? Bring another bottle. Another, he shouted. Usually, when suspicious individuals like you encourage me to drink, it's because they've spiked the drink. Belle say. Did something not go as planned? Atelier reply. What do you mean, spike? Belle say. You know, with poison. I have no idea. I'm not sure what poison this is because I've never spent time studying poison. But whoever concocted it clearly has no idea what my body is like, she shouted. I've had enough of your insults. Get up and fight me if you think we plan to poison you, Belle added. I'm not going to fight you. The Empress told me not to meddle with the Imperial Army, she replied. Are you implying that I'm part of the Imperial Army? I own the Imperial Army, Belle say. However, if someone from Perhen is hiding here somewhere, I will find them, and I will kill them, for that's my duty as the Lord of Perhen. Atelier say. I'm afraid you're mistaken. Like I said, it's not my job to meddle with the Imperial Army's business. Belle reply. Leave it up to someone who's about to arrive. Atelier say. Who do you mean? Roxanne say. What in the... You look terrible, Baron Vent. Baron Vent say. It's because some lunatic threw me right into the middle of enemy territory. But I managed to bring this with me unharmed. This is an agreement to surrender from the King of Kesman. Please read it, she replied. Kesman's surrender? Baron Vent replied. The peace agreement has been concluded as Her Majesty and I planned. It all took less than an hour. The war you failed to finish ended thanks to the Baron. Belle added. Now, all that's left is to return to the Empress. Atelier say. I did not agree to any of this. Roxanne became furious. How dare they? Damn, those cowardly Kesmanians. That useless imbecile. Baron Vent say. If you could give me back the document. People are watching. It seems the war won't continue, after all, Belle say. How does it feel to not have it your way for once? Let's be on our way. I want to deliver this news to the Empress as soon as possible. I thought the Empress was just another pushover, but she came up with a plan that even took my father by surprise. Blasted! I must attend the victory celebration and meet the Empress, father, Arnoa think. He looks way too relaxed for someone who just came back from getting Kesman to sign a peace agreement. Could you at least pretend to be serious? Belle asked. Did you miss me? I even got splashed last time. Why do terrible things happen to me whenever I enter this room? She added. You know, you could just use the front door like everyone else. So, what happened in Kesman? Did you come back before the job was done? Did you leave the Baron there? Belle say. The job is done. I came early so that I could tell you about it, she say. Wait, is the war over? He reply. Yes. The Baron got the surrender agreement, Arnoa think. So, he succeeded, Belle explained. He got the King of Kesman to sign the peace agreement in less than an hour after I dropped him off at Kesman's palace. We even had some time left before we could return, she say. It ended that quickly? Belle reply. I waited for him to get everything in order. I'm glad I set up a portal on the way there. It was much faster than riding a horse. And with the extra time, I helped with the stage special effects, she think. I knew that was you. Belle say was my gift to your liking? She think was that artifact a gift to me? Well, I couldn't return to the Empress after so long empty-handed. Why is my heart racing? Why is my heart racing? She said. Let's go back to the Kesman thing. Wasn't the Grand Duchess furious? Belle say she seriously considered disobeying your order. But there were too many people who saw the surrender document, so they eventually decided to withdraw. She think it suits them either way. It is a victory, after all. The Imperial Army won under the command of the Grand Duke, even though it was the Baron who secured the peace agreement. It was the Grand Duke and his daughter who led the Empire through the year-long war, Arnoa say. Speaking of, where's Baron Vent? We had a few disagreements. He said he'll return by himself with his guards. He replied actually, he left the Baron to come back sooner. She say everything went according to plan, so all that's left is... The Baron must have gone through a lot. I must welcome them for leading us to victory. The Imperial Army will march to the capital amidst the welcoming cheers of the people. At the Imperial Palace, I should not only hold a ceremony but also bestow rewards upon them. And that means, it's time for us to meet each other, Belle added. I see. Even if problems arise, you have nothing to worry about. You will always have me on your side. A peaceful afternoon blessed with sunshine followed the end of the war with Kesman. I heard Kesman finally surrendered, and I knew the Grand Duke and his daughter would lead us to victory. Of course, Her Imperial Majesty played a big part as well. However, there was a bigger topic in the capital than the end of the war. Say, Lady Rickle, your hairpin is from Beetle, isn't it? It looks great on you. I heard Baidulian accessories are hard to come by these days. It is. This is a hairpin made to resemble the pattern on the neck of Viola from the sea. Girl asked. May I ask where you got it from? Penelope replied. It was a gift. From Marchioness Bethaniel? Yes, I received it as a gift when I went to their wedding, other ladies say. I didn't expect them to marry in such haste with a small ceremony. What a shame. At least their wedding reception was fantastic, he added. Indeed. We were all invited to their wedding reception. I enjoyed it even more because there were actors from the sea. I can't believe I met such great actors, one guest added. I had a conversation with Loredeals for about 30 minutes. Even though she wasn't acting, she was so graceful yet cheerful that I couldn't help but fall even more for her. I even had a dance with her. I heard that the sea is actually inspired by the story of Marquis Bethaniel and his wife, he said. I heard the rumor as well. They say Lady Violetta is called the Mermaid of Bethaniel, since she is so beautiful. Inspired is an understatement. I heard she's an actual goddess of the sea. I remember some people saying that mermaids are offsprings of demons. We shouldn't be swayed by false rumors. They are imperial citizens just like us. Someone interjected, trying to deflect the conversation. I thought he didn't want to watch the play. He definitely watched. She did the same, Penelope say. Nicely done, sister, Anakin added. Word sure spreads quickly. Arnoa replied, it seems that all the theaters are looking for Baidulian actors now, he say. Marquis Bethaniel looks quite happy these days, she say. I noticed that at his wedding. Your Majesty, please officiate our wedding. I beg of you, one nobleman pleaded. May I name our child after your Majesty? Pretty please? I shall put your Majesty's golden statue in my domain. It was hard to decline his request. The Empress murmured. There's something else, she replied. What is it? He added. It's about Belle. You asked me to arrange his residence. He helped with the negotiation, so he earned the right to stay until the welcome party. I gave him a room to stay in, but, as the Lord of Perhen, he must fulfill his noble duties while residing in the capital. I can't have him cause havoc, she replied. I understand why you're worried, but he's staying. What's the worst that can happen? Dubert say. The welcome party for the Imperial Army must be held more grandly than ever before. I suggest we decorate the palace entirely with gold and jewels. Belle think. The Grand Duke must be furious since the war ended unexpectedly. The welcome party must be glamorous no matter what, Dubert added. Let's carve the family crest of Asiliers all around the palace. Every noble here must go to the palace gate to greet the Grand Duke and his. Belle say. What a hassle. Do me a favor and count me out, Slick, Dubert told him. Of course, the Grand Duchess will win the tournament of the welcome party, so we should give her some land. Let's just ignore him, Belle say. Hold on, Slick, he replied. Stop calling me Slick, Belle explained. But you look like a Slick. What else am I supposed to call you? Dubert shouted. Why don't you try my name and my title? My apologies, Marquis Hubert. It's Dubert. All right, Pubert, Belle say. So, what's this tournament you mentioned? You should know this already as a noble. Hey, weasel next to Pubert. Explain. It's a tradition of the Empire. At important festivals or banquets, we hold tournaments such as swordsmanship and spearmanship competitions to liven up the atmosphere. As Marquis Dubert said earlier, the winner may already be decided, but we should still try to. Who are the participants? You ill-mannered bully! Lord Perhen. Arnoa say. Try not to interrupt others too often. Like Count Nori said, the tournament is a tradition of the Empire. Anyone can participate, and the winner gets a prize. When the Marquis mentioned a predetermined winner, he must have been talking about Roxane Asilier, who has dominated first place for the past few years. There's going to be a preliminary match today, but I guess you didn't know, Belle say. A preliminary match? Someone asked. Yes. Her Majesty will grant a small wish to the winner. A small wish, you say? Man added. Do not tease him too much. Why would you explain so much to someone who knows nothing about martial arts? What if he actually thinks he has a chance? Someone teased. Without his magic, he's impotent, Belle replied. It's true that I haven't been trained in martial arts. The young noble admitted. And I'm going to win. Let me know if you need any further adjustments. This is rather amusing. Are you not worried? Why would I be worried when I'm not participating? That's a fair point. Still, I can't have Snowy get hurt. Even if he's a sorcerer, a sword could hurt him. Anakin asked. Are you worried about Belle, Your Majesty? She say. Me? Worried about Belle? I hope he doesn't get hurt, if possible. Why is that? Now, let's begin the first match of Group 7. Lord Belcherius of Perhen, Sir David of House Rune. She think. His posture looks kind of off. He looks like he's never touched a sword in his life. Getting nervous, David say. Don't expect me to go easy on you. Belle reply. Fine by me. He wouldn't die if I hit his head with this replica sword, would he? Ready, fight. That was a perfect hit. Right from the start, Sir David successfully landed a powerful attack. She think. Lord Belcherius is not responding immediately. Was the attack too painful for him? That definitely broke his bones. What? His shoulder isn't broken, the sword is. Is he even a human? What's going on? Isn't that cheating? Anakin say. He didn't use magic, therefore, it's not cheating. He was merely standing there, Arnoa said. What happened then? I heard that when Belle was very young, someone cast body enhancement magic on him. Because of it, Belle has resistance not only to external forces, but also to drugs. Is that someone? Anakin reply. Yes, the 26th Master of the Enchanted Tower, the great sorcerer Amaryllis. Since the opponent has lost the will to fight, the victory goes to Lord Belcherius of Perhen. She must have wanted a very strong son. Lord Belcherius has also won the second round. Lord Belcherius wins the third round as well. Are these replica swords the same? Anakin say. He's one lucky bastard, isn't he? She added. He is, Anakin explained. During my academy days I heard a rumor that Amaryllis gave birth to Belle not because she wanted a son, but because she wanted to create a strong being. She think. It's said that 15 years ago, even in her madness, she was still researching new spells to cast on Belle until the moment of her death. You could say he's the finest masterpiece the legendary sorcerer left behind, Boy announced again. It's the final round. Lord Belcherius, who is currently marching undefeated, faces his opponent, Count Nore of Team White. He has defeated countless competitors and made it to the final round. Anakin say Bell should be careful if Count Nore is his opponent. Why? Even though Bell is immortal, he is still made of flesh and blood. He can still get cut, she added. There's only one thing that can harm a sorcerer with enhanced body. Does he use aura? He does. Aura functions by drawing mana from the air into the sword, allowing it to counter magic. I'm surprised Count Nore has become able to use aura. The winner can make one request to Her Imperial Majesty. I shall grant the winner's wish. David say, Your Majesty, please grant me the exclusive right to the glass greenhouse in the palace. The glass greenhouse? Boy added. The glass greenhouse, sir? You heard me. I'm talking about the glass greenhouse the former emperor allowed Grand Duke Asilier to use. The glass greenhouse in the southern part of the palace is known as the most beautiful space within the palace. It's a healing space created by a craftsman hundreds of years ago for the former emperors to relax and unwind. However, it has also become a symbol of the figurehead emperor and his retainer manipulating him to dominate the empire. Grand Duke Asilier also requested the former emperor allow him to use the glass greenhouse. Asilier say, Since it's of no use to your majesty, grant my daughter the exclusive right to use the glass greenhouse. David say, Since it's of no use to your majesty, please allow me to use it. Even if the glass greenhouse has an owner, it originally belongs to the imperial family. So it reverts back to the current emperor when the emperor changes. He wants to hand it back to the Grand Duchess. TSK. I heard the glass got weakened due to her sword practice. Anakin nodded. If I may, Count Nore, I believe you may have misspoken. The honor of sharing a refreshment in the glass greenhouse with Her Imperial Majesty. David say I don't think Her Majesty would break a promise she made. I won't back down no matter how much you pressure me. Boy think. May I continue, Your Majesty? Arnoa said. All right then. If you win the final round, I'll grant your request. Count Nore, Your Majesty, proceed. Let the final battle begin. Count Nore of Team White versus Lord Belcherius of Team Black. You're just a spoiled brat without your magic. You're completely out of your depth. My aura will cut right through that tough skin of yours. Ready, fight, someone say. Even the master of the enchanted tower doesn't stand a chance against aura, she said. Bell is being pushed back little by little. Will he be okay? This is my chance. You're done for, Nore shouted. No, my shoulder. It's broken. Arg. It hurts. It really hurts. Help. Medical team, I don't want to die, Bell say. I told you I was going to win. Anakin think. That angle of the blade and the trajectory of the swing. In that brief moment, he masterfully mimicked Sir David's technique. Unbelievable. There was only one difference. Bell did not hold back. She say, Is body enhancement unrelated to magic? He added. As far as I know, yes, she replied. I see. He's just a natural then, Boy explained. The victory goes to Lord of Perhen, Belcherius. In glorious triumph, Lord Belcherius emerged as the final winner, Arnoa say. Belcherius, Lord of Perhen, what is your wish? Bell added. If I may, Your Majesty, my wish is. The only reason I participated in this tournament was because I disliked the idea of others making stupid wishes to the Empress. She looked flustered when that weasel asked for the glass greenhouse. What wish will he make? So, it's a space that no one can use other than the Empress, the glass greenhouse. Anakin say, Hold on, Lord Belcherius. Bell added, Your Imperial Majesty, I humbly request the honor of sharing a refreshment with you in the glass greenhouse. She say, Is that your wish? Bell added, I have one more request. I wish that the greenhouse stays closed off to anyone other than Your Majesty. She replied, I see, very well. I will grant your humble wish, Bell explained. This place is certainly too precious to be given to the Count. Congratulations. The members of the Royal Knights are known for their pride, she said. It's quite an achievement to be liked by them. They're still remaining distant from me, though. I can't blame them. The Grand Duke has handled the army, not the imperial family, he say. Is that why they were squealing so loudly? She reply. It's called cheering, he say. And why did they clap? She say. They were applauding you, Bell added. That's what's hard to grasp for me. I find their fondness for me strange, Arnoa said. It's only natural. Knights tend to like strong individuals. That's why Roxane Asselier is far more popular than me among the knights. That woman? I don't get it, she say. Knights are attracted to someone who is powerful. They have little respect for the weak. Belle reply, if that's true, shouldn't they be drowning in self-hate? They themselves are all weaklings. None of them are qualified to compare the Empress to someone else. Okay, if you say so. Why so grumpy? I haven't had the chance to visit due to business, but it's certainly lovely here. Do you like flowers, Empress? You've been smiling ever since we got here. I do, but not as much as you. Are you alright? Belle say. You don't like them as much as me? Yes, what of it? Does that mean you like me more then? She say. My passion for roses can't compete with yours. I'll have that instead. That's what you meant. Are you okay? Yes, I suppose, Belle replied. You're right, I am rather fond of flowers. And that's what I meant as well, she say. Why did you do that, Belle? Belle reply. As a flower enthusiast, like you said I am, I prefer desserts in the form of flowers. You may try them. You are quite sweet, aren't you? They really are cookies. Sweet? Belle added. Yes, I thought you only used flashy and scary magic. This magic? My mother taught me this one. It may be hard to believe, but she valued even such trivial magic. By mother, do you mean Amaryllis, the great sorcerer, and the 26th master of the Enchanted Tower? Yes, she said. Were you close to her? Well, she did try to pass on a lot to me, but I'm not sure if we were close. It was Askelaus who actually raised me. Askelaus? Is he your father? He say. No, he was just someone who served my mother in the Enchanted Tower, she added. So you didn't have a father then? Belle explained. I heard bringing any handsome man home for a night was my mother's hobby. I assume one of them is my father. I honestly don't care. Arnoa surprised BT hearing that words. I see, you're a peculiar one, Empress. What makes you think that? She added. Usually, people either fear my mother or say that she was driven to death by her madness. No one spoke of her as casually as you, Empress. Belle asked. Are the rumors true? Who knows? She did research something like a madwoman in her later years. Did you hear any other rumors about my mother's death? She said. Other rumors? Such as? I see Anakin didn't tell you about it. Maybe he has his doubts about the rumor himself. There's a rumor that the son of Amaryllis greedily absorbed all of her mana, causing her to die. The story about Belle absorbing the mana of others and ruining their bodies and souls is something Anakin has told me many times. This is the first time I heard that his mother was one of his victims, but Belle wouldn't. I find it hard to believe you would do such a thing. Belle asked, why is that? She added, I don't know how magic works, but for that to be true, you would have had to either desire power or fear being weak. He asked, is that so? Arnoa say, yes. And neither fact applies to you. Behind the desire for most people to become strong lies a fear of being in a weak state. In fact, that's what drove me to become the Empress. I hated being weaker than Luciano and Binus. I wanted to become the Empress, the ruler of the continent, in order to become strong. But not Belle. You neither desire nor fear anything. It is unusual to be like that, and I can only suspect one reason. You're just born that way. You were never weak. It's impossible for you to want someone else's power. Also, you don't strike me as the kind of person who steals other people's mana. So even if you really absorbed someone else's mana, I'm sure you had a valid reason, Belle replied. That's an interesting theory. Do I look devoid of desires to you? She say, are you not? He think, she is right. I've never wanted something badly my whole life. However, whenever I gaze into her incredibly perceptive blue eyes I feel. Empress, do you really think there's nothing I fear? Arnoa reply. Belle? What's gotten into you? He say. I'm constantly anxious. She shouted, what are you doing, Belle? Calm down and tell me. Until you ascended to the throne, the Grand Duchess used the greenhouse as a training ground for swordsmanship. It's such a beautiful place, yet it has been neglected. It would be great if you could have glassmakers come and inspect it. I heard that when people tried to enter the greenhouse to inspect the glass, the Grand Duchess screamed at them, claiming they were trespassing in her greenhouse. The audacity of that woman. The air inside the glass greenhouse is different from the outside air, so if not carefully maintained, she said. Belle, are you alright? Do you really think there's nothing I fear? I startled you, didn't I? Belle added. I wouldn't say I was startled. She replied, if you weren't startled, If I'm not mistaken, the emotion in his eyes is intense fear. Luca shouted. It's been ages since we met, Master, Belle replied. You saw me yesterday. Did you forget that? We saw each other yesterday morning, and it's already evening now. It felt like eternity. Are you sick, by the way? No, Luca said. Did you get sunburned? Your face has gotten red, Belle added. I'm fine. I told you not to come unless I call for you when I am at the Imperial Palace, Luca said. That's why I waited so long to visit you. Look at you. You've fallen ill because I wasn't there for you. Come back to Prahan, Master. My absence is clearly affecting your health, Belle say. You seem to think very highly of yourself. Luca say you learned that the man you were looking for is in Kesman. I think you've accomplished enough. Please come back home, Belle say. I spooked him, so I must keep my eyes on him, even though I assume he won't be able to run away and will come here with the Grand Duke. Luca reply even if he doesn't cause any trouble, the Grand Duke and his daughter might. Belle surprised. What? Luca added. I heard that if the Empress dies, the Grand Duchess will succeed to the throne. The Grand Duke was excluded from consideration because of the rebellion he instigated long ago, Belle said. What are you talking about, Luca? Wasn't it the Grand Duke and his daughter who murdered Luciano and Arian Cajun? Who's to say they won't do it again? Are you all right, Master Belcherius? I've been indifferent to politics, but even I know that the royal families are always trying to kill each other. But after Arnoa returned from Duran, I never considered a situation where she would be assassinated by someone. Maybe I unconsciously thought I would always be by her side. Damn it, Luca say. You're acting rather strange today, Master Belcherius. I will stay in the Imperial Palace indefinitely. That's the sensible thing to do. I'll keep an eye on things by the Empress's side. What? Since when did you do things because they're sensible? I always thought being master of the Enchanted Tower was easy because you just did whatever you wanted. Master, did you grow fond of the Empress? That's none of your business, Luca sighed. My, you really did, Belle replied. Shut up. It's not what you think. I have no reason to like her. Do you think about her a lot? Belle say. Of course, she's the Empress. You never thought about Luciano, though. Well then, are you often tempted to do things for her? Belle say. That's because the people who keep getting in her way are irritating, Luca reply. You've always been irritated by everyone on this planet, yet you never lifted a finger. I see. There's no need to panic, Master Belcherius. You don't need a reason to like someone. It's your first time, so it's natural to be confused about your feelings. Luca. First love is nothing to be ashamed of, Belle shouted. Shut up, first love? Is that what this is? Is the Empress my first? Master Belcherius, could you look this way, please? That's an Elkiv. This is a rare moment. Anakin Willow will pay good money to see this, Belle say. That's enough, Luca reply. Sorry, Master. Belle say anyway. I'll capture that poison-using bastard as soon as the Imperial army returns, Luca added. And after that? Belle explained. I told you multiple times. After I capture him, I will rip his body from limb to limb and hang his remains in Prahan's forest. Anakin asked. Are you feeling all right? You've been zoned out ever since you returned from the greenhouse. I had the workers fix the window. I was told you weren't hurt, but if you're, she replied, don't worry. I'm perfectly fine. What were we talking about? Anakin say. We were discussing the preparation for the welcome party, Arnoa added. The welcome party. When the Imperial army led by the Grand Duke and his daughter arrives in the Empire, there will be a grand welcome party. In any case, they're the heroes who came back from protecting the Empire. We must welcome them properly, Anakin say. The welcome party should be spectacular, Arnoa told him. That's right. If anything goes wrong, the Grand Duke will claim that the Empress is mistreating the Imperial Army commander, Anakin explained. The Grand Duchess is out for your throne, Your Majesty. We should also consider the possibility of an assassination attempt. The only reason they haven't tried anything yet is because they haven't fully figured Your Majesty out, she said. Perhaps they might think I'm similar to Arian, to the Grand Duchess. Everyone is another Arian, he think. However, she'll change her mind once she meets you. She will realize that Your Majesty is not someone who will hand over the throne without a fight. It's not like she'll let me live if I give her the throne. I am the only daughter between the late Emperor and Empress. Being born into the noblest lineage in the Empire, I've already learned through Luciano that my very existence is a threat, he added. No, she won't. They'll act quickly once they decide to assassinate you. They might use the welcome party to do it. What you're saying is that I should bring as many witnesses as I can to the party, yes? She replied. Fine. I'm going to throw the most glorious welcome party ever. Let's invite guests from nearby kingdoms as well. The kings who want to impress your majesty will come running no matter how far away they are. Let's line up all the kings throughout the continent. What luxury! How should we go about this? I'm going to make the most of this, Anakin say. From time to time, your majesty, I what? You make me realize that you're just born to be an empress. I heard the empress is jealous of the Grand Duchess. Jealous? Is it because the Grand Duchess is a renowned war hero? I think so. We hadn't even known the empress's name until she ascended to the throne. On the other hand, there's not a single person in the continent who doesn't know the Grand Duchess. She sounds a bit petty. A former queen of a small kingdom, who ascended to the throne through luck, is no match for the Grand Duchess, who has been leading armies since she was young. True, goddess of war. Roxanne, who could cut down not only enemies but also the heads of her comrades with a single word, was both feared and admired by the imperial soldiers. He say. There's also a rumor that the Empress doesn't take kindly to us. Why is that? Because we're loyal to the Grand Duchess. Of course, that's hardly fair. Anyway, prepare to have the doors slammed on our faces when we arrive at the capital. What did we fight for? Things are going according to the plan. The soldiers are already against the Empress, Roxanne say. We're here, father, he reply. Let's not let anger get the better of us even if the welcome is underwhelming. We can use that against, she added. It's anything but underwhelming, Grand Duke Aselier. The Empress has ordered us to immediately escort the troops to the palace. This is the warmest welcome I've ever received. The Empress doesn't seem so bad. After all, the nobles have begun to side with the Empress. We'll need a more definite provocation. It seems the Empress has prepared a grand welcome ceremony for me. I'll be sure to repay her kindness, Penelope say. The party is going smoothly. I think I earned some rest. Although it's concerning what the Grand Duke and his daughter might do, they won't cause any trouble with so many people around, girls shouted. Penelope, hurry, go inside the hall. Lady Louise, why are you so agitated? She say. Come quickly. What's the matter? Lady Louise added. All the guests have been. See for yourself. Look who's sitting on the throne. She's sitting on the Empress's throne, Penelope shouted. Grand Duchess Roxanne Aselier, I see your vision has deteriorated a lot since we last met. Do you have any idea what you're sitting on? Roxanne replied. I do. It's a very comfortable chair. Grand Duchess, Roxanne added, can sit wherever I please in this palace. Tell the Empress to come to me herself if she has a problem. But I assure you, she will never be able to order me to move, Arnoa ordered her. Grand Duchess Roxanne Aselier, remove yourself from the throne immediately. I thought she was a pathetic woman who had a miserable marriage, lived in fear after her brother's deaths, and now became a figurehead empress. But her eyes remind me of, she say. Sheath your sword. I have no use for a horse that gives me, Roxanne Aselier, the second place. Do you see how it's suffering in pain? It's because you stopped me. I see she has become fiercer than back then, but people don't change. Not really, Roxanne added. Your Majesty, I apologize for not having congratulated you on your accession to the throne, Arnoa said to her. I'll receive your congratulations from my seat. Get off the throne, Roxanne say. Is this how you treat your guests? I'm tired from the long journey I've undertaken, so grant me this seat, Arnoa replied. Find a different chair, Roxanne said, but I like this one. It's as cozy as if it were made for me. It's natural for the knights to admire Roxanne, who is skilled not only in martial arts but also in strategy. However, it's unbelievable that they're letting her occupy the Empress's throne. I advise you against ordering the knights to remove me from my seat. The allegiance of the Imperial Army and the Royal Knights, she added, is to me, not you. The Imperial Army and the Royal Knights, their allegiance is to me, not you. Watch your mouth. That was borderline treason. Don't say that out loud, Empress. I was aware that most of the Royal Knights, although they seemed loyal to me, were reluctant to follow my orders. To them, I'm just a sister of the incompetent former emperor and a former queen of a small kingdom who returned after getting divorced. No matter how many allies I make, most nobles merely remain neutral to avoid opposing the influential few on my side. The Aseliers still have a tight grip on the empire, That's why the knights are turning a blind eye to the Grand Duchess's words and actions bordering on treason, instead of punishing her for her behavior, Arnoa replied. So you think their allegiance is to you? I want to kick her off the throne right now. It might be true, but if you were the Empress, it'd be wise to make your moves carefully for the sake of what you've built so far. I can't let rumors favor the Grand Duchess. It's frustrating, but this is the best response for now. The reason I'm tolerating your treasonous behavior is my gratitude for you and how you fought for the Empire at the frontier for years. However, do not mistake the mercy I've shown for your right. I don't think you're so ignorant that you need to be reminded of every courtly etiquette regarding the imperial family, Roxanne think. She'll run away in tears soon, Arnoa reply. There's no need to be afraid. You will be alright, imagination raised. I thought she was a big softie, but it seems like she has learned how to behave as an empress, Duke Rickle say. Her Majesty's words are fair and just. Show some respect as her retainer, Grand Duchess, she added. You surprised me, Duke Rickle. I didn't think you'd be so good at pretending to be loyal to the Empress, Duke Rickle say. The relationship between my house and the Empress is none of your business. Is it worth risking its relationship with the Asiliers? You're the one who's risking the relationships with every house here with your insolence. Even Marquis Bethaniel is on her side, Arnoa say. I'm telling you for the last time, get off the throne, Roxanne Asilier, Roxanne reply. I see she's been making her pawns while the Asiliers were busy fighting on the battlefield. It's almost laughable how hard she's trying. How should I deal with her? The report I received before arriving at the capital said that several factions had aligned themselves with the Empress, apart from those two. I could crush her right here and now, but there are too many eyes. I, the soon-to-be Empress, shall bestow mercy, she added. Excuse my behavior, Your Majesty. I was merely weary from the long war. Forgive me, Arnoa replied. I understand. I shall forgive your impertinence. I hosted this party to celebrate your effort, after all, Roxanne added. Why don't you show your appreciation and grant me this request? My soldiers have been battle-hardened over the years, but there may still be much to be desired in the eyes of those who serve your Majesty. Roxanne say, would you consider taking it upon yourself to personally impart guidance to them in the tournament? As you know, former emperors used to participate in tournaments to assess military capabilities, strengthen military authority, and earn the loyalty of knights, Arnoa added. So you want me to fight you in the tournament? Roxanne say. There's no need to be so nervous. I'm not asking you to fight me in a one-on-one fight. Of course, we could engage in combat with swords, but there are also team battles that test leadership and military strategies. It wouldn't be honorable of me to challenge you to a fight that can be easily won with raw strength alone. That's why I'm proposing a team battle, she think. She intends to demonstrate not only her strength but also her leadership to make me appear insignificant. She must think I'm as incompetent as Luciano. Tactics. It's a game where several knights fight over a common target under the direction of each team's commander. It may sound simple, but it's a complex team battle involving both swordsmanship and spear techniques. Simply put, it's a miniature version of warfare, Roxanne said to them. If you win against me and my knights, rumors will spread praising the new Empress for defeating the Asiliers in a game of strategy, she think. Her proposal sounds tempting, but I can sense that people are already assuming I'll lose. I can neither avoid nor lose this fight. But since this is the challenge she initiated, I can slowly turn the tide if I play my cards right, Arnoa said. Very well, I accept your challenge, Penelope added. Your Majesty, Roxanne say. In that case, I'll be looking forward to our friendly competition. I'll show her mercy and crush her futile dreams. Arnoa think look at her, full of confidence. I will not let you have your way. Fighting against Lady Roxanne in the tournament. Are you certain that's a good idea, Your Majesty? One of the knights asked. Your Majesty, it's the Asiliers we're talking about. Everyone avoids engaging them in battle. You of all people should know this. Another knight Baron Vent added. If we had directly confronted the Grand Duke, we would never have succeeded in securing the surrender either. The first knight explained. The tournament could work for us. If Your Majesty were to defeat the Grand Duchess, a hero of the Empire, in the tournament, it would strengthen your position, Anakin said. I agree with Duke Rickle, said another. Unfortunately, many soldiers are influenced by the Asiliers and have doubts about your majesty's leadership. The Empress nodded. Then I must defeat the Grand Duchess by a large margin to reassure them. What do we know about the Grand Duke's knights? They're all seasoned veterans who have participated in warfare alongside the Grand Duke for a long time. The knight explained. The Grand Duchess is skilled in tactics and clearly understands the capabilities of her knights, so she is likely underestimating us. The Empress smirked. She must think a powerless Empress like me doesn't stand a chance. Is that what you think as well? Baron Vent added. Of course not, Your Majesty. While we may lack experience in warfare, our skills are in no way inferior to theirs. The knight reassured. Arnoa said. You're finally starting to sound like a knight. The Empress said with a smile. I have reviewed all the battle records in which the Asiliers have participated. And I've noticed that when the Grand Duchess is confident in her victory, she often pursues the enemy more than necessary to demonstrate her dominance. Her arrogance is her weakness, and I intend to exploit that. Baron Vent replied. Exploited how? One of the knights questioned. The Empress' eyes gleamed. Her Majesty is saying she will use herself as bait. Bait? Another knight echoed. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. One knight pleaded. Duke said. We will do our best to protect you, but there's no telling what the Grand Duchess will do if she gets a chance to be alone with you. The Empress remained calm. Is this not a game where we ultimately have to defeat the leader? It is, but... One knight stammered. Arnoa said to them. You can't win anything without risking something. The Empress replied. I got to where I am now by taking risks. I will trust in you all, so trust in my plan and follow my lead. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. They all responded in unison. At that moment, Luca burst into the room. Master Belcherius! Big news! I just heard something crazy at the palace, Bel replied. Luca, Belcherius said sternly. I thought I told you to stay away from the palace. Don't fixate on details, Master! Luca interrupted. This better be worth defying my orders, Belcherius muttered. The Empress is going to fight the Grand Duchess in the tournament. What? Belcherius exclaimed, his surprise evident. But it sounded like she had a plan that includes being bait and risking things. Luca added, looking anxious. Bel added, where are you going? Luca asked as he saw Belcherius prepare to leave. Arnoa said, This is my first time participating in the tournament. My plan is flawless, but it doesn't hurt to prepare for unexpected situations. Luca's concern was palpable. And Bel, what's the matter? You seem odd. Bel noticed. Bel hesitated before speaking again. What's the matter with you? Bel raised an eyebrow. Is it true that you'll be fighting against the Grand Duchess in the tournament? Answer me, Empress. Arnoa looked up calmly. Word sure travels fast. Yes, but in a team battle. I thought you knew how the tournaments go, she replied. He looked confused. I thought you were going to fight her in a duel. What if something happens to you? The Empress shook her head. I can't participate in this one, Bel, the Empress said, her tone softening. Bel met her gaze. You trust me, don't you? The Empress Arnoa smiled reassuringly. I do trust you, but, no buts, she interjected. I'm confident I'll manage this without your help. So just watch me from the sidelines this time, okay? Okay, I will. Bel agreed. The Empress nodded, her confidence unwavering. You'll see, Bel. I'll come out of this victorious. There are many kinds of team battles. These can range from hunting unleashed animals to racing through mazes or caves to find treasure first. Among all these various types, the one Roxanne and I chose was Armband Heist. In Armband Heist, each team's king is accompanied by knights. The knights protect the king while the kings try to steal each other's armbands. The game ends when either king successfully snatches the opponent's armband. Lucas shouted all weapons provided are blunt replicas, covered in specially made paint. Anyone marked with this paint on their neck, chest, or head is eliminated from the game. Of course, the game also ends if the commander is taken out. Roxanne say, Now, is everybody ready? The Empress asked. Yes, Your Grace, came the resounding response. Arnoa replied. Let us begin. Stick to the plan. Yes, Your Majesty. The knights replied, and the team battle commenced. Roxanne say, Go! Move straight toward the Empress's position. Roxanne commanded her team. How nice of them to scatter by themselves, she observed with a smirk. Split up. Yes, Your Grace. Her knights replied as they executed her orders. The Empress Arnoa anticipated this. She's coming straight after me, as expected, she thought. This was no ordinary game. There was more at stake than just victory. Yes. The causes of death surrounding the Asiliers may vary, and all are officially listed as accidents, but those who opposed them were all dead. If the Asiliers were intentionally disguising murders as accidents, there was no guarantee they wouldn't try it again this time. Even if she were to die, they would claim it was due to her pride or a lack of knowledge about tournaments and strategy. The Grand Duchess would undoubtedly attempt to engage her in a one-on-one confrontation. I can use that to my advantage, the Empress decided. I'll turn her strategy against her, Roxanne ordered. Take out the Empress's knights, Roxanne ordered. Yes, Your Grace, the observers murmured as events unfolded. Wait, what is happening? It seems like the Empress has made a mistake. Lady Roxanne is right behind Her Majesty. There's not a single knight to protect her, Raja, Roxanne called confidently. Now is the time. Master, do you feel it? One of the spectators asked. It's him, another whispered. Suddenly, the screen monitoring the battle began to break up. What is going on? The feed is breaking up, someone exclaimed. Who's the sorcerer in charge? I'll find out, another shouted. In the field, Roxanne taunted the Empress. Your Majesty, our little race is getting tiresome. Don't you think you should at least pretend to confront me to change the people's perception of you? Roxanne turned to face her adversary, her voice calm but cutting. Her sword is a real one, Arnoa smirked. What? Are you surprised I came up with the same trick as you? Bringing a real sword to a friendly match is hardly fair, Roxanne added. I don't know what you're talking about, the Empress replied. I only brought my sword to protect myself from someone who envies my honor. Honor? Arnoa sneered. Why would an Empress be jealous of something so trivial? Roxanne's eyes narrowed. What was that? Did you say my honor is trivial? How dare you? Roxanne roared, raising her blade. It's him, Luca muttered, his instincts sharp, though uncertainty lingered. But I'm not sure I should leave her by herself, Arnoa say. Trust me, the Empress said firmly, and wish me luck. I'm confident I'll manage this without your help this time. Belle hesitated. Empress, watch over the situation here, she instructed. I'm off to catch the bastard. What? He asked in disbelief. Belle relented but gave one final instruction. However, should her life be in danger, protect her while concealing your identity. I'm counting on you. Yes, master, Luca replied, his loyalty unwavering. As he departed, the presence of Master Belcharius loomed over the battlefield. How dare you? Belcharius snarled, his voice dripping with menace. He must have sensed my mana. The Empress's thoughts raced. He didn't capture me last time because we were outside the Empire, but this time, he'll definitely come to get me. I'll surely be killed if I get captured. Her mind quickly shifted to the Grand Duke's promise. As soon as I get my hands on the Soul Stone he promised, I'll be able to overpower Belcharius and put him in his place. Meanwhile, the disruption of the video signal continued. How long do I have to interfere with the video signal? Someone asked nervously. But the response was clear. It's Belcharius. You must have lost your mind to show up here. The Empress remained on high alert. Watch out, Your Majesty, a warning echoed. The screen flickered back to life, revealing her struggle. Raja say, Damn! The screen is back on. Roxanne's sneering voice cut through the tension. She's as weak as I thought, Duke Rickle replied. The Grand Duchess is far better at fighting than you, Your Majesty. Even if you start training now, it would be difficult to beat her in combat. Duke Rickle clenched his fists, frustration boiling within him. If only I could buy some time to fight off the enemy's knights, she mused. Her thoughts turned to her allies. Duke Rickle, Baron Vent. On that matter, I have a favor to ask. Recalling her recent skirmishes, she thought grimly. I survived the first attack due to her carelessness, and I managed to evade the second thanks to luck, but it's too risky to engage in close combat further. In that moment, her decision crystallized. In that case, her adversary jeered. Running away again? A weapon, your majesty? Someone offered, Arnoa say. Yes, she confirmed. Hide it around here, and leave a sign, Roxanne scoffed, her voice dripping with condescension. I see you're up to something. Whatever your trick is, it won't work on me, Arnoa replied. Are you sure? The Empress countered, her confidence unwavering. Just a few more minutes were all she needed. Her focus narrowed as she aimed deliberately at her adversary's horse. The animal reared and neighed in panic. Calm down, you dumb horse! Roxanne shouted, but it was too late. The Empress's strategic gambit paid off. You're out, she declared, victorious. The Grand Duchess fumed. This is unacceptable. I thought this game could be won with brute force, no matter what strategy the opponent used. I can't believe I lost to a cheap trick this helpless Empress pulled. Don't you look down on me. Surrender, Duchess, the Empress Arnoa said firmly. You're just a powerless figurehead of an Empress. You don't get to look down on me. Stop right there, Baron Vent commanded. Lower your weapon at once, Grand Duchess. Her Majesty has your armband. The game is over. Shut up, Roxanne snapped. The game isn't over yet. I still have my knights, she think. The magic camera flickered back to life, broadcasting the scene. She cursed under her breath. Raja, you useless piece of shit. All you had to do was keep the audience in the dark, yet you failed me once again, Lucas, a booming voice announced. We have a winner. The victory goes to our beloved Empress. As cheers erupted, the Empress's words echoed in the Grand Duchess's mind. They say the throne of the strong is always lonely, but you lost because of your arrogance. The event left a deep impression on the citizens of the Empire. Arnoa's brilliant strategy in defeating Roxanne Asselier, the strongest swordsman in the Empire, became the talk of the land. The Imperial Palace ballroom buzzed with celebration. The party was as grand as the previous welcome banquet. Whispers floated through the room. The Grand Duke seems to have spared no expense, someone remarked. Is that so? Another replied. Asselier replied. Yes, I believe he thought the Grand Duchess would win the game. Lord Damien approached the Empress. Congratulations on your victory, Your Majesty. It was an honor to serve you in this tournament. The Empress smiled graciously. Your father, Duke Rickle, contributed greatly to my victory as well. It was my pleasure, Rickle replied, but his tone grew sharp. I couldn't help but notice that while our knights were fulfilling their duty to protect Your Majesty, the other knights were nowhere to be found. The air grew tense. I don't like your tone, Duke Rickle, Asselier interjected. Are you implying that the knights who sided with the Duchess are disloyal? Disloyal would be an accurate description, yes, Rickle said bluntly. The accused knights stepped forward, their voices steady. We won't deny that we sided with the Duchess, Your Majesty. We've been serving her as our commander on the battlefield for a long time and wanted to demonstrate our respect for her one last time in this tournament. However, now that the war is over, we pledge to serve only you. The Empress considered their words carefully. I shall give you a chance, she declared. Relief washed over the knights. We are grateful for your mercy. You will serve as squires to the knights of House Rickle for a month, she continued. Learn how to serve your lord properly, Asselier replied. Your Majesty, assigning such menial tasks to knights is an insult to their knighthood, Arnoa say. Did you not hear the commander ask for a chance? The Empress countered. If they truly wish to serve me, they should be willing to endure a little punishment. Roxanne seethed in silence. Traitors! Damn the Empress! Damn the knights! I will kill them all! Her anger burned as she directed her fury at Anakin Willow. So you were the one behind all this? Anakin raised an eyebrow. Behind what? Don't play coy with me, she snapped. She is too dumb to come up with such a sneaky strategy on her own. Perhaps you've just been overestimating yourself, Anakin retorted, his tone calm but cutting. Her eyes narrowed. Great, another one who thinks he can get away with mocking me by being slick. You're quite bold for an Empress's lapdog, Anakin smirked. Lapdogs live longer than rabid dogs who try to bite their owner, don't they? You dare mock me? She hissed, stepping closer, her aura seething with fury. Before the tension could escalate further, a booming voice interrupted them. Bell, a tall figure, strode into the room, his presence commanding immediate attention. I could hear you screaming from the other side of the palace. Don't you have better things to do than harass a civil servant who can't wield magic or a sword? This doesn't concern you, she growled. I decide what concerns me, for I am the one with power. Isn't that what you always say? Belle replied with a pointed look. Her frustration bubbled over. It's all because of him. Ever since he started meddling in our business, my plans have been falling apart. Belcherius sighed, shaking his head. Roxanne said, I see things have changed a lot with the new Empress. I never thought I'd see the day when weaklings who can't do anything without magic would act so smug. Belle said, You're the one who tried to use black magic during the tournament. When you said weakling, were you referring to yourself? Her face contorted in rage. A weakling? Me, Roxanne Aslier? With this magic you despise, I can separate your head from your body in a second. Despite her words, her fear of Belcherius's overwhelming power held her anger in check. She turned to leave, but not without a warning. This is far from over. Next time, you will get what you deserve. You will die by my hand. As silence fell over the room, Belle exhaled. Finally, some peace and quiet. Belcherius looked at him with a hint of concern. Are you all right, Anakin? Anakin replied. Of course not. Anakin quipped, inspecting a faint cut on his neck. My flawless neck might have gotten a scar. You shouldn't have provoked her, he said with a smirk. Is your hand okay? You shouldn't catch a dagger with your bare hand, even if your body is protected by mana, Belle added. I'm fine. It takes a lot more than that to hurt me. Anakin trailed off, his voice faltering as he noticed blood dripping from his hand. What the? Anakin frowned. You're bleeding. I got splashed with some kind of poison at the arena. Maybe it's because of that, Belle muttered. Anakin and you haven't detoxified yourself yet? Stop making a fuss, Belle replied dismissively. I'm immune to all poisons. Anakin raised an eyebrow. Your spirit form's ears just popped out. Are you sure you're okay? This is bad, he said gravely. I'll go look for an antidote. Get to somewhere safe. Okay, Belle agreed reluctantly. As Belcherius left, Anakin turned and growled. Come out. From the shadows, assassins emerged. Unbelievable. Who the hell sent assassins after me? Do you have any idea who I am? Half of Anakin's body had already begun to transform, his spirit form taking over. He clenched his fists as he faced his attackers. Do you think magic and swords are my only means of defense? I'm pretty good with my fists as well. The leader of the assassins lunged at him. Belle's enhanced strength sent the man flying. I've never been half-transformed before, he muttered, struggling to control his strength. As dizziness and heat coursed through his body, he realized the poison was taking a toll. This must be because of the poison, he thought. Anakin said he'd look for an antidote. I need to find someplace safe, Arnoa said. I was so tired. I would have enjoyed the party if Anakin hadn't left me alone with those boring people. And if the knights hadn't fought over who was going to escort me to my chambers. Just another crazy day at the palace. Belle, my thoughts were interrupted as I saw him. My goodness, are you all right? I missed you, Arnoa, Belle said, his voice softer than usual. She seemed kind of different from her usual self. I thought you missed the party because you went back to your tower. What happened? What's with all the blood? Belle looked at me, a strange expression on his face. Arnoa, I feel much better now that you're with me. Belle, what are you doing? You're not even in Snowy's form. Are you drunk? I just got splashed with some strange concoction, he muttered. What do you mean, strange concoction? Your cat ears are showing. I don't know. She hesitated. I keep turning into my spirit form. There's blood on your ears. Are you hurt? Blood? Belle's voice trailed off. All my blood is rushing down there. I slapped him lightly. Get a hold of yourself. I will have you imprisoned for indecency. Wait, is this? He shook his head. Don't worry, it's not mine. Did assassins infiltrate the palace again? I asked, growing alarmed. Wait here. I need to let the guards know. No. Belle's hand shot out, gripping mine. Don't go, Arnoa. Stay here with me. His grip was firm, but his voice held an unusual vulnerability. Was he under the influence of that concoction? I've always wanted to hug you like this, he murmured, pulling me closer. This is nice. Stop saying things you'll regret when the concoction wears off. I chided him. Arnoa's lips curved into a faint smile. Snap out of it, Belle. This isn't like you. I urged. What? This is totally like me. He countered, his expression earnest. She replied. Yeah, maybe when you're in your spirit form. I muttered, feeling my resolve falter. I've always liked you. He confessed suddenly. I just didn't show it. Like you, Arnoa, she think. My heart skipped a beat as his words sank in. His heartbeat echoed in my ears, steady and real. No, I swore not to let anyone sway me. As the ruler of the empire, I couldn't allow myself to be swayed by my infatuation for him. Belle, I hesitated, my emotions a whirlwind. Arnoa, he whispered. I'm begging you. Please tell me you feel the same. The kiss that followed was as sweet as sugar, as hot as fire, and as soft as silk. It made me forget all my resolve. Listen, Belle. I must confess. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Snowy, really? Now? Belle groaned. It's fine, I said, stepping back. It's not like I expected something to happen. It must be one of the Asale's people who poisoned him. Belle looked stable now, but I'd find a way to detoxify him if the poison didn't wear off by morning. We'll both forget about what happened when the sun rises. What time is it? She asked, breaking the silence. Good morning, he said softly. I just woke up as well, I replied, though my heart was still racing from the night before. Good morning, she murmured as I woke up, finding Belle cuddling with me. He wasn't even in Snowy's form. You seem to have recovered. Are you feeling all right? She asked, trying to hide my concern. I've never felt better, Belle replied. Then we should get out of bed. I need to get dressed. Are you running away from me? He asked, his tone soft. She paused. I didn't forget what happened yesterday. She wished he'd forget. I told you I like you, Belle said, his voice steady. And I still haven't gotten an answer from you. I didn't plan on confessing my feelings this soon, but now that the secret is out, I can't pretend nothing happened. But it's not possible, she responded, unsure of how to navigate this. What isn't? She pressed. I heard you didn't understand the concept of love, Belle said, his expression almost sad. Just like your mother, who never loved her partners. The masters of the enchanted tower only feel interest or curiosity toward others, but never love. That's what Anakin told me a long time ago. Anakin, you blabbermouth, he muttered, embarrassed. I won't lie. Just like you said, I've never felt affection for anyone, Belle admitted, his gaze softening. I'm sure Amaryllis never did either. I thought it would be impossible for someone to love me, or for me to love someone, until I met you. Push me away if you don't want this, Belle said, his voice trembling with vulnerability. Belle, wait, she called out, but she started to walk away. Are you all right, Your Majesty? Penelope called from the doorway. I heard that assassins were found in the hallway last night. Your Majesty? Arnoa shouted. Penelope, this is not what it looks like, I protested. I have no affiliation with him, yet he seems to find his way into your chambers quite often, Penelope remarked, raising an eyebrow. Let me explain, Arnoa stammered. The cat must really like you. Meow, Belle said, his voice unsteady, but his reflexes quick as he stopped from falling. Thank goodness he has quick reflexes, Arnoa commented, clearly amused. Good boy. Stay right where you are, she added, still flustered. So, what became of the assassins? She asked, trying to regain my composure. Most of them were dead when we found them. The only survivor killed himself as well, Penelope replied. There's no one left to interrogate. The Asaliers must have gotten to them first, so they couldn't talk, Arnoa say. I see. Any other news? Penelope replied. There are people who insist on seeing you, even when I told them you need rest. Should I kick them out? Who are they? She asked, rubbing my temples. Anakin, Luca. What's going on? This is urgent, Your Majesty. Luca burst in. The Perhen Forest 10 years ago. Luca's voice trailed off. It's still not enough. The curse needs more lives to become more powerful. I must gather more. If I kill the most powerful sorcerer in the Empire with this, I can finally become strong. A voice interjected from the shadows. There you are. So you're the one who has been spreading the plague in Perhen these past few days, I said, recognizing the familiar figure. I finally met her, he muttered under his breath. Amaryllis, the 26th master of the Enchanted Tower. Just like my vision, I met the most annoying prick in the history of Perhen today, he added, clearly frustrated. No matter how many tricks you use to hide yourself, you can't hide from my foresight. The pressure of her presence was suffocatingly intense. It felt like she could see right through me. There's a reason why sorcerers stay away from black magic, I said, trying to regain control of the situation. What are you trying to achieve by taking this many lives? Does this make you feel superior in a sick way? This isn't about feeling superior, he snapped. I'm doing this to show those who look down on me what I'm capable of. Such arrogance, she muttered under my breath. Harassing a few sorcerers with that thing doesn't make you strong, boy. Can you even do anything other than using that poison you're hiding? He asked, my patience wearing thin. Sorcerers look down on poison because they're protected by magic. But when you gather innocent lives and purify them, you can create a powerful curse like this one. The poison is working on me. The curse is penetrating my skin, she hissed, his voice growing weaker. You little shit. The curse is blocking the flow of mana. He's trying to restrict my movements. You'll have to try harder than that, boy. Raja say. How can you still move? I felt sorry that you got into black magic at such a young age, so I wanted to go easy on you, she replied. But it seems like you need a lesson. I really can't detoxify this poison. It hurts, doesn't it? It's cleansing your body of black magic. That's what you get for dabbling in dangerous things. My head. You are good with poison. I'll give you that. Where do you think? He added. I'm sorry, mother, she think. I can't bring myself to kill him, so this is why he survives for so long. That little shit will cause trouble for another 10 years. What now? I can't move from here because of the poison. This curse is pretty powerful. I was planning to live in peace and watch my son grow up from a distance. If it weren't for that brat, well, that's life for you, but I have no choice but to use it now. If I disappear like this, Belle will suffer. But I truly wish that we can meet again, he think. It seems like you need a lesson. It hurts, doesn't it? It's cleansing your body of black magic, Asliye shouted. That's what you get, Raja. What the hell happened? The master of the Enchanted Tower and the Empress are still alive. You told me you handled it. He was poisoned with a very powerful toxin. I provided an opportunity, but your men failed, Raja say. I hardly think I'm to blame for the failure. I don't know if you're aware, but losing in this tournament has put my house in a difficult position. With just one victory, I can hand over this empire to Roxanne. How about we kill off the Empress first? Asliye replied. The Empress? Is it even possible? We've been unable to get to the Empress because she has Belcharius and the Knights, Raja added. BLCHRIUS will have Teo return to Perhen soon. I made sure he has to. I'll keep him there. I'm sure your men will be more than capable of dealing with the Empress's knights. Of course, Asliye say, but what if he comes back to the palace? He will obliterate our soldiers, Raja replied. You promised me to give me the soul stone of the imperial family when the Duchess takes the throne. The chances of this plan succeeding are slim. Let's change the order. If you give me the soul stone, I'll kill Belcharius. But it doesn't matter as long as I can get my hands on a soul stone of any imperial family member, Anakin added. So you're saying that Belle's apprentice rushed to your chambers to take your beloved cat to the Perhen forest? Arnoa replied. Yes. He's a very special cat. I feel bad about lying to Anakin, but Belle doesn't want others to find out what his spirit form is. I believe you're in a hurry, Luca. You should get going, Luca said. Yes, your majesty. I'll be going now with my master. Your cat, Anakin say. Don't you think a cat is too cute of a spirit form for you, Belle? Belle said. Since when have you been aware? Since I saw you. The stink eye you've been giving me since I entered the room really gave it away, Anakin replied. Wait, why are you half naked? Anakin added. Your majesty, did you spend the night with this scoundrel? It's none of your business, blasted, Arnoa say. So this is what a portal looks like. This is the first time I've seen a portal with my own eyes. I thought about going on vacation, but I didn't expect that I'd go to the Enchanted Tower. A few hours earlier, how could you sleep on the same bed as Her Majesty? Someone exclaimed. Get off my back. It's none of your business, came the reply. She added. Enough. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Belle, you should go back to Perhen with Luca. I have some work to handle here, the voice said firmly. You can't let him leave, Your Majesty, another interjected. Anakin replied. You're not thinking of leaving her side now, are you? It's been only a day since the palace was infiltrated by a black magician and assassins. The palace has been compromised. You must stay here and protect her, Belle explained. I don't want to leave here either, Belle admitted, but I don't have a choice. Perhen needs me. Look, I'll cast a protection spell before I go, Anakin said. Your Majesty, I think it'd be best if you accompanied him to the Enchanted Tower. To the Enchanted Tower? Her Majesty asked. He added, It's what's best for your safety. As much as I hate to admit it, Belle is your greatest ally. Even the Grand Duke can't mess with him. Judging by the recent actions of the Asiliers, they might attempt rebellion if they find out that Belle is not here. If it ever comes to that, the only person who can protect you will be Belle. Be careful not to get sucked into the portal before me. Are you ready, Arnoa? Belle asked. Not exactly. You told me not to pack anything, Arnoa replied. You don't have to. Whatever you need, the tower will provide. Belle reassured her. What do you mean by that? She asked, confused. Belle said, You'll see when you're there. Now let us be on our way. Inside the portal, it was dark. I thought it'd be glowing with lights, but it's dark and cold in here, Arnoa said. It's because portals are like caves connecting dimensions, Belle explained. So if you don't walk fast enough, you might get trapped inside here forever. Exactly which part of that do you find amusing? Arnoa asked. I heard there was a sorcerer who was found mummified because he got lost in here. What? Is that true? Arnoa exclaimed. Who knows? Belle shrugged. I need a straight answer, she muttered. Watch your step. We're almost there. What's going on with me? Arnoa thought. Now that I know he likes me, I keep seeing him as a man. We're here, Arnoa. This is the inside of the Enchanted Tower, Belle said. I think you're the first person to set foot in this place. It's like I'm dreaming now. Feel free to look around, except for the room with a locked door, Belle instructed. Master Belcherius, hurry! This way, someone called, interrupting the moment. He's got a knack for ruining the mood, Belle said apologetically. Sorry, Arnoa. Just rest here. I'll be back in a minute. Don't worry about me. Go take care of your business, Arnoa replied. Alone, she thought. So, there's nothing but void inside the Enchanted Tower, huh? If I'm going to wait here for a while, I wish there were a hot cup of tea and fruit pastries. Suddenly, a table appeared with exactly what she imagined. Whoa, are these? It tastes exactly like what I had in mind. Now, I see what Belle meant. I see you're enjoying yourself, little girl, a mysterious voice said. Who was that? Arnoa asked. Find me if you want to know. I'll be waiting behind the door, the voice teased. Not that one, silly. Wrong again. You really can't sense mana at all, can you? I'm done, Arnoa said, exasperated. I'm just going to go back to enjoying my tea. I have no reason to find out whose voice that is. Now, hold on a second. There's still the most interesting and mysterious room left, the voice insisted. The most mysterious room inside the space, where everything responds to her will, would be the room with a locked door. Your way of thinking reminds me of him, the voice said. Come on in, Arnoa think. The room seemed untouched for a long time. This way, the voice beckoned. It came from around here. Is that Amaryllis? Arnoa gasped. When I was young, my mother showed me a portrait. Who is she, mother? She's Amaryllis, the great sorcerer and the 26th master of the Enchanted Tower. She's more powerful than any master in history. Some say she's the greatest sorcerer to walk this earth. Girl think, the greatest sorcerer to walk this earth. She's beautiful. Yes. She is enchanting. She smiled. That was the first time I saw a smile on my mother's face, she who was always so strict. That portrait was probably one of the few places my mother found rest. A crystal ball? Amaryllis say you found me at last, Arnoa think. Is this an artifact that imitates a dead soul? What magic can do these days? Clothes. But wrong. Although I'm without a body, I do exist here, Arnoa think. So, you're really Amaryllis? Amaryllis said. Not in the flesh, but yes. Think of it like you're peeping into the great sorceress's soul, Arnoa asked. But why did you appear in front of me? Is there something you want to ask? Amaryllis say. You're the one with questions. I presume. Questions about Belcherius, for instance. I wish I was there to witness it. What was his love confession like? You liked it, didn't you? You must be dying to know what's in my little boy's mind, Arnoa think. How did you know? Amaryllis added. Let's just say I'm way smarter than those assassins sending ateliers. Knowing things is my thing. There's no way she could know there's been an assassination attempt unless she's the real Amaryllis. So, are you not going to ask me what Bel is really like or what he thinks of you? Amaryllis, I want to know. The countless rumors surrounding him. There's a terrible rumor that he captures his people to absorb their mana, Arnoa said. If the rumors were true, why does he smile innocently like a child when he sees me? I thought the masters of the enchanted tower were incapable of loving. So why did he say he likes me? Amaryllis interrupted. Wait. One question at a time, please. Arnoa became furious. Did you just read my mind? Amaryllis replied. Other things aside, why don't you see for yourself if he really absorbs people's mana? Arnoa say. But the Empire doesn't have jurisdiction over Perhen, Amaryllis said. But you can't help being curious about him, can you? You want to know if he's really harvesting his people's mana to create soul stones. You're worried he might be up to no good. I'll give you a hand. Go on. There's no better time than now, Arnoa shouted. What are you doing? Amaryllis added. Until we meet again, daughter of Anastia, Arnoa think. What did she mean by, it's a door? Bel, what is he doing? Whimper. Wait. Is he absorbing that little creature's mana? Whimper, he transformed. He's a sorcerer. The boy looks really sick, Arnoa asked. Bel, did you just… Arnoa? How did you find me? She said. What did you do? Will that boy be alright, Bel? Why aren't you saying anything? Talk to me, Bel replied. He just got all his mana taken, but he won't die, she say. His mana. The rumors are true, Arnoa. I seek out sorcerers with a lot of mana, and take it from them. The rumors are true, Arnoa. I seek out sorcerers with a lot of mana, and take it from them, she said. I can't believe this. The rumors were true. I really hope they weren't. Bel added. I couldn't tell you because you might have taken it the wrong way. Just like you're doing now, she say. Stop with the excuses, Bel. This is unacceptable. I'm telling you the truth. If that's how you're going to be like, I think I'm done here, he say. Wait. Please, let me explain. This is a sort of treatment, she added. Treatment? Just take a look. He looks rather relaxed. So it's true. It is a treatment. Then why didn't you show me that? Bel replied. I didn't want you to think I'm harming people. It was too risky with the rumors and all. Also, even if it's a treatment, it's true that I'm absorbing people's mana. I was scared that you might fear me, Arnoa. This is a disease that affects people born with mana. The stronger one's mana is, the deeper the toxin penetrates. It paralyzes people's minds and bodies, leading to death. It's the very reason why the previous masters died young. She surprised. Did Amaryllis also? Bel explained. I was lucky that the cure was passed down to me. If your mana is exceptionally strong, you become able to neutralize the toxin. That must be why Amaryllis gave her mana to me. She created the solution to this problem through me. That was admirable of her, he replied. However, if she hadn't shared her mana with me, she could have lived much longer. I don't understand why she wasted her life like that, she said. Mothers are hard to understand. I know what it's like. My mother also never explained things to me. She would force me to study, saying it's my duty as the heir to the throne. She was so harsh. It wasn't until I fully grew up and it was time for her to go that she finally spoke what was on her mind all along. I must admit, there was a time when I resented her, but now I understand. Trust me, Bel. Amaryllis did what she did because she loved you. So, I guess what I'm saying is, I got carried away there. So, this toxin, can't you eradicate it? Amaryllis worked hard to do so, but the Book of Curses fell into the hands of the Black Magician. He's using it to spread the toxin across Perhen. That bastard. He's the sorcerer who serves Grand Duke Asilier. Rajaginas, she added. Why didn't you tell me? If I had known, I would have used my power to. Bel told her that. You know fully well that's not possible. Also, he's my problem to deal with as the master of the enchanted tower. It's a sorcerer's business. Most of all, even if you had him apprehended, it would draw too much attention. There's a reason why I've been keeping this a secret. It's to protect Perhen. There's not much to see in Perhen apart from the enchanted tower, but it has become known as a mysterious and wealthy land, attracting bandits looking for an easy score. The rumors help me keep them out. I really don't want to get the Empire involved, she think. In that situation, the rumors of him taking mana from people must have been effective against outsiders. Ensuring the safety of the people, Belle added. I know you want to help, but leave it to me. I have a plan I've been working on to end all this. Say, this jewel looks very similar to a soul stone. It's just an artifact that works similarly. I don't have to make soul stones thanks to this, she replied. Hold on a minute, then why did you say you wanted my soul stone? I can't wrap my head around this. Explain yourself, Belle say. It's, to be honest, I don't have much use for soul stones, she replied. Why did you accept my bet if you don't need my soul stone? Luca added. What? Soul stones are super useful, Belle's shocked. Were you eavesdropping, Luca? Luca replied. Actually, I didn't get a chance to leave. Maybe Master never told you this before, but you can do tons of stuff with a soul stone of the Imperial family. It has immense healing power, and it can neutralize poison and even restore one's mana to some extent. Only the soul stones of the Imperial family can do things like that, she think. The soul stones of the Imperial family, Boy replied. Not only that, they can also, Belle said. Shut your mouth, Luca. I'm not making her into a soul stone. Boy say I was just trying to be helpful. Well, you're not. Just get the boy out of here. But Master Belcherius, out now, she say. That nosy raccoon. So, you had nothing to gain from our arrangement. You were okay with that, Belle? He added. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested in acquiring the soul of an Imperial family member. But I was more intrigued by you. At first, I wanted to know who Anakin wanted to protect so badly that he'd risk making a bet with me, Belle explained. Just when I thought you were like everyone else, except for being quick-witted, your eyes that looked directly at me, the master of the enchanted tower, and your soul that was beaming inside of them, changed my mind. That's why I decided to help you. I had no idea you'd offer your soul stone. I wasn't going to take it, and I'm not going to, ever. Also, there's something else I want now. Something more valuable to me than your soul. Arnoa? Are you crying? She replied. How silly. It looks like we haven't been honest with each other. Let's try not to hide anything from each other from now on, shall we? Belle added. I think I already told you everything. Let's see if there's something I missed. Did I mention that I love you? This again. When Belle shows his raw emotions towards me, I feel as if I'm hypnotized. I'm going to say it again. I love you, Arnoa. You're the first person to make me feel like this, Arnoa replied. Same here. I feel the same, Belle. Arnoa! What was his love confession like? She said. Oops, I totally forgot about that. Belle, there's something you must see, Belle say. This door is, Arnoa added. Come on in. Amaryllis awaits. This used to be my mother's laboratory. What you saw must be an artifact in which she infused her memories and mana. But I talked to her, Belle asked. You can talk to it, and it will respond. But it's not alive. To think she worked on something like that in her last days, she replied. Why don't you come in and see for yourself, Belle say. I'm afraid. I can't enter this room. This room has never allowed anyone inside ever since she sealed it. I don't know what her intentions are, but only you are allowed in there, he added. I'm afraid. I can't enter this room. Why would she let me in, but keep her own son out? Belle explained. I don't understand. Well, it's nothing I didn't expect. She was a quirky one. If she wanted to leave me a message, she would have done so herself. There must have been something she needed to tell you, but not me. I wouldn't be able to see or hear her anyway. Go hear what she has to say to you, Amaryllis replied. That's my boy. He knows me so well. You're back early. Hello again. So, how did it go? Was the conversation with him fruitful? Arnoa say. I see why you wanted me to talk to him, Amaryllis added. I see it went well. Conversations are the key to successful relationships, Arnoa think. She's one to talk. She left Belle without telling him anything, Amaryllis replied. So, what do you wish to know? I hold all the answers to your questions, Arnoa say. You've been silent for 10 years. Why do you suddenly want to tell me things now? Amaryllis told her. You might want to change your tone, dear. You have no idea what ability, Amaryllis. the great sorceress had, do you? Arnoa asked. What ability? Amaryllis explained. It's a gift that's rare even among sorcerers. I bet there haven't been any prophets after me. With this gift, I witnessed your birth, before Tia even got married, of course. She was my friend. She once stayed at this very tower, Arnoa asked. My mother? You knew her? Amaryllis replied. She was my friend. Tia left this place filled with expectation for the future after hearing my prophecy. She was especially excited about you. What prophecy? That you would become the Empress, Arnoa surprised. Wait, she knew I'd become the Empress? Amaryllis added. Exactly. That's why she taught you the art of rule when you were young, Arnoa replied. That explains a lot. That's why she taught me the art of rule when I was young. That's why, while other mothers were busy finding betrothals for their daughters, she taught me how to command people, Arnoa think. Why did you decide to speak to me? Amaryllis added. I knew you'd come here. You were destined to, and I became curious. I wanted to know what Tia's daughter and my son's lover is like, Arnoa say. Did you know that Belle would fall in love with me, too? I thought if one possesses too much mana, Amaryllis replied, they become selfish to protect their mana. That's why the former masters chose their own comfort over love, Arnoa say. That's what I've heard, Amaryllis replied. That's why I fixed it. I tampered with his mana a little so he doesn't have to worry about that, Arnoa shouted. You can just do that, Amaryllis explained. Darling, what's the point of seeing the future if I don't do anything to prepare for it? In any case, do you know what your problem is? You think too much, Arnoa say. So, if you can see the future, did you happen to see things like how long I'll be on the throne? Of course I did. But I'm not going to tell you, Arnoa asked. Why not? Amaryllis replied. I'm only going to tell you what already happened. Knowing the future isn't necessarily a good thing. However, I will show you one thing, Arnoa surprised. The ball is shining. Does this crystal ball, Amaryllis say. If the former emperors had been as clever as you, I wouldn't have had to keep her hand closed. This crystal ball shows you the future. So look at it closely. This is the very reason why I've been waiting for you. My prophecies are never wrong. It was nice to see you, Tia's daughter. May we meet again? Now, look at it closely. This crystal ball is very old and won't last long, Aslier shouted. Blast it! You still haven't found the Empress? Your Grace, it's only been a couple of days. We need more time too. Excuses, Raja added. Calm down, Your Grace. Getting worked up won't solve the problem, Aslier replied. Don't tell me to calm down. If we don't find the Empress within a few days, Roxanne and I will have no choice but to return empty-handed, Raja explained. If you keep shouting like this, the Duchess in the next room will hear you. Aslier became angry. Let her hear it. I wanted to give her the empire, even if I had to get my hands dirty. I planned to have an obedient emperor abdicate to her, and have that damned master's head for defying me, he think. I've been striving to keep her name unsullied, but the plan is in shambles now. Although they're a collateral line, the Asliers held most of the empire's power. If there had been an official abdication declaration from the imperial family, no noble would have refused to acknowledge Roxanne's ascension. I should have made Luciano abdicate while he was alive. Before I knew it, all of my former supporters had gone to the Empress's side. The nobles who used to cling to me in hopes of winning my favor until recently have not once shown their faces since Roxanne lost the tournament match against the Empress, Raja say. Against the Empress? Well, that's not entirely true. One did show up to give you that necklace, Aslier say. Yes. Countess Herman. She is calculating but knows her manners. No wonder she survived until there's nothing left but skin and bones, Raja added. I'm glad she was able to calm your wrath. Even though the Empress is still out there, my wrath has not been calmed. Find her, Aslier say. What's that look? Do you know where the Empress is? Raja replied. She must be in Perhen with Belcherius, he shocked. Perhen? Would he really just let her in? Raja added. Yes, he's been making quite a few exceptions for the Empress, who has set foot in Perhen, beaten the Duchess, and is protected by, Aslier replied. Shut up. Hurry! Send men to Perhen. Find the Empress. Well, don't just stand there. Go to your laboratory and, do you remember our contract? We agreed that I would become your subordinate and receive part of the Imperial Soul Stone each time I helped you, Aslier say. Yes, I know our deal. So you'd better, Raja say. I already helped you plenty. I just told you the whereabouts of the Empress, and with that, our little deal has come to an end. No! It's far from over. I was promised a soul stone of an imperial family member. And you and I both know, there's imperial blood flowing through your veins, too. Roxanne entered. You must have been striving to appear as a capable father who has a sorcerer under his thumb, as utterly meaningless as it was. Roxanne, you told me you had enslaved a sorcerer, yet it seems you promised him a reward. Aslier say. Wait, let me explain, Roxanne. If we give him the soul stone of the Empress, what's the meaning of this? Release me at once. That's an order, Raja replied. You weak, pathetic man. Deals with sorcerers rarely benefit those who make them. But men like you just can't resist the temptation. All the imperial royal families were purged, and the only families recognized as royal now are the Cajuns and one other. Yes, the two of you. The only royal family members left in the branch. I just need one soul stone. It doesn't matter whose soul I take, Aslier say. Well? Whose is it going to be, you devil? Are you asking me to choose? He replied. I'm merely offering you a chance. Father, Roxanne, don't you worry, my child. I will sort this all, Roxanne replied. Why in the world would I worry? It's your price to pay, not mine. But I shall make this right. When your grand plan comes to fruition, I will attribute all the glory to you, Father, Raja added. That was touching, but I'm afraid we're out of time. Let's get this over with, shall we? Aslier shouted. Wait. Give me a moment. Roxanne, she smiled. Goodbye, Father. Arnoa became shocked. My God! I can't believe the Grand Duke died that easily. I must tell this to Belle right away. Belle, what is it? What happened? Arnoa, Belle. The black magician you were after killed the Grand Duke. He finally made his move. It's clear what he's up to, Belle replied. We must talk to Anakin right now. Rajajinas must have taken the Grand Duke's soul, she say. Wait, isn't it too late if he already took the soul? He added. A soul alone is not enough to make a soul stone. It will take him some time to purify the soul and put it in a crystal. It means we still have time. We must stop him before he finishes making a soul stone, Rajajinas, muttering to himself. So close. I'm so close to achieving my life's goal, Roxanne say. You sure are taking your sweet time. Isn't the soul stone finished yet? Raja replied. Don't rush me, you big child. This is not as easy as you might think, she shouted. You told me you'd be done by now. The Empress and Belcharius might return to the palace at any moment. Pick up the pace. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, he replied. You're impatient and short-tempered, just like your father, Roxanne say. What did you just say to me? If you want to become the Empress so badly, develop the patience it requires like the current one, Roxanne say. You insolent little shit. I just realized that you don't need your tongue to purify the soul stone, he smiled. You told me you'd cooperate when you sacrificed your own father, Roxanne say. Cooperating doesn't mean letting you walk all over me. You will watch your mouth if you want to keep your head. This apple is not as merciful as her father, Raja said to her. You want to kill me? And then what? How are you going to take on Belcharius? You're just a human. Remember our deal. You protect me while I make the soul stone, and I help you usurp the throne. So let's try not to kill each other until we both get what we want, shall we? For our mutual interest, we should, he added. I have had it with that brat. After I torture that insufferable master to death, you'll be next. Bells say we should be able to reach him now. Come in, Anakin. What's wrong? He's not answering? Well, he should, she said. My necklace isn't broken, is it? I've been cherishing it because it was a gift from you, Belle replied. Why would you lend it to someone if you cherished it so much? Arnoa think. Is he being jealous? I wouldn't have if I had had a choice. You told me you left all the artifacts at the tower. So tell me, what choice did I have? Belle added. It got through. Belle! What took you so long? There were some connection issues. So, what's been happening over there? Something strange is going on. According to our spy, the Grand Duke hasn't come out of his room for a while. Some are speculating that the Grand Duke may be having health issues. Anakin. The Grand Duke is dead, Anakin said. What? The Grand Duchess and the Black Magician must have committed mutiny. We must stop them before they finish purifying the Grand Duke's soul. They must be hiding in the laboratory. Even with tracking magic, it will take a long time to find them. How bad will things get if we fail to stop them, she think. If they combine black magic with an Imperial Soul Stone, I'm afraid the outcome will be disastrous. After they finish making the Soul Stone, they will use its power to neutralize Bell by turning him into his spirit form. Bell say, if it comes to that, I'll find a way. I will take them down, even if it costs me my life. Stopping them from making the Soul Stone is just a way to minimize the risk, not a requirement for victory. Arnoa replied to him, I won't let you risk your life. There's no invincible power that can achieve anything. Even in the contract between the Black Magician and the Grand Duke, there were traps favoring the magician. There must be a flaw in Imperial Soul Stones as well, he asked. Bell, how do you prove that one's soul is royal? According to stories passed down from master to master, royalty is born from royalty, and the name is written in gold thread on the Imperial family's golden parchment. The Imperial family's genealogical record, created by the first master of the Enchanted Tower, Arnoa say. Has anyone failed to create an Imperial Soul Stone? I heard one did. Bell replied, a sorcerer who once tried to make a soul stone with the soul of a fallen Imperial family failed. She said, just as I expected. So there are exceptions then, Anakin Willow. Yes, your majesty, she added. Write down what I say. I'm issuing an Imperial order, Roxanne shouted. The soldiers of the Asliers stood at attention as the rallying cry echoed across the grounds. Soldiers of the Asliers! The time has come! Today is the day when I will take the throne. Bring down the false Empress. Glory to the Asliers! Inside, the preparations were already in motion. Everything is ready, someone murmured. A voice, calm yet determined, responded. Father wasted too much time when the answer was so simple. Now, as soon as the Soul Stone is complete, the world will bow to me. The final piece of the puzzle came together. It is finished, Raja announced. Finally, came the reply. If the preparations are complete, let us begin, she say. The palace, the throne, and the pathetic maggots cowering behind the Empress. Everything will be mine. Commotion erupted near the Empress's chambers. What's all this noise? Right in front of the Empress's chambers? Who's there? The response was bold, dripping with confidence. Roxanne replied. The Imperial Palace's servants should recognize the rightful owner of this palace, Penelope shouted. This is treason, Roxanne explained. Treason? No, I'm just setting things right. And don't think I've forgotten your insolence. Orders were barked. Lock her away. I'll teach her some manners myself. As silence fell over the Empress's chambers, realization dawned. The fact that there's no response to all this commotion. A smirk formed. It means she's absent. Everything is going according to plan. The chamber was searched. She added. Empty, just as we thought. Find it. A sharp intake of breath broke the quiet. I feel something here. Fingers brushed against a hidden compartment. So this is where it was hidden. The discovery of a portal brought a sinister smile. A portal? Raja said yes. The other side connects to Perhen. Perfect. He's passing through the portal. Now, with the power of the Soul Stone, I will summon that beast. Raising hands as the Soul Stone glowed ominously, a voice roared. Behold! This is the power of the Soul Stone! The air trembled with a deep, echoing roar. Raja say. What is this? Resistance is futile. There's nothing you can do in your spirit form. You don't understand the forces you're meddling with, came the warning. But a cold laugh cut through the tension. Oh, I understand perfectly. This is too easy, like taking candy from a child, Roxanne say. Wait! Came a sudden outcry. Eyes widened in surprise as steel glinted in the dim light. Raja replied. You! I've been waiting my whole life for this moment. A fierce lunge followed. To kill you and become the most powerful being in the world! The words echoed with rage and determination, but something felt off. A moment of hesitation crept in. Something doesn't feel right. I can't sense any traces of mana from him. He should still have his mana, even though he's wounded. What if? A cold voice of Bell interrupted, cutting through the tension. I'm sorry. Did I ruin your moment? The realization hit like a thunderclap. Belcherius! Belcherius! The shout was filled with both fear and anger. You think you can get rid of me so easily? A mocking laugh followed. He didn't spare his mana making this enormous construct. He'll run out soon enough if he keeps this up. Panic set in as the figure tried to flee. Where do you think you're going? There's nowhere to run. Mana reserves were depleting fast. I'm already exhausted, even though I drew mana from the soul stone. Why? A voice, calm but cutting, Bell spoke up. Rajajinas, you lack the complexity to become the master of the enchanted tower. You imbecile! Roxanne roared. Bell added. This is why I told you to wait. He won't be getting up anytime soon. He took that blow without any guard whatsoever. Desperation filled the air. Roxanne said. Raja, strengthen me with your mana right now. There's no time to hesitate. Do it, Bell interjected, almost mocking. Are you sure you want to do this? I won't stop you, but you'll regret it. He can't help you right now. I made sure of that, she said. Raja, hand over all the mana you have left, came the urgent command. I'm trying, Raja cried. But there's nothing left to give. Confusion and frustration boiled over. I don't understand. The power of an Imperial Soul Stone should be enough to overpower even the strongest master. So why is it not working as it should? Bell replied. You still don't know, do you? Came the chilling response. What you have made is just a regular soul stone, Arnoa came. Shock rippled through the room. What are you talking about? I made this. You used the Grand Duke's soul, who was a member of the Imperial family. The voice explained. However, his status changed before you finished making the soul stone. He no longer holds royalty. A scroll was revealed, shimmering with ancient magic. This scroll was created under the name of the first master and the Imperial family. To be considered royal, one's name must be written in gold thread and magic on this scroll. If a person's name is removed with the Enchanted Tower's notarization, they will no longer be considered royalty, she continued, unyielding. His name was removed by my order, with the noble's approval. That's bullshit, came the furious reply. I've never heard of such a scroll, and I refuse to believe those pigs have agreed to something like that, Arnoa added. The existence of this scroll is known only to the masters of the Enchanted Tower and the Imperial family, the voice retorted. There's no way you could have prepared for this. If the Grand Duke were here, he might have been able to protest, but he isn't. The final blow came as the voice declared. Soul stones are dangerous things. They cloud people's minds, tempting them with power. That's why the Imperial family and Perhen have decided to destroy this scroll so no one can make Imperial Soul Stones ever again. You lost, the voice declared. This can't be. This is not what I saw in my dream. The defeated sorcerer whispered, disbelief and despair clouding his face. Raja, did you really think you could kill me? A smirk appeared on the victor's lips. I shall teach you a lesson, Raja. Think. It's that dream again. The sorcerer's mind drifted, haunted by the recurring precognitive visions. I've been having precognitive dreams more and more frequently, even about minor events. I acquired the power of foresight after I killed Amaryllis. The memories continued to resurface. The precognitive dreams that started as nightmares became my guide, leading me forward, he shouted. But damn it, I missed again. He clenched his fists in frustration. Why can't I hit them? I shot just like I did in my dream. I nailed every shot in my dream. A shadow of doubt began to creep into his thoughts. Strangely, my dreams are becoming increasingly inaccurate. My precognitive dreams, which I always thought were flawless, started to distort at some point. Eventually, they became unusable. But this time, this vision was as clear as day, Raja explained. No. This can't be happening. This simply can't be. I saw the future with my power of foresight. I am the only sorcerer with the gift of foresight since the great sorcerer, a calm, cutting voice of Bell interrupted. This ability, you acquired it after you killed Amaryllis, didn't you? Raja replied. So what? He snapped back. It's my gift. I earned it. Arnoa entered. Or so you believed. The voice replied coldly. The visions that begin as precognitive dreams make the subject depend on them. But the prophecies gradually become inaccurate, and the subject's mind slowly deteriorates. It's a curse that shows never-ending visions and unreachable dreams. Doesn't it sound familiar? He think. A curse that shows unreachable dreams. The realization struck like a lightning bolt, Arnoa said. We found a few books in Amaryllis's laboratory. Thanks to them, we were able to figure out what she was researching. Belle added, to put it simply, you never had the power of foresight. What you saw was part of Amaryllis's prophecy, and a false vision that she wanted you to see. The sorcerer's eyes widened in disbelief. The visions I saw were false? How dare she use such a cheap trick on me? He roared. Belle said, she filled your empty life with dreams, even if they were illusory. You should be thanking her. The voice countered, unrelenting. Rajagina's luaraden delis bayan in Kazaromia. The sorcerer froze. How do you know my name? Belle replied. I am going to seal you. Came the calm response. Let go of me! Raja screamed, struggling against the inevitable. Is he dead? She asked. Belle. No, I sealed him in his spirit form. Take a look, that's him, Arnoa say. Really? His spirit form is rather small, Belle added. He must have been born that way. Maybe spending all his mana has affected his size as well. To think a measly worm like him caused so much trouble, the master said with a sigh. Luca. Yes, I'm here, master, Belle say. He's your responsibility now. Really? Luca's eyes lit up. I'll make sure to take good care of him, Arnoa replied. Now that one's been dealt with, she turned. We should figure out what to do with you, Arnoa say. Roxanne. It looks like everyone has arrived. Bring in the criminal, Duke Dubert shouted. That's Grand Duchess Aselier. What is she doing here? Her Majesty just called her a criminal. Is she the one who infiltrated the palace last night? Roxanne Aselier, the Empress Arnoa declared. You have been accused of plotting treason and leading a rebellion. Do you acknowledge this? I won't make it easy for you, Roxanne replied defiantly. If I'm going down, I'll take you down with me, the Empress Arnoa continued. According to the laws of the Imperial Palace, it would be fitting to execute you immediately. A rebellion? Roxanne interrupted. I was just trying to avenge my father's death. Last night, my father was brutally slaughtered by the master of the Enchanted Tower and had his soul stolen. Only a high-level sorcerer can use magic that steals a human soul. The Empress must have conspired with the master of the Enchanted Tower, blaming it all on me, huh? Arnoa thought. Do you have no shame? Roxanne think it doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's a win for me if I can gain the sympathy of the stupid nobles. If I can make them actually believe it, I might be able to find a way out of this. And a little bird told me, Roxanne added, her voice sharp, that the Empress and the Master are more than just friends. If that's true, the Empress could have easily asked him to do her bidding. The crowd began murmuring. Dead? Grand Duke Aselier, the Iron Ruler? Having the Master of the Enchanted Tower kill the Grand Duke is utterly sinister. If she can kill the Grand Duke, she can kill any of us at any moment. Conspiring with a sorcerer to handle politics is just wrong. This is tyranny. That's it, Roxanne thought. I'm going to make those imbeciles see reason. Arnoa raised a hand, silencing the room. Duchess, this little theory of yours is quite entertaining. But all I'm hearing are empty accusations. Do you have any evidence to support these claims? What? Roxanne stammered. Are you telling me? The Empress Arnoa pressed. That you committed treason solely based on doubt without any evidence? Roxanne said. Evidence? Ha! I have no evidence that she ordered my father's death, but he was killed at Aselier's manor. In other words, the Empress also has no proof that Raja was behind it. The Empress smiled coldly. You see, Roxanne, you need to prepare before making accusations, like me, Roxanne shouted. What are you? The Empress Arnoa held up a necklace. This necklace, which Countess Hermann gave to your father, isn't just an expensive trinket. Why don't we show everyone just what kind of enemy he had within his manor? Is that a video stone? Someone whispered. Father, I shall make this right, the image of Roxanne said. Wait! Roxanne shouted, realizing what was happening. Goodbye, father. The projection continued. The crowd gasped. As you can see, the Empress said triumphantly, Your crimes have all been recorded. Do you still intend to blame me for your doings? Roxanne's face twisted in rage. Arnoa say. I don't understand your obsession with the throne, Roxanne replied. Of course you don't, the Empress replied calmly. You never even wished to be on it. The throne is not meant for someone like you. You're just a divorced woman who only sought to please the king of a kingdom of nowhere. Roxanne spat. Arnoa added, I don't blame you for thinking that, the Empress said. But you don't know anything about my life either. And you're the one who has been defeated by a helpless divorced woman. Can you really say you're fit to become the Empress? Anakin, the Empress called. How many charges does the Duchess face right now? Treason, complicity in the murder of relatives, attempted assassination, insulting royalty, spreading false information, defamation. Anakin began listing. It looks like it'll take all day to list everything, the Empress mused. Okay, I've made up my mind, she turned to Roxanne. Traitor Roxanne Asselier, I'm sending you to the northwestern border. The northwestern border? Roxanne echoed, her voice trembling. It's the edge of a desolate continent known as the Land of Suffering. Beyond the border lies a habitat for monsters rarely visited by humans. During the day, the burning sun scorches the land, and at night, ferocious monsters roam the area. That's why both administrators and serious criminals are sent there to protect the border. Arnoa added you will fight monsters in the Land of Suffering for the rest of your life and repent for your sins. That's the sentence for your crimes. You can't! Roxanne screamed, struggling as guards grabbed her. Unhand me, imperial blood runs through my veins. I am destined to become the Empress. Just kill me. Kill me, Arnoa, rise and shine, maggots, the sun is up. Get up and show some gratitude to the Empire for sparing you miserable bastards. You, redhead. On your feet now, Roxanne replied. You dare tell me what to do, peasant, man said. Forgive my rudeness, my lady. I am well aware that you were Grand Duchess Roxanne. She think but you're just a slave now. Goer, so get off your lazy ass and move. It's time to go to work. I can't believe this. They expect me to work in a place like this without proper equipment? I've been to countless battlefields, but none compare to this. Guy entered. Get out of my way, bitch. She's just another former noble who can't do shit on her own. I'll bet my dinner that she'll be dead in a week. I say she'll be dead by the next sunrise. Roxanne think. Am I really supposed to endure insults from scum like them now? No, I have nothing left to lose anyway, Guy said. Hey. This is the edge of the border, sweetheart. She's a sorcerer? This isn't my first time dealing with a fiery criminal like you. Save your energy for tonight. Roxanne think. I can't even tell how much time has passed. Are they trying to break me with cold and hunger? I swear I will escape this place and kill every single person in the palace. Someone said. Get up. It's nearly time for the monsters to awaken. You said you can handle a sword, right? Make yourself useful and go kill some of them, Roxanne replied. This is my chance. Those morons made a mistake by giving me a sword. There will be an opportunity to escape. I just have to kill some monsters and find a way to get out of here, Belle said. So, you receive reports like this one, about the situation at the border, regularly from the administrator? She replied. Yes, because anything could happen at any time at the northwestern border. While most lose their lives within the first month, it appears she is still holding on despite her injuries. Belle added, judging by the report, it seems they're making good use of her. And this eucalia wood that came with the letter is brought from the land of death, huh? That's right. It comes from eucalia trees that have grown with monster blood, and it's used to craft weapons to fight monsters. Given the recent monster attacks impacting many nations, it will become an important resource for the Empire, she said. And thanks to Roxanne's hard work, we have no shortage of supply, he think. So this was her plan? She asked. By the way, Belle, what have you done with the black magician? Belle asked. Rajaginas? I left Luca in charge of handling him, and it seems to be going well. He has been training Rajaginas every day, saying he'll reform that snake into an honest man, she replied. So he's been staying in his spirit form? Belle told her. Yes, and he will stay that way until I remove the seal. So, the only thing left to decide is what to do with the Soul Stone, Arnoa said. You are going to destroy the remains of the Grand Duke's Soul Stone, aren't you? Belle added. I should, since I can't restore his soul. Or we could make use of it. We could use its power to subjugate the independent sorcerers, forcing them to work for the Empire. That would benefit both Perhen and the Empire, promoting prosperity for both sides. But I know you would never support this idea, so, he asked. You're right. Why are you laughing? Arnoa replied to him. I don't know. We've been through so much lately. Now that all of that is behind us, and I have time to enjoy a cup of tea with you, I'm happy. Without your help, none of this would have been possible. What I'm trying to say is, thank you, Belle. I have something to give you, Arnoa. Arnoa say, a present? What will you be giving me this time? Another artifact? Arnoa saliered Cajun. Will you allow me to stay by your side until the end of our days? Do you mean it? He added. Yes, I do. I know it's a big decision. I'm not asking you to answer right now, but I want you to have this ring. With this ring, you can summon me at any time. I can only make one of them. Whenever you chant the incantation, I will come to you. She say incantation? What kind of? Belle replied, don't worry. You'll know what it is when the time comes. I will be waiting. She think, marriage. I've never imagined marrying Belle. I mean, I'm the Empress, and he's the master of the Enchanted Tower. It hasn't been long since Roxanne's rebellion was quelled. If the Empress and the master of the Enchanted Tower announce their marriage, which is historically unprecedented, won't the Empire fall into chaos? Penelope said, did you call for me, Your Majesty? Arnoa reply, how are the preparations for the next ball going? Penelope say, everything is proceeding smoothly without any issues. The dress code for this ball will include the use of special fabric developed by the imperial family. I have already sent the order to the supply source to ensure that the boutique has sufficient. Arnoa added, I think I've heard enough. I assure you, Your Majesty, you have nothing to worry about. Arnoa replied, thank God I have you to take care of these things. There's just so much to handle. Your Majesty, is there something troubling you? Arnoa say, no, not really. Why do you ask? Well, you seem troubled, and I can't help but notice that ring case you're trying to hide. Please tell me what happened. I will do everything I can to help. Please, Your Majesty. Pretty please, she said. Fine. I'll tell you what happened. Penelope asked, he proposed to you? Arnoa replied, were we just ordinary nobles, I wouldn't hesitate to marry him. But I'm the Empress, and he's the master of the Enchanted Tower. Announcing our marriage will only stir up the trouble we've barely managed to suppress. The nobles will weigh our union against their own interests, and choose sides. Then the Empire will once again, Penelope said. Your Majesty, no, I don't think your marriage will jeopardize the Empire. What's more important is how you feel about him. How I feel about him? Penelope asked, have you been spending time with him lately? Arnoa replied, with him? Penelope added, of course, he has helped me on multiple occasions. He's quite capable. Not that. I mean dates. You know the fire festival is just a few days away, right? Yes, I am aware. Why don't you take him to the festival? Arnoa said, no one seems to recognize us even without disguises. Belle replied, no one would expect us to be at the festival together. True, she think maybe this was a bad idea. Going on dates before I respond to his marriage proposal. Belle say, walk closer to me. I can't have you bumping into people. Perhaps we should hold hands. Hey, handsome. Come check out our stand. How about a gift made of flowers for your girlfriend? Arnoa added, there are quite a few types. I've never seen accessories made this way before. Belle say, how about this one, Arnoa? Look, it brings out your eyes. For your girlfriend. Do we look like lovers to others as well? What of you? Belle, I have given it much thought and I don't think I will ever use the ring you gave me, he said, because I understand. I shouldn't have said anything. You have your position as the Empress to think, Arnoa replied. Would you let me finish? What I meant was that I won't need teleportation magic because we will always be together. My answer is yes, Arnoa think. I'm so glad I finished everything in time. Dealing with the nobles' tax evasion and the corruption case involving Marquis Dubert had me working all day, every day. Now that our wedding is approaching, shall I call upon my soon-to-be husband? I miss you, Belle. Belle say, I've missed you too, Arnoa. She surprised. So you appear out of thin air, just like that? This ring really is magical, Belle replied. I told you I would come to you whenever you need me. The incantation is a bit on the nose, though, she say. It's a shame that you came in your human form. I wanted to cuddle with Snowy. I missed that little ball of fur, Belle added. Am I not cute enough like this? She said. You're cute, but you're no kitten. I wouldn't have called upon you if I hadn't missed you dearly, Arnoa. I can't wait for you to call me your husband, Arnoa replied to him. Patience. I will be calling you that soon enough. Your Majesty, it's me, Anakin. Come in, she asked. What brings you here? Anakin said. Belle has been pestering me about the wedding and Your beauty is blinding, Your Majesty, Arnoa replied. Thank you, Anakin, imagination raised. I'll be frank now that we're alone, Anakin say. I still can't believe you accepted his marriage proposal. You two dating is one thing, but marriage? Arnoa replied to him. It just kind of happened. My last marriage was a disaster, but I think it will be different this time, Arnoa added. I can't wait to see the future we will weave together, Anakin say. Congratulations, Noah. As your friend, I will always wish for your happiness, she replied. I appreciate it greatly, Anakin. You two shall make an eternal vow in the name of the Empire. From this moment on, do you promise to embrace and support each other in good times and in bad, until death do you part? Belle say. I swear, from this moment until my last breath, she replied, to be with him forever. With these same feelings in my heart, she think. Today's ceremony symbolizes not only personal joy but also the harmony between the enchanted tower and the Empire. From this moment on, I declare that the Empire and Perhen are in an allied relationship. The Empire will station soldiers in Perhen, which faces frequent external invasions, to protect its residents, and the Empire will also appoint capable sorcerers to positions of power. Arnoa felt. It finally feels real. I've lived as a puppet of my family and the incompetent king's queen, trapped in Duran. But now I am the Empress of the Empire, Belle added, who has the master of the enchanted tower as her husband. Empress, Arnoa say. From now on, there will be no more hesitation. With the people I hold dear and the man I love, I will only move forward. Thanks for watching. The princess demands a divorce. Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps our channel grow. Thanks.